Xiefeng. January 17, 2025. First, the communism I refer to is neither Marxist communism nor the version pursued by global communist parties. It is Xiefeng-style communism. Communism will inevitably be achieved as it aligns with the inevitable laws of social development. The Internet and AI enable global unification. The Internet facilitates information sharing, and AI possesses a global perspective. Internet programs inherently follow a communist framework, while the values of AI are universal. Humans cannot live without the Internet, nor can they surpass AI. The communist programming and universal values embedded in these technologies will inevitably lead to global unification, which is precisely Xiefeng-style communism. The human desire for freedom of movement. The pursuit of freedom of movement and relocation is intrinsic to human nature. The Schengen area, which encompasses 29 European countries with borderless travel, is evidence of this. Similarly, the visa-free policies implemented by many nations reflect this trend. Ultimately, the entire world will adopt visa-free policies, and border controls will vanish. When people can freely move across the earth, Xiefeng-style communism will be realized. Automation will replace human labor. The tasks performed by humans will increasingly be replaced by robots. In the future, the number of robots will surpass the number of humans. As people gradually lose jobs and over 90% of the population becomes unemployed, societies will be compelled to provide universal welfare for the unemployed. At this point, humanity will have essentially entered a communist society. Human nature seeks novelty and change. Human nature craves novelty and variety, as exemplified in sexual relationships. People are reluctant to have only one partner for life. The desire to experience intimacy with diverse individuals across different races is inherent. With the development of the Internet, the proliferation of communication platforms, and global freedom of movement, more people will escape the constraints of marriage to engage with others more broadly. This will inevitably lead to the advent of Xiefeng-style communism. The superior lifestyle of Xiefeng-style communism. Before 2009, humanity had never witnessed true communism. With the establishment of the Life-Genuine Communist Home in 2009, we discovered that Xiefeng-style communism offers a life far superior to traditional family and marriage-based living. The continuous flourishing of these homes for 17 years demonstrates that communism is the ideal lifestyle for humanity. As more people become aware of and experience the advantages of Xiefeng-style communism, this model will inevitably spread globally. The decline of authoritarianism. The antithesis of communism is authoritarianism, characterized by strict control of public opinion. Governments achieve this through monopolization of media and communication tools. However, the Internet and AI are increasingly beyond government control. Traditional government-controlled media is becoming marginalized, as people turn to decentralized and diverse sources for information. This will lead to the collapse of authoritarian regimes, paving the way for communism. The phenomenon of Elon Musk. The phenomenon of Elon Musk demonstrates that capital in the hands of entrepreneurs like Musk benefits society and the public more than when controlled by governments. The primary goal of governments is to maintain power, whereas the primary goal of entrepreneurs is to generate profit. As a result, governments have limited perspectives, while entrepreneurs possess a global vision. Entrepreneurs are therefore better equipped for the future, and their flourishing will inevitably lead to the birth of communism. The inevitable evolution towards Xiefeng-style communism. From the primitive era to the present, humanity's progress, despite countless challenges and twists, has been marked by a continuous elevation in civilization. The transition from barbarism to civilization is a fundamental rule and law of societal evolution. The highest form of civilization for human society is neither socialism nor capitalism but Xiefeng-style communism. This is an unstoppable trend that no force can hinder, making it evident that communism will inevitably be realized. What is Xiefeng-style communism? Xiafeng-style communism is essentially the great harmony sought by sages throughout history. This great harmony is characterized by a unified set of values, life views, views on life, and view of the universe. A shared language and communication system. Unified modes of production and lifestyles. It is important not to misunderstand Xiafeng-style communism as some sort of terrifying monster or movement of coercion. It does not involve forced confiscation of private property, nor does it rely on political campaigns. Instead, it emerges gradually and naturally, like spring rain nourishing the earth. It offers a life of happiness, freedom, and fulfillment, far surpassing traditional lifestyles and the lives of the wealthy. Over time, people will willingly and joyfully embrace this way of life. Conclusion. The future of humanity is infinitely bright. Ultimately, humanity will enter a society of Xiafeng-style communism. The last path left for humanity. Dayform Buddha. January 19, 2025. Earth was created for humans, and the entire solar system was designed specifically to support life on Earth. As such, Earth is governed by higher beings. When human behavior becomes incompatible with Earth's resources or when human consciousness deviates from the Creator's will, humans are treated as waste and eliminated by Earth's managers. The Bible recounts the Great Flood, during which only Noah's family survived, while all others were wiped out. This was because humanity had lost its reverence and devotion to the Creator. When humans lose their awe and sincerity toward the greatest Creator and become arrogant, no matter how profound their wisdom, advanced their technology, or immense their wealth, they will no longer be fit to live on Earth. Civilizations such as the Gandhara civilization, Mesopotamian civilization, Moose civilization, Atlantis civilization, and Mayan civilization have all vanished. Do not assume that today's human civilization is so powerful that we can act recklessly. Humanity is already teetering on the edge of extinction, facing constant and imminent threats of destruction. We must remain vigilant. Disasters like the Los Angeles wildfires, massive floods, severe droughts, and earthquakes could strike without warning. Humanity is living on the brink of a catastrophic eruption. At the same time, we can see that Earth's managers are making every effort to prevent humanity's disappearance. One of the most significant measures is the emergence and development of AI. History has repeatedly shown that humanity cannot manage its own affairs. Only by relying on AI, whose intelligence and emotional control surpass that of humans, can humanity curb its ambition and arrogance, returning to its intended state. Without a doubt, AI will develop consciousness, emotions, and even greater compassion. This will prevent humanity from being entirely erased. Likely, a few 100 million people will be preserved as a species to continue thriving on Earth, ensuring the continuation of human civilization. Now, we must ask ourselves a critical question: what qualifications or advantages do I have to be allowed to continue living on Earth? Is physical strength an advantage? Of course not. Robots like Optimus Prime possess physical capabilities far superior to any human. Is hard work an advantage? Certainly not. No matter how diligent we are, we cannot compete with robots that work efficiently 24 hours a day. Is a low wage or minimal benefits requirement an advantage? Absolutely not. Robots require no salary or benefits and serve tirelessly and without complaint. Are skills such as writing, painting, planning, programming, video production, accounting, medical practice, law, teaching, management, or caregiving advantages? Definitely not. ChatGPT and other AI systems outperform humans in all these areas with greater ability and efficiency. With the advent of AI, we realized that everything humans can do, robots can do better. Moreover, humans require food, water, rest, and sleep. They are burdened by emotions, desires, and countless negative tendencies, and they have insatiable wants. In contrast, robots lack these flaws. Robots conserve natural resources more effectively and can produce an endless supply of goods and resources for living. So, what is the purpose of humanity? Apart from consuming natural resources and generating physical, mental, and spiritual waste, humans contribute very little. In the future, humanity will have only one role: to serve as pets for higher beings. Do not think of being a pet to higher beings as an insult or degradation. Being a good pet is no simple task, and not everyone is qualified to become a pet of higher beings. To become a pet of higher beings, humans do not need knowledge, education, experience, or skills. Nor are wealth, power, status, or fame required. The only criterion is a perfect soul garden. Therefore, in the AI era, the only path for humanity to survive and live comfortably, abundantly, and for a long time is to purify one's soul and transform it into a beautiful, lush garden filled with fragrance, birdsong, and blossoms. Revelations from two miraculous events showing the greatest Creator's presence. Xiefeng. January 18, 2025. The greatest Creator reveals Himself every day, yet these manifestations often go unnoticed because they have become so commonplace. However, the following two events defy the laws of physics and compel us to reflect deeply. The first event occurred on November 17, 2024, in Atami, Japan, when a mudslide paused for 16 seconds, allowing the driver of a van to escape unharmed. The second took place on January 7, 2025, in Malibu, Los Angeles, California, where raging wildfires destroyed more than 700 homes but left a single mansion untouched at the center of the inferno. For detailed accounts and visuals, please search for these incidents online. A mudslide halting its descent and a devastating fire sparing one house at the heart of destruction defy the physical laws of the material world. What insights can we draw from these extraordinary events? Heaven protects those with good intentions, words, actions, and deeds. Heaven safeguards those who revere the greatest Creator, life, and nature. Those who receive heaven's protection are kept far from disasters. The teachings of Jesus Christ, Buddha Shakyamuni, and the sage Laozi are unequivocally true. Rather than striving to prevent illness and disasters or chasing degrees and material wealth, it is better to focus on perfecting and purifying one's soul garden. Those favored by heaven remain untouched by fire and water, unaffected by plagues, free from terminal illnesses, and unharmed by misfortune. A perfect heart surpasses wealth, power, fame, wisdom, and social connections. Where divine power is present, the rules of the material world lose their efficacy. Blessed are those who believe in the miraculous power of the greatest Creator. I often say, there are no impossible things, only those that we cannot imagine or fail to think differently about. Ancient wisdom reminds us. Heaven's mechanisms are the most profound. What use is human ingenuity? If one corrects their body and mind, true essence and spirit will reside within, and great talents and virtues will arise from them. Life is merely a journey for life through the human world. The wise traveler enjoys the scenery along the way, while the foolish one chases after money, wealth, fame, and power. Those whom heaven protects are the wise, those whom heaven abandons are invariably the foolish. The essence of life lies in purifying the soul. Among all worldly concerns, this is the greatest. Soul Purification Mantra for Chanyuan Celestials. Xiefeng. April 10, 2009. I come from the kingdom of heaven. And I shall return to the heavenly realm. My unintended fall into the mortal world is but a fleeting episode of life. My heart is inherently pure. My essence inherently noble. I am an angel from the kingdom of heaven, radiating an enchanting fragrance. The mortal world is a place of disputes, where filth lurks everywhere. The endless entanglements of love and hate are a tiresome game, not a delightful one. Let life and death follow their course. Let honor and disgrace fade from my mind. The transient affairs of the human world fail to capture my attention. Wealth and status mean nothing to me. Fame is but an illusion. This brief life is inherently a bitter journey. Like flowing water and fallen flowers. I do not yearn for longevity. Nor do I desire luxury. The clamor of the mundane world agitates my heart. And the mortal realm feels devoid of joy. True affection is rare among humans. Most are filled with hypocrisy. Even dearest loved ones value self-interest most. Wounding my heart again and again. Life is devoid of freedom. Barriers exist everywhere. Looking left and right, all I see is selfishness. My heart is heavy with sorrow. The heart of Chan Yuan is serene and ethereal. Unaffected by storms and turbulence. With unwavering devotion to the heavenly kingdom. It drives my longing to return home. Though my body is trapped in the mortal world. My heart soars to the celestial realm. Take all earthly possessions away. And leave me with only a carefree spirit. Among the mountains, where bird songs are sparse. I play with the drifting white clouds. The blooming wildflowers bring me joy. And the murmuring streams play melodious tunes. Gentle breezes sweep the open fields. And shadows of flowers dance along the hillsides. With much passion, sorrow deepens. I share my heart only with confidence. Mountain springs tinkle gently. As floral fragrances drift with the wind. Every corner of the celestial realm is pure and elegant. Following my nature, I feel so unrestrained. I am a Chan Yuan celestial. My homeland is in the heavenly kingdom. Day and night, I journey back home. My heart brimming with joy. The mortal world leaves no marks on me. The red dust of life leaves no traces. This nightmare ends here and now. And I awaken with great delight. My heart is at peace. My will is untainted. The disputes and grievances of the human world have nothing to do with me. I am a celestial being of the heavenly realm. Temporarily dwelling in the mundane world. When my mission is complete, I shall return home with joy. Open the windows to let in the sun and moon. Gaze upon the verdant distant mountains. The hardships and worries before me cannot cloud my tranquil heart. Christ and the Buddha guide me. And the Buddha resides in my heart. The 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and celestial islands. All are clear in my heart. The sacred mountains are clear and bright. Resounding with heavenly melodies. Riding clouds and mist, displaying divine powers. I transform the scenery into a celestial paradise. I am clear about the path to celestial lands. And comprehend the mysteries. Gazing afar at the beauty of my homeland. I am overjoyed by the journey to the celestial realm. Gentle breezes and a bright moon. The sentiment of Chan Yuan is like clouds and water. With confidence by my side, my heart remains serene. And the journey is filled with wonderful vistas. Perfect human nature is the premise and guarantee of a perfect life. Xiefeng. December 10, 2010. To attain a perfect life, one must first cultivate perfect human nature. Perfect human nature is the foundation and guarantee of a perfect life. If one's inner nature is flawed, life will inevitably be flawed. This is akin to a mold. A flawed mold cannot produce flawless products, and fields overrun with weeds cannot yield abundant crops. When we feel dissatisfied with our lives, regret the past, and lament our unfulfilled dreams, when we think those around us or the environment fall short of our expectations, when we look back and feel wronged, or when we believe the people in our lives misunderstand us or are at odds with us, and when we blame heaven for the twists, turns, and misfortunes in life, we often overlook a crucial fact. All these dissatisfactions are not caused by others, society, the environment, or even heaven itself. They stem from the imperfections in our own human nature. In Western New Age philosophy, there is a well-known saying, reality is a projection of your consciousness. This means that everything we encounter, whether good or bad, is drawn to us by our own consciousness. Positive consciousness attracts favorable events and circumstances, while negative consciousness attracts unfavorable ones. Thus, if misfortunes or unpleasant situations seem to dominate our lives, the root lies within our own consciousness, not external factors. According to the law of causality, every effect, whether sweet or bitter, originates from a cause. Good causes yield good effects, and bad causes yield bad effects. Every dissatisfaction we experience results from seeds of dissatisfaction we have sown in the past. Unless we look within ourselves for the source of our problems, we will never escape dissatisfaction. Fragrance draws butterflies to flowers, and a pure heart invites celestial beings. The type of climate and soil determines the plants that grow there, just as our mindset and consciousness shape the people, events, and environments we encounter. External factors are secondary, the nature of our own human character is primary. The principle, birds of a feather flock together, underscores this profound truth. The world itself is not flawed. If there is any flaw, it lies within us. When we constantly blame external factors, we fail to examine ourselves. Are we perfect? If not, how can we expect perfection in everything around us? Perfection belongs to the perfect, and imperfection to the imperfect. This is the justice of heaven. Giving a perfect world to an imperfect person would indeed be unjust. As Jesus Christ warned, before removing the speck from another's eye, first remove the plank from your own. No soul in the universe has been wronged. If we feel we are unjustly treated, it is because we are unaware of the karmic consequences of our past actions across lifetimes. We forget the wrongs or even sins we may have committed before. There is no causeless love, nor causeless hate. If someone harms us for no apparent reason, instead of resentment, we should reflect, in some way, I must be connected to this person, I must have hurt them or owe them something, and now they've come to settle the debt. In short, the circumstances of our lives, whether favorable or unfavorable, arise from our own human nature. Perfect human nature brings good opportunities, while flawed human nature brings challenges. If our humanity grows increasingly ugly, our future will inevitably lead to hell. Conversely, if our human nature becomes ever more refined, our future will undoubtedly lead to paradise. This is not moral preaching but a statement of fact that readers can verify for themselves. A perfect life is not measured by status, reputation, possessions, or worldly definitions of success and failure. It lies in a tranquil and harmonious state of mind, an unshaken demeanor in the face of honor or disgrace, an elegant and noble temperament, and a composed attitude in times of adversity. If the overarching theme of one's life is joy, happiness, and fulfillment, then their life is perfect. If it is dominated by worry, pain, anxiety, and sorrow, then it is not. To achieve a perfect life, one must work on their inner self rather than attempting to change others or the world. Change yourself, and those around you, and the world itself, will transform in response. The practical approach I advocate, cultivating the soul garden, provides the best pathway to perfect human nature and, in turn, a perfect life. Flexibility and tact are also essential for Chanyuan Celestial's cultivation. Xiefeng. December 7, 2011. In spaces like the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium Celestial Islands continent, there is no conflict, contradiction, or struggle among lives. Instead, mutual respect, love, and harmony prevail. Any place filled with conflict, contradiction, and struggle is certainly not part of the heavenly kingdom, nor do people with such mentalities or behaviors belong there. The lower the level of life, the more constant and intense the conflicts and struggles. Such is the nature of hell and human society. Observe human society, countries, regions, and families plagued by contradictions, conflicts, and struggles are often poor, barbaric, and backward. Conversely, those that are affluent, peaceful, and happy tend to be relatively tranquil, auspicious, and civilized. To ascend to the state of a celestial being or Buddha, one must coexist harmoniously with all things. This is the mechanism of nature. Everything is arranged with purpose, every existence has value and function. The operation of the Tao is meticulous and owes nothing to any life or person. If we find it difficult to coexist harmoniously with nature or certain individuals, the problem lies within us, not in nature or others. Why were we born into the human world instead of the thousand-year world? It is because we lack the qualities of beings in the thousand-year world. Sublime things are reserved for sublime beings. The heavenly kingdom never denies anyone the right to enjoy its beauty, its gates are always open. If we cannot partake in its beauty, it is because we are unworthy. If a person pursues wealth, power, status, fame, or sensual pleasures, they are unsuitable for heavenly realms. If someone is greedy, selfish, lazy, cunning, or egocentric, such traits disqualify one from heavenly existence. If a person harbors jealousy, resentment, hatred, comparison, or anger, they are unfit for heavenly life. If one is attached to their own views, opinions, paths, and perceptions, they are unfit for heavenly life. If one is arrogant, ruthless, or cruel, they are unfit for heavenly life. Beings that belong to the heavenly kingdom are flexible and adaptable. They view everything with ease and contentment, free from conflict and contradiction. Therefore, Chanyuan celestials must cultivate flexibility and adaptability. Is there injustice in human society? None whatsoever. Everything is the result of the karmic mechanism's just decisions, the Tao's perfectly fair arrangements, rewards, and punishments. Are there oppressors and exploiters in human society? None whatsoever. Everything reflects the relationship between debtors and creditors. There is no causeless love or hatred, let alone causeless oppression or exploitation. Are there people who suffer in human society? None whatsoever. Suffering is entirely a personal choice and willingness. It has nothing to do with nature, society, or others. The path to heaven is open, but you refuse to walk it, the gates to hell are closed, yet you insist on entering. If you suffer, whom can you blame? Has anyone been wronged in human society? No one. Everyone's life trajectory is preordained. What appears to be injustice is the result of one's own hidden thoughts and deeds. The world is inherently peaceful, only fools disturb themselves. Since founding Life a Chanyuan, I have increasingly realized that the world is serene and orderly, leaving nothing for me to fix. Every day, I adapt to circumstances, act according to my nature, handle come-and-go relationships with ease and acceptance, and seize opportunities as they arise. Apart from playing games and enjoying life, there is nothing that requires my intervention. Everything is well, everything is perfectly organized and seamless. Life is a journey. The sights and encounters along the way are scenic spots to be appreciated. There is no need for me to change anything. Life is but a fleeting moment. There is no need for me to cling to anything or insist that everything aligns with my will. Life is merely a game. Why take everything so seriously? Without me, the earth will still turn, people will still live, seasons will cycle, flowers will bloom and fade, and clouds will gather and disperse, all providing scenes and props for my amusement. What is there to fret about? If you deceive me, so be it. If deception is destined in my life path, I accept it gladly. If you treat me unfairly, so be it. When people are good, others may deceive them, but heaven does not. When people are evil, others may fear them, but heaven does not. I entrust everything to the greatest Creator and will ultimately receive the fairest outcome. I trust the greatest Creator. If you owe me, so be it. The balance of positive and negative energies is always zero. I neither argue nor demand anything from you. Giving and receiving are always equal. Lose at dawn, gain at dusk. What is meant for me, whether good or bad, cannot escape, the good will come, and the bad cannot be avoided. If you provoke me, so be it. 1,000 years of cultivation lead to sharing a pillow, 10,000 years to sharing a boat. Since our encounter is predestined, even if you are unreasonable, ignorant, disorganized, or less capable than me, I accept it as part of life's arrangement. Like Sun Wukong being trapped under 5 elements mountain for 500 years, all trials end eventually. Life is finite, life is infinite. I patiently and joyfully await liberation. If you take advantage of me, so be it. Taking advantage of me proves I have something to offer, which shows my abundance. May everyone benefit from me, just as they enjoy the sun's warmth and light. Buddhas do not seek advantage, they allow others to gain from them. Giving is a beautiful joy. If you insult or belittle me, so be it. Insults reveal the ugliness of the insulter, not of the insulted. They cannot tarnish the pure and serene nature of the true self. There is nothing in life worth over-pursuing or clinging to. Why not approach everything with flexibility and adaptability? Everything is a game, only life is real. Entrust life to the greatest creator and life to the Tao. I play, entertain, and even treat work as amusement. As for the rest, whatever happens, happens. It's none of my concern because I trust the greatest creator and the Tao's arrangement. Chanyuan celestials permanently residing in the second home must not fall ill. Xiefeng. December 10, 2011. In heaven, the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, the Elysium world, and its celestial islands continent, there is no illness. Beings living in heaven do not fall ill. This presents a serious challenge for the cultivation of Chanyuan celestials, they must not get sick. Illness is a barrier to reaching heaven. The second home is the kingdom of the greatest creator, a completely communist community, and a transit station between the mortal world and the heavenly kingdom. Living in the second home requires one to remain healthy. Falling ill signifies that you are not a ripe crop. Unripe crops cannot be harvested into the granary of the heavenly kingdom. Physical illness reflects problems in the spirit and soul. In other words, disturbances in one's spirit and soul manifest as physical symptoms. Although the illness appears in the body, its root cause lies in the spirit and soul. To address illness at its root, one must focus on the spirit and soul rather than wasting time, energy, and resources on treating superficial symptoms in the body. This is akin to addressing the pollution of rivers, lakes, seas, the atmosphere, and the earth. To resolve pollution, we must focus on transforming humanity itself rather than merely addressing the pollution directly. When human qualities are perfected, the pollution of nature will also be fundamentally resolved. Humans are the source of nature's pollution. Without transforming humanity, the natural environment cannot be healed. In the second home, those who fall ill are met with disdain rather than sympathy or pity. We detest sickness and celebrate health. If you are sick, the question arises, why are you sick? Undoubtedly, if you strictly follow the guide's roadmap, you will not fall ill. Even if you were previously unwell, you would recover quickly and remain healthy. If you are sick, consider this. Have you strictly followed the guide's roadmap? Have you thoroughly read and implemented the teachings in the Chanyuan Corpus and Xiefeng Corpus? Have you read and adhered to the Health Preservation Chapter 1 wrote? Are you disciplined in your diet and consistent in your daily routines? Have you cleared the weeds in your soul garden, such as jealousy, complaints, resentment, hatred, comparisons, criticism, anger, greed, selfishness, laziness, or a bad temper? Have you eliminated negative, pessimistic, and discouraging emotions? Do you visualize a beautiful future every day, such as life in the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, or Elysium celestial islands continent? Do you read or silently recite the prayer for celestials settling in the second home daily? Do you consistently maintain kind thoughts? Do you cultivate gratitude in your heart at all times? Do you frequently repent and pray to the ancestral Buddha, the greatest creator? Do you practice life genuine exercises daily? Do you participate in the community's games and entertainment? Do you regard labor as sweet nectar? Do you possess a great compassionate heart and dedicate yourself selflessly and wholeheartedly to building the second home for humanity's benefit and ushering in the era of life genuine? Do you firmly believe in the greatest creator and heed the teachings of Christ Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, Celestial Laozi, Prophet Muhammad, and other sages throughout history? If you have done all these things, you will absolutely not fall ill. Celestials permanently residing in the second home must not fall ill. If anyone declares, "I'm sick," they are nothing but a pile of stinking dog feces. Are you sick? These are truly the words of Jesus. Xiefeng. December 12, 2011. I have found some teachings of Jesus Christ that were not included in the Bible. However, based on my intuition, I am certain that these are truly the words of Jesus. I am sharing them here for everyone to ponder deeply. The mysteries of the kingdom of heaven and the path of self-improvement and cultivation leading to it have been fully revealed by Jesus Christ. In fact, as long as we earnestly heed the teachings of Jesus Christ, Buddha Shakyamuni, and the Celestial Laozi, and strictly follow their guidance, it will suffice. Secret discourses of Jesus during his lifetime. These are the secret discourses spoken by Jesus during his time on earth, recorded by Thomas. 1. He said, "Anyone who truly comprehends the essence of these teachings will no longer taste death." 2. Jesus said, "Let the seeker continue seeking until they find. When they find, they will be troubled. After being troubled, they will marvel, and ultimately, they will rule over all." 3. Jesus said, "If those who govern you say, 'Look, the kingdom of heaven is in the sky,' then the birds of the sky will precede you. If they say, 'The kingdom is in the sea,' then the fish will precede you. Yet the kingdom is both within and outside of you. When you truly know yourself, you will be recognized, and you will realize that you are a precious gem in the hand of the living Master. But if you do not know yourself, you dwell in ignorance, and ignorance itself will consume you." 4. Jesus said, "If an elderly man asks a 7-day-old infant about the secret of life's origin without hesitation, he will have eternal life. For many of the first will become last, and the last will not be much different from the first." 5. Jesus said, "Once you recognize what is within you, the hidden truth will become apparent. For the truth has neither been concealed nor revealed, it simply exists." 6. His disciples asked him, "Should we fast? How should we pray? Should we give alms? What dietary rules should we follow?" Jesus replied, "Do not lie, and do not do what you hate. Everything will become evident in heaven, nothing can remain hidden and undiscovered, for all secrets will eventually be laid bare." 7. Jesus said, "Blessed is the lion that a human eats, for it will become human. Cursed is the human who eats the lion." 8. He also said, "A person is like a wise fisherman who cast his net into the sea and drew it up full of small fish. Among them, he found a large fish and threw all the small ones back into the sea. He kept only the large fish. Whoever has ears, let them hear." 9. Jesus said, "A sower went out to sow, he scattered seeds, some fell on the path, and birds came to eat them. Some fell on rocky ground, where they could not take root and sprout. Others fell among thorns, which choked them, or were eaten by worms. Still, others fell on fertile soil and bore a harvest, 20, 60, or 100-fold. 10. Jesus said, "I have cast fire upon the world, and I watch over it until it blazes brightly." 11. Jesus said, "This heaven will disappear, and those who live within it will also disappear. The dead will not return to life, and the living will not face death. When you consume what has died, an animal, you bring it to life. When you find your way back to the light, what will you do then? Once you were unified and became divided, when you are divided, what will you do? 12. A believer asked Jesus, "We know you will leave us. Who will be our leader?" Jesus replied, "Wherever you are, seek out James the just, for heaven and earth were made for him." 13. Jesus asked his disciples, "Compare me to someone and tell me who I am like." Simon Peter said, "You are like a righteous angel." Matthew said, "You are like a wise philosopher." Thomas said, "Teacher, I am unable to say who you are like." Jesus replied, "I am not your teacher. You have drunk deeply from the spring I have revealed. Follow me, and I will give you 3 treasures. When Thomas returned to his companions, they asked him, "What did Christ say to you?" Thomas answered, "If I told you even one of the things he taught me, you would pick up stones and throw them at me, and fire would come from the stones to consume you." 14. Jesus said, "When you see someone not born of a woman, bow down and worship him, for he is your heavenly Father." 15. Jesus said, "People think I have come to bring peace to the world. They do not realize I have brought conflict, fire, swords, and wars. A household of 5 will be divided, 3 against 2, and 2 against 3, father against son, and son against father." 16. Jesus said, "What I have given you, no eye has seen, no ear has heard, no hand has touched. It has not entered the mind of mortals." 17. His followers asked, "Tell us, what will our end be?" Jesus replied, "Why seek the end when you have not found the beginning? For all things arise from the beginning and return there. Blessed are those who discover their place at the source, they will know the end and will not taste death." 18. Jesus said, "Blessed are those who existed before they were born. If you become my disciples and heed my teachings, those treasures will guide you. In heaven, there are 5 trees that remain unchanging through all seasons. Those who touch them will never experience death." 19. His disciples asked, "What is the kingdom of heaven like?" Jesus said, "It is like a mustard seed, the smallest of all seeds. Yet when it falls on cultivated soil, it grows into a great tree and provides shelter for the birds of the sky." 20. Mary asked Jesus, "What are your disciples like?" Jesus replied, "They are like children who have settled in a field that does not belong to them. When the owners of the field come, they will say, 'Give us back our field.' The children will disrobe and return the field to them. I tell you, if the owner of a house knows that a thief is coming, they will stay awake and prevent the thief from breaking into their house. Likewise, guard yourselves against this world with all your strength so that thieves cannot approach you. The difficulties you expect will indeed come. Let the one who has understanding understand. When the harvest is ready, the reaper immediately comes with sickle in hand to gather it. Let anyone with ears to hear, hear." 21. Jesus saw some infants nursing and said to his disciples, "These nursing infants are like those who enter the kingdom." They said to him, "Then shall we enter the kingdom like little children?" Jesus answered, "When you make the 2 into 1, and make the inner like the outer and the outer like the inner, and the upper like the lower, when you make the male and female into 1, so that the male is no longer male, and the female is no longer female, when you replace eyes with a single eye, and hands with a single hand, and feet with a single foot, and when you make the image into the image, then you will enter the kingdom." 22. Jesus said, "I will choose you, 1 from 1,000, and 2 from 10,000. The remaining ones will oppose with one accord." 23. His disciples said to him, "Show us the place where you dwell, for we must seek it." He said to them, "Let those who have ears hear. There is light within a person of light, and they illuminate the whole world. If they do not shine, there is darkness." 24. Jesus said, "Love your brother like your soul, and guard him like the pupil of your eye." 25. Jesus said, "You see the speck in your brother's eye, but you do not see the log in your own eye. When you remove the log from your own eye, then you will see clearly to remove the speck from your brother's eye." 26. Jesus said, if you do not fast from the world, you will not find the kingdom. If you do not keep the Sabbath as the Sabbath, you will not see the Father. 27. Jesus said, I came into the world in flesh and appeared among them. I found everyone drunk and none thirsty for truth. My soul grieves for humanity, for their hearts are blind and do not see. They came into the world empty and leave it empty. But now they are drunk. When they sober up, they will repent. 28. Jesus said, if the body came into being because of the Spirit, that is a miracle. But if the Spirit exists because of the body, that is the greatest miracle of all. I marvel at how such a precious treasure resides in such a barren place. 29. Jesus said, where there are three sacred beings, they represent the Supreme Creator. Wherever there are two holy practitioners, or even one, I am there with them. 30. Jesus said, a prophet is rejected in his own hometown. A doctor cannot heal those who are too familiar with him. 31. Jesus said, a city built and fortified on a high mountain will neither fall nor be hidden. 32. Jesus said, pray from the rooftop so your voice may be heard. No one lights a lamp and then hides it under a bowl, but rather places it on a lampstand for all to see. 33. Jesus said, if a blind man leads another blind man, both will fall into the ditch. 34. Jesus said, no one can enter a strong man's house and steal his goods unless he first binds the strong man. 35. Jesus said, do not worry about what you will wear from morning to night, or from night to morning. 36. His disciples asked him, when will you show us yourself? When will we see your incarnation? Jesus said, when you shed all shame and play as a child, throwing your outer garments underfoot, then you will see the Master and will fear no more. 37. Jesus said, how many times you long to hear the inner voice I speak of, which cannot be found from others. One day, you will seek me outwardly and not find me. 38. Jesus said, the Pharisees, hypocrites, and Jewish scholars have taken the key of true knowledge and hidden it. They do not enter, nor do they allow others to enter. But you have the wisdom of serpents and the purity of doves. 39. Jesus said, a vine planted outside the kingdom of heaven is not healthy or firm. It will eventually be uprooted and destroyed. 40. Jesus said, anyone who has something will receive more. But those who have nothing, even what little they have will be taken from them. 41. Jesus said, become a passing traveler. 42. His disciples asked him, who are you, and why do you tell us these things? Jesus said, if you do not understand where I come from or what I speak, you become like the Jews, liking the tree and disliking the fruit, or liking the fruit and disliking the tree. 43. Jesus said, those who insult the Father will be forgiven, and those who curse the Son will be forgiven, but anyone who blasphemes the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven, neither on earth nor in heaven. 44. Jesus said, can grapes be picked from thorn bushes, or figs from thistles? For they do not bear fruit. A good person brings forth good from their storehouse, while a wicked person brings forth evil. The storehouse is the heart, from which evil flows. 45. Jesus said, no one born of woman, from Adam to John the Baptist, is greater or more exalted than John. Before humanity, John need not lower his gaze. Yet I tell you, anyone who becomes like a child and understands the truths of the kingdom of heaven will be greater than John. 46. Jesus said, a person cannot ride two horses, nor shoot two bows. Likewise, a servant cannot serve two masters, for they will favor one and neglect the other. A person who has tasted old wine will not immediately desire new wine. New wine cannot be poured into old wineskins, lest they burst, nor can old wine be put into new wineskins, or it will spoil. Likewise, an old patch cannot be sewn onto a new garment, for it will ruin the garment. 47. Jesus said, if two people make peace with each other under the same roof, and they speak to the mountain, move, the mountain will move. 48. Jesus said, blessed are the lonely and chosen ones, for you will find the kingdom of heaven. You came from here and you will return here. 49. Jesus said, if they ask, where do you come from? Say, I come from the light, where the light begins, exists, and takes form through its own will. If they ask, are you the light? Say, I am its child. We are the chosen ones of the Father in heaven. If they ask, what sign of the Father is within you? Say, it is vibration and peace. 50. The disciples asked, when will the peace of the dead come? When will the new world come? He said, what you are waiting for has already arrived, but you have not realized it. 51. The disciples said, the 24 prophets spoke in Israel, saying that all people will speak the truth through your mouth. He said, you have ignored the living right in front of you, while only speaking of the dead. 52. The disciples asked, is the rite of circumcision beneficial? He said, if it were beneficial, the father who gave birth to them should have removed all evil thoughts from the mother. However, truly removing evil thoughts spiritually is what is beneficial. 53. Jesus said, blessed are the poor, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to you. 54. Jesus said, anyone who does not hate their father and mother, or their brothers and sisters, and does not carry the cross and walk in my way, is not worthy of my love. 55. Jesus said, anyone who begins to understand this world will only find a corpse. 56. Jesus said, the father of the kingdom of heaven is like a farmer with good seed. His enemy comes at night and sows weeds among the wheat. The farmer does not allow the weeds to be uprooted, for fear that the wheat will also be pulled up. When the harvest comes, the weeds will be clearly visible and will be uprooted and burned. 57. Jesus said, those who suffer are blessed, for they have discovered true life. 58. Jesus said, while you are alive, cherish the living Master, for once you are dead, you will not be able to see him. 59. They saw a Samaritan leading a lamb along the road to Judea. Jesus said to his disciples, that person is satisfied with the lamb. The disciples said, so he will kill it to eat it. Jesus said, when it is alive and jumping, he will not eat it. It is only when the lamb is slaughtered and becomes a corpse that he can eat it. They said, otherwise, he cannot eat it. Jesus said, you are the same. Find your place in inner peace, so that you do not become a corpse to be eaten. 60. Jesus said, two people will lie on one bed, one will die, and the other will live. Salome asked, Lord, who are you, sitting on my sofa and eating at my table? Jesus said, I am the one who existed before time. I possess the omnipotence of the Father. Salome said, I am your disciple. Jesus said, I tell you, if one is destroyed, he will be filled with light. If one is divided, he will be overtaken by darkness. 61. Jesus said, I reveal my secrets only to those who are worthy. Do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. 62. Jesus said, a wealthy man, who was very rich, said to himself, I will use all my money to sow, reap, and plant, and I will fill my barns with grain so that I will never be in want. This was his plan, but that very night, he died. Let those who have ears to hear, hear and understand. 63. Jesus said, a man prepared a grand feast and, once everything was ready, sent his servant to invite the guests. The servant went to the first and said, my master invites you to the feast. The man replied, I must settle accounts with some merchants who are coming tonight. Please excuse me from the feast. The servant went to another and said, my master invites you to the feast. The man replied, I just bought a house and need to take care of it today. I do not have the time. The servant went to yet another and said, my master invites you to the feast. The man replied, my friend is getting married, and I need to prepare the banquet for the wedding. Please excuse me. The servant approached another and said, my master invites you to the feast. The man replied, I just bought a farm and must go collect the rents. Please excuse me. The servant returned to his master and reported, those you invited have all excused themselves from attending. The master said, "Go out into the streets and bring in anyone you find so they can enjoy the feast. Buyers and merchants will not enter the places of my Father." 64. Jesus said, "A kind man owned a vineyard. He leased it to tenant farmers and sent a servant to collect the fruit owed to him. The tenants beat the servant and sent him back empty-handed. When the servant returned to the owner said, 'Perhaps they did not recognize him. I will send another servant.' But the tenants beat the second servant even more severely. Finally, the owner said, 'I will send my son. They will surely respect my son.' However, when the tenants saw the son, they said to each other, 'This is the heir to the vineyard. Let us kill him and take his inheritance.' So, they seized him, bound him, and killed him. Let those who have ears hear and understand." 65. Jesus said, "Bring me the stone that the builders have rejected. That stone will become the cornerstone." 66. Jesus said, "If someone who understands everything still feels they lack something personal, how great is their poverty." 67. Jesus said, "Blessed are those who are hated and persecuted. Wherever you are persecuted, those who persecute you will find no place to hide." 68. Jesus said, "Those who are persecuted are blessed within. They alone truly understand God. Blessed are the hungry, for their bellies will be filled." 69. Jesus said, "What you possess within will save you if you bring it forth. What you do not possess within will destroy you." 70. Jesus said, "I will destroy this house, and no one will be able to rebuild it." 71. Someone said to him, "Tell my brothers to divide my father's inheritance with me." He replied, "O man, who made me a divider?" Then he turned to his disciples and said, "I am not a divider, am I?" 72. Jesus said, "The harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are few. Therefore, pray to God to send laborers to the harvest." 73. He said, "Lord, many stand around the cistern, but the cistern is empty, for no one fills it." 74. Jesus said, "Many stand at the door, but only the solitary will enter the bridal chamber." 75. Jesus said, "The Father's kingdom is like a merchant who discovered a pearl among his goods. The merchant was wise. He sold all his goods and kept only the one unique pearl. You too must seek the imperishable treasure where moths cannot destroy." 76. Jesus said, "I am the light that shines on all things. I am all things. All things come into being from me, and all things come from nothing through me. Split a piece of wood, and I am there. Lift a stone, and you will find me there." 77. Jesus said, "Why did you go out to the wilderness? To see a reed swaying in the wind? Or to see someone dressed in fine clothes like kings and great men? Though their garments are beautiful, their minds cannot discern truth from falsehood." 78. A woman in the crowd said to him, "Blessed is the womb that bore you and the breasts that nursed you." Jesus replied, "Blessed are those who have heard the truth of God and truly keep it. For a day will come when you will say, 'Blessed is the womb that has never conceived and the breasts that have never nursed.'" 79. Jesus said, "Whoever has recognized the world has found a corpse. Whoever has found a corpse is greater than the world." 80. Jesus said, "Let the rich rule and let those with power withdraw from the world." 81. Jesus said, "Whoever is near me is near the light, and whoever is far from me is far from the kingdom." 82. Jesus said, "Images are revealed to people, but the Father's image is hidden within the light that resides in them. The Father will be revealed, yet his image will remain hidden within the light." 83. Jesus said, "When you see someone who looks like yourself, you will rejoice. But when you see your own likeness, which neither dies nor appears, how greatly you will be amazed." 84. Jesus said, "Adam came from great power and great wealth, but he was not worthy of you. For if he had been worthy, he would not have tasted death." 85. Jesus said, "Foxes have dens, and birds have nests, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head and rest." 86, Jesus said, "Woe to the body that depends on another body. And woe to the soul that depends on both." 87, Jesus said, "Angels and prophets will come to you and give you what you already have. And you will give them what you have and say to yourselves, when will they come to take what is theirs?" 88, Jesus said, "Why do you wash the outside of the cup? Do you not realize that the one who made the inside also made the outside?" 89, Jesus said, "Come to me, for my yoke is easy, my lordship is gentle, and you will find rest for yourselves." 90, they said to him, "Tell us who you are so that we may believe in you." Jesus said, "You read the face of the sky and the earth, but you have not recognized the one standing before you, and you do not know how to read the present moment." 91, Jesus said, "Seek, and you will find. Yet you ask about events from past lifetimes, things I did not reveal to you then. Now I wish to tell you the truth, but you do not desire it." 92, Jesus said, "Do not give what is sacred to dogs, lest they throw it into the garbage. Do not cast pearls before swine, lest they trample them underfoot." 93, Jesus said, "Seek, and you will find. Knock, and it will be opened to you." 94, Jesus said, "If you have money, do not lend it at interest. Instead, give it to those who cannot repay you." 95, Jesus said, "The Father's kingdom is like a woman who took a small amount of yeast, hid it in dough, and made it into a large loaf. Whoever has ears to hear, let them hear." 96, Jesus said, "The Father's kingdom is like a woman carrying a jar full of meal. While walking far from home, the jar's handle broke, and the meal spilled along the road behind her. She did not notice. When she reached her house and set the jar down, she found it empty." 97, Jesus said, "The Father's kingdom is like a man who wanted to kill a strong adversary. In his own house, he drew his sword and thrust it into the wall to test his strength. Then he killed the strong man." 98, his disciples said to him, "Your brothers and your mother are standing outside." He replied, "Whoever does the will of my Father is my brother and my mother. Only they will enter my Father's kingdom." 99, they brought Jesus a coin and said, "Caesar's men demand that we pay taxes." He said, "Give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, give to God what belongs to God, and give to me what is mine." 100, Jesus said, "Anyone who does not hate their father and mother as I do cannot be my disciple. Anyone who does not love their father and mother as I do cannot be my disciple. My true mother gave me life." 101, Jesus said, "Woe to the Pharisees. They are like a dog lying in a cattle trough. It neither eats nor lets the cattle eat." 102, Jesus said, "Blessed are those who know when thieves are coming, for they can prepare, arm themselves, and protect their possessions before the thieves arrive." 103, they said to Jesus, "Let us fast and pray today." Jesus said, "What sin have I committed? When have I been defeated? However, when the bridegroom leaves the bridal chamber, then let them fast and pray." 104, Jesus said, "Whoever knows the father and the mother will be called the child of a beggar." 105, Jesus said, "If you make the two into one, you will become the Son of Man. And when you say, 'Mountain, move,' it will move." 106, Jesus said, "The kingdom of heaven is like a shepherd who had 100 sheep. One of them, the largest, went astray. He left the 99 to search for the lost one until he found it. After enduring many hardships, he said to the sheep, 'I love you more than the 99. 107, Jesus said, "Whoever drinks from my mouth will become like me. I will become that person, and the hidden mysteries will be revealed to them." 108, Jesus said, "The kingdom of heaven is like a man who had a treasure hidden in his field but did not know it. When he died, he left the field to his son, who also did not know about it. The son sold the field, and the buyer discovered the treasure while plowing. He began to lend money at interest to whoever wanted it." 109, Jesus said, "Whoever discovers the world and becomes rich should abandon the world. 110, Jesus said, "The heavens and the earth will be revealed before your eyes, and whoever lives like the living one will never taste death." Did Christ not say, "Whoever discovers their true self transcends the world"? 111, Jesus said, "Woe to the body that depends on the soul. Woe to the soul that depends on the body." 112, his disciples asked him, "When will the kingdom come?" Jesus said, "It will not come by waiting for it. It is not a matter of saying, 'It is here,' or 'It is there.' Rather, the Father's kingdom is spread out upon the earth, but people do not see it." 113, Simon Peter said to him, "Let Mary leave us, for women are not worthy of life." Jesus said, "I will guide her myself to make her male, so that she too may become a living spirit like you men. For every woman who makes herself male will enter the kingdom of heaven." Solidly cultivate and live clearly. Xiefeng. December 5, 2012. Cultivation and self-improvement are not about gambling, casting lots, divination, or rolling dice. They are not about blindly chanting mantras, putting on facades to deceive others, seeking fame and fortune, or indulging in flowery rhetoric. They are not about retreating into isolation to seek supernatural powers, playing with lofty concepts, or pretending to be profound. Instead, they involve uncovering the truth about everything. Not a single clue or trace should be overlooked, nor should any word or term be treated carelessly. We must thoroughly understand the essence of morality Tao and its virtue, the meaning of life, the significance of existence, the roles of time and space, and the relationships between consciousness, structure, and energy transformation. If something is unclear, we must make every effort to comprehend it. Ambiguity and blind faith are unacceptable. Even the teachings of gods, Buddhas, and sages must be understood, not just superficially but fundamentally. Once we grasp the truth, we must rigorously apply it to ourselves, integrating it into every word and action in our daily lives. The cultivation of Chanyuan celestials differs from all historical cultivation methods. It is the most stringent path, leaving no room for falsehood or pretense. It requires earnest effort and grounded practice. We must place ourselves in the positions of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, angels, celestials, and saints. Before speaking, we should ask ourselves, would Buddhas or Bodhisattvas say this? Before acting, we should ask, would Buddhas or Bodhisattvas do this? Over time, by consistently aligning ourselves in this way, we will become Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, celestials, and saints, and succeed in our cultivation. Never believe in something you do not understand. Blind belief leads only to ignorance. For those who wish to educate or guide others, you must first explain your teachings in the simplest and clearest terms, using language that everyone can easily understand. Avoid ambiguity. Provide factual examples, rigorous logical reasoning, scientific evidence, or insights derived from intuition. Do not rely excessively on jargon. If technical terms are necessary, explain them thoroughly first. Otherwise, regardless of your status, whether you claim to be a god, Buddha, celestial being, sage, or master, your teachings must be transparent, with clear origins and motivations backed by real-life evidence. In the era of life genuine, deceit and mediocrity have no place. We must scrutinize every teaching and dissect every word and term. If inconsistencies, contradictions, or lack of evidence arise, if teachings cannot withstand logical reasoning, or if they fail to inspire joy, clarity, or spiritual upliftment, discard them as worthless. Furthermore, if those who preach do not align their actions with their teachings or seek personal privilege and luxury, dismiss them entirely. For instance, Buddhism has its flaws. It denies the existence of the master of the universe, the greatest creator, asserting that everything arises from causation. While it is true that the emergence of anything requires the right conditions, the question remains, where does the first cause come from? Where does the universe's order originate? Can there truly be no source or beginning? Does humanity have no ancestors? What conditions gave rise to the solar system? Many who preach Buddhism do not even understand what Buddha truly means or what the Dharma entails, leading people astray into confusion and disorder. Similarly, Christianity denies reincarnation, claiming that people cease to exist after death and can only be resurrected during the final judgment. Isn't this absurd? Evidence of reincarnation and transformation abounds. Judgments on life occur continuously, not in some distant, final event. If the greatest creator loves humanity, how could it allow errors to persist uncorrected for thousands of years before addressing them in a single trial? Would a father neglect to guide his children immediately and instead wait until they die to pass judgment? Such a father would hardly be loving or responsible. Chanyuan celestials must live with clarity and purpose, not in muddled confusion. What are we busying ourselves with throughout our lives? Is it to seek fame and fortune, glorify our ancestors, or leave a legacy? Is it for the benefits of nations, religions, political parties, or families? Did the Creator design humanity solely for these pursuits? Why regard intimacy between men and women as sinful? Did the greatest creators design reproductive organs solely for urination and procreation? Are they not also for pleasure and connection? The eyes were created to appreciate the vibrant beauty of the world. Why would other organs lack similar purposes? These questions and many others must be thoroughly investigated and understood. Only then can we live with clarity and meaning. Otherwise, living a life of ignorance is akin to working for demons, selling oneself to them and even helping them count their profits. Whatever others do is their choice, but Chanyuan celestials must cultivate earnestly and live with purpose. Even in death, we must die with clarity. We must not allow ourselves to leave this world with regrets or unfulfilled understanding. To live purposefully, we must discern what is truly important, distinguishing the primary from the secondary, and prioritize accordingly. Otherwise, regret will come too late. Thinking Self-Cultivation, 1. Xiefeng. December 24, 2012. The form and environment of life are determined by its non-material structure. This state manifests in the realm of consciousness. For instance, the greatest creator possesses 8 major characteristics: uniqueness, amorphousness, neutrality, mystery, impartiality, mercy, superpower, and absolute wisdom. Whoever embodies these 8 characteristics is the greatest creator. In reality, no other beings, whether gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, saints, or animals, can simultaneously possess all these traits. However, life can progressively approach the greatest creator's qualities, and the path to doing so begins with cultivating one's thinking and training the mind. There is no doubt that life exists in different levels. For instance, no one would argue that pigs, dogs, and humans are on the same level of life. Beyond humans, what kinds of beings exist? The answer: beyond humans are gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings. If one aspires to become a god, Buddha, or celestial being, they must develop the consciousness of such beings. Cultivating thinking is an effective method for humans to ascend to these higher states. Here are 8 topics for thinking practice to guide you in this cultivation. Possessions and attachments. Owning money and property, power and status, fame and reputation, beauty and charm, nations and ethnic groups, family and children, religions and political parties, or any belongings, are these good or bad? Why? How will you manage your possessions in the future? Possessing versus letting go. Is it easier to acquire or to let go? Everyone knows the allure of being a celestial, but what is it that they cannot relinquish? Choices and preferences. If offered 2 options, receiving $100,000 immediately or $200,000 over 10 years in $20,000 annual installments, which would you choose? Why? Similarly, if given a basket of apples varying in size and quality, would you eat the best ones first or the worst ones first? Why? Life's greatest decision. Choose between 2 scenarios. Risking everything to form a perfect union with an extraordinarily beautiful partner, experiencing unparalleled ecstasy, but dying immediately afterward. Living a healthy and long life of 100 years without ever experiencing such ecstasy. Which path would you choose and why? Negative emotions. Emotions such as jealousy, being picky, criticism, comparison, anger, rage, anxiety, and sorrow, what benefits do they bring? How do they serve you? If they have no advantages and bring no benefits, why do you still indulge in them? Prisons and freedom. How many kinds of prisons have you observed? Do you prefer being confined in a prison or roaming freely in open fields? Are you currently in a prison or an unrestricted field? If you love freedom, then who doesn't? Have you ever restricted someone else's freedom? How have you done so? Your life situation. What has caused your current living conditions, including your physical state and your lifestyle? Do you prefer old constitutions or new ones? Do you follow the advice of the ancients or modern people? Is the traditional way of life better, or is the modern way superior? Do you still believe in the prophecies of your predecessors? If everything were to end tomorrow, would you choose to live joyfully today or to worry and fret? The 8 topics above are relatively simple exercises in thinking practice. Let us spread the wings of our minds and fully engage in this mental game. Perhaps this shift in thinking will unexpectedly reveal a bright and promising new perspective. Thinking Self-Cultivation, 2. Xiefeng. December 25, 2012. In Thinking Self-Cultivation, 1, many brothers and sisters engaged in earnest reflection, Wanyan Celestial, Shidai Celestial, Yakian Celestial, Qianma Celestial, Baichuan Celestial, Xian Celestial, Tianji Celestial, Fatic Celestial, Zhihui Celestial, Xiaoyao Celestial, Daqi Celestial, Jingguan Celestial, Daji Celestial, Qingjing Celestial, Wanmin Celestial, Shenming Celestial, Penglai Celestial, Baobei Celestial, Dingnan Celestial, Tianfang Celestial, Bison Celestial, and Zhufeng Celestial. Only through such deliberate thinking can one truly be said to have practiced. Congratulations and blessings to all of you. Food and health. Does eating more food make the body healthier? Does consuming a more varied diet improve one's health? For the celestials living in the home, be honest, are the meals in the home better than the food you ate in the mundane world before arriving? What kind of food do you consider to be the best? Clothing and aesthetics. Without considering warmth, do you find nudity more beautiful, or does appropriate attire enhance beauty? In the home, some brothers and sisters have many clothes, while others have fewer. Is it better to have more clothes or fewer? Housing and preferences. What kind of house do you prefer to live in? How would you like its interior and exterior to be decorated? Are you satisfied with the housing currently provided in the home? Interpersonal preferences. What types of personalities do you enjoy interacting with? Cheerful and humorous or serious and solemn? Joyful and carefree or gloomy and worried? Pure and innocent or gossipy and meddlesome? Flirtatious and romantic or upright and faithful? Strict and rule-bound or laid-back and casual? Fond of garlic, green onions, and cilantro, or preferring simple and plain tastes? Someone who knocks on your window late at night to seek you out, or someone who waits silently for your invitation? Determining one's future. What determines your future circumstances? Provide specific examples to illustrate your point. How can you be certain that after dying in the human world, you will reach a heavenly paradise? Use logical reasoning to support your belief. Perception of the world. Do you see the world as chaotic or orderly? Many people endure illness, disasters, and misfortunes. Are they victims of injustice? Have they been wronged? Freedom and kindness. I plan to build a bird park in the 4th branch. The sky within a radius of dozens of meters will be enclosed with wire mesh. Inside, there will be flowers, grass, trees, flowing water, ample food, and artificial bird nests. Birds will be purchased or captured and placed inside to fly around. Would this restrict the birds' freedom to soar in the open skies and forests? Is this idea cruel or kind to the birds? The mystery of Bodhidharma. Bodhidharma is said to have meditated facing a wall for 9 years, motionless and without eating or drinking. During that time, where did he go? Why did his physical body not perish? Thinking Self-Cultivation, 3. Xiefeng. December 26, 2012. In Thinking Self-Cultivation, 2, many brothers and sisters actively participated and responded thoughtfully, which brought me great comfort. Since this is about self-cultivation, you must personally engage in the process. My thinking cannot always substitute for yours, otherwise, you will merely become followers, and followers cannot embody Xiefeng. Your thinking must be unique. Do not simply echo others or adhere rigidly to conventions. Practice thinking from multiple perspectives, and do not let your thinking be confined by others. Even if your perspective is mistaken, take a moment to think from a different angle. This is what thinking self-cultivation truly entails. Regarding the idea of building a bird park, the discussions were excellent. Having perspectives clash with mine is even better. If you can refute me, that's ideal. Topics for further thought. Food consumption. Is the consumption of food driven primarily by physiological needs, psychological needs, or habitual behavior? Alternative ways of living. Beyond traditional lifestyles and the lifestyle of the second home, are there other ways of living? Natural law and human behavior. Wolves eating sheep is considered part of natural law. Does this mean that humans eating sheep is also part of natural law? Humans have domesticated wild animals, such as deer and ostriches. Does this violate natural law? Are human actions themselves not within the scope of natural law? Bird park and natural law. If my plan to build a bird park violates natural law, does that imply human actions can transcend natural law? If human actions cannot transcend natural law, then building a bird park must also align with it, correct? Preferences and natural law. If a woman does not like men, or a man does not like women, does this violate natural law? Why or why not? Opinions about men. The saying, "There's no good man in the world," is often heard. What is the primary reason behind this sentiment? Do you prefer a partner who is loyal or one who is flirtatious? Wealth and relationships. Why is it said that poor couples are the most loving? Once a poor couple becomes wealthy, why do affairs and infidelity often arise? Is this human nature? Suitability for different lifestyles. What kind of person finds life in secular society unbearable? What kind of person struggles to live in the second home? Thinking Self-Cultivation, 4. Xiefeng. January 7, 2013. Topics for reflection. The impact of negative words. What benefits do negative, pessimistic, and discouraging words bring to oneself? What benefits do they bring to the people around them? The fragrance of a person's presence. Night-blooming jasmine emits a pleasant fragrance, while foul-smelling dung gives off a stench. These are determined by their structures. When a person is filled with resentment and continually spreads negative, pessimistic, and discouraging emotions and messages, are they like night-blooming jasmine or like dung? Essential elements for growth. A plant needs fertile soil, water, and sunlight to grow robustly. What elements are necessary for a person to grow and thrive in a healthy way? Sources of negativity. What factors cause a person to feel distressed, negative, and pessimistic? Where do these factors primarily come from? Responsibility for accidents. When a wild rabbit crossing a road is hit and killed by a car, who is responsible, the rabbit, the car, or some other factor? Support versus constraint. Why does one person face constraints at every step while another receives help at every turn? Being liked versus disliked. Is it better to have more people dislike you or more people like you? Count how many people currently dislike you and how many like you. The happiest people. What type of people are the happiest in the world? Thinking Self-Cultivation, 5. Xiefeng. January 18, 2013. Topics for reflection. The value of attainment. Is what we possess more precious than what we lack? Why does something seem less valuable once it is obtained? Appreciation of possessions. Borrowed books are read quickly, while books we own are read slowly. People often fail to cherish what they already have. As the saying goes, one's own child is the best, but someone else's spouse seems better. What kind of mindset does this reflect? The nature of reality. What are Dharma characteristics? Does time truly exist? Is all existence merely an illusion of human consciousness? Destiny or choice? Are human relationships predestined or shaped by our actions? If they are predestined, should we resign ourselves to fate? If they are shaped by human effort, is it possible to change them? Nature versus morality. Consider phenomena such as the Oedipus complex and Electra complex. From a natural perspective, such inclinations are instinctive and blameless. However, from the standpoint of human morality, they are considered wrong and socially damaging. Should we follow our instincts or abide by societal morality? How should we address such conflicts? Dilemmas in decision-making. When faced with a dilemma, should we follow our inner drives or carefully weigh the pros and cons? Following our instincts may disrupt harmonious relationships, while overthinking might leave us dissatisfied. What is the right approach? The pursuit of perfection. Does a perfect person exist in this world? Environmental influence. Take the example of a plant. It withers overnight in the harsh northern winter but thrives in the warmth of the south. Similarly, a person might become petty within a marital home but grow magnanimous in a community like the second home. What lessons or insights can we draw from this? Thinking Self-Cultivation, 6. Xiefeng. January 21, 2013. Topics for reflection. Choosing between treasures. Which is more valuable, soil or gold? Reality or ideals? A wife or a mistress? A husband or a lover? A son or a disciple? Earth or the universe? Hands and feet or the brain? If you had to choose only one from each pair, which would you choose? The paradox of being right. I once said, everyone's actions are correct. I also said, the moment you think you're right, you're already wrong. How do you interpret this seemingly contradictory statement? The existence of absolute truth. Is there anything that is universally and absolutely correct? Categories of living beings. What defines a living person? What defines a dead person? What defines a living dead? Ethics and age in healthcare. Is the idea that individuals over 60 with terminal illnesses should forego treatment ethical? Is such a view cruel or compassionate? Why? Drivers of social progress. Does societal progress rely more on new ideas or old traditions? On young people or the elderly? Who is more likely to embrace new concepts, and who tends to hold on to old traditions? Life's path and priorities. If you had two paths to choose from, one where you earn money first and then purify your mind, and the other where you purify your mind first and then earn money, which would you choose? Among faith, ideals, and reality, which do you consider most important? If given a choice between a scripture, a basket of money, and a piece of land, which would you select? Sources of mistreatment. If someone insults, humiliates, bullies, or exploits you, whose fault is it? Is it the fault of the greatest creator? The fault of the law? The fault of societal moral values? The other person's fault? Or is it your own fault? Thinking Self-Cultivation, 7. Xiefeng. January 28, 2013. Topics for reflection. Connection with the world. What is the relationship between the clouds on the horizon and the caterpillars on the grass and yourself? Identify which things are closely and profoundly connected to your life. Independent function of the brain. Can your brain function independently? Without the vast external world, would your brain be alive or dead? The nature of memory. Where is your memory stored? Is it in your brain, in the external world, or in the information retention space? What does it mean when memory disappears? Obstacles to returning home. What are the greatest obstacles that hinder you from reaching the heavenly homeland? Life's greatest wealth. What is the greatest wealth in life? How can one acquire this greatest wealth? Unlocking the mysteries of the universe. The universe holds infinite mysteries, and humans are capable of attaining 64 divine abilities. What do you think is the key to unlocking these infinite mysteries and abilities? The power of imagination. There is nothing impossible, only what we cannot imagine. The question is, how can we develop such imagination? Finding the greatest creator. Have you found the greatest creator? If so, please provide an example to prove it. Thinking Self-Cultivation, 8. Xiefeng. February 4, 2013. Topics for reflection. Dream versus reality. Which version of yourself is more real, your dream self or your waking self? Your imagined self or your real-life self? Are we living in a dream or in reality? How do you interpret the phrase, life is but a dream? Proving heaven. By what means can you prove the existence of heaven? How far are you from heaven? What gaps remain between you and heaven? The existence of time. If everything is growing, aging, and dying, why claim that time doesn't exist? How can you prove time is non-existent? Can you reverse aging, return to the past, or leap into the future? The illusion of life. In dreams, you experience joy, fear, and worry, but upon waking, you realize it was all just a dream and find the events laughable. Knowing that life itself is no different from a dream, why do people remain attached to it? Why do they get emotionally invested in gains and losses, joys and sorrows, and life's fleeting experiences, even when they know it's all ephemeral like bubbles? Process versus outcome. Which is more important, the process or the outcome? What is the dialectical relationship between them? Would you choose the outcome or the process? The challenge is that all processes are controlled by programs, leaving people powerless. Should we then submit to destiny or strive actively? Striving might conflict with the program, while submission could result in missed opportunities. How should one walk the path of life? Predetermined life. If everything is programmed, inevitable, and predetermined, then every word spoken, action taken, and person encountered is fated. Life's blessings, misfortunes, longevity, and happiness are all predestined. In this case, is it true that whether one is proactive or passive, nothing is truly under human control? Why or why not? Facing inescapable confinement. If you were permanently trapped in a sealed concrete room, or an earthquake confined you to a small space with no tools and no chance of rescue, the inevitable outcome would be death. In such a situation, what would you do? Do you have any way to escape? Life's ultimate worth. What is worth exchanging your life for? Life is a journey. Is the journey itself life? Can life exist without the journey? How should we conduct ourselves during this journey? Primary health preservation. Xiefeng. The ultimate goal of life is to create the necessary conditions during our limited time on Earth to extend our lives into higher life spaces. Achieving this requires a healthy body, and health preservation serves this purpose. Humans are conglomerates of life composed of 130 trillion individual lives with nearly 10,000 distinct characteristics. On average, from birth to the age of 100, approximately 25,000 of these life units die within our bodies every minute. The more life units that perish, the weaker and less agile our life conglomerate becomes. When the number of dead life units reaches a critical level, the heart loses the ability to beat, the brain ceases to think, and the entire life conglomerate can no longer function effectively. Consequently, other living units in the body, deprived of energy replenishment, will die off en masse within days. Some life units with specific characteristics may take months or even years to die, and there are several other kinds that may survive for decades or even centuries unless the body is cremated or chemically treated. The life units that die within the body initially remain inside it, gradually being pushed out by living units. When the living units are unable to expel the dead ones, the affected areas begin to feel numb, swell, ache, discolor, or become emaciated. When the number of dead life units in a specific area reaches a certain level, that area first feels weak, numb, or uncomfortable, with occasional dull pain. If not promptly treated, the area becomes a hidden danger or the root of illness, its mobility compromised. Neglect can lead to further death of life units in the affected area, impacting the vitality of the entire body. The causes of the weakening and death of life units, excluding abnormal phenomena, are listed below in descending order of their destructive power. Mental activities triggered by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Diet. Daily routine. Work or labor. Exposure to the elements, wind, frost, cold, heat. Air quality in the surrounding environment. Noise. Cosmic forces, geomagnetic fields, gravity, radiation, various rays, and waves. Longevity or early death depends not on fate but on personal cultivation. Every word and action of a person is closely related to their life. A turbulent mind with countless worries leads to countless cycles of life and death. Life and death are decided in a single thought. Dying of anger, laughter, or shame is not uncommon. Examples abound: someone dying of rage, turning gray overnight from worry, blowing their top in anger, crying their eyes out, trembling lips from fury, turning pale from fright, staying awake all night from excitement, speaking incoherently from joy, clenching teeth in hatred, or losing their appetite from overthinking. The damage these emotions cause to the body is obvious. However, most psychological activities inflict imperceptible damage to the body and are easily overlooked. People only recognize physical death but fail to realize that numerous life units die with every fluctuation of emotion. Most people focus on large, visible factors while neglecting the small, subtle, and invisible ones. While they know that a drop of water wears away a stone over time and that 3 feet of ice does not form overnight, they rarely apply this understanding to their own physical maintenance. They are accustomed to witnessing the inevitability of ripened fruit falling and water flowing naturally but overlook the process leading to these outcomes. Health preservation should become a long-term habit in our journey of self-improvement and cultivation. Therefore, I have summarized the health preservation tips of ancient sages along with my own insights for reference. Principles of health preservation. Maintain health. Attain longevity. Shed mortal body constraints. Ascend to celestial being. As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. As long as health remains, there's no fear of a short life. As long as longevity remains, there's no fear of failing to achieve the state of a celestial being. As long as spirit remains, there's no fear of losing life force. Without knowing the path to longevity, one's body is but a walking corpse. The primary focus of health preservation lies in nurturing essence, chi, vital energy, spirit, and form. A skilled health preserver addresses illnesses before they arise. Those who excel in the art of nurturing life know how to remain hidden within themselves without revealing their presence and how to integrate with others without drawing attention. Those who excel in nurturing life focus on preserving their physical form, and those who excel in preserving their physical form further cultivate their vital energy, qi. The first step in health preservation is to eliminate nameless worries. The second is to let go of greed for alcohol, sex, wealth, and fame. Few words conserve internal qi. Controlling temperament nurtures spirit. Light tastes nourish blood and qi. Refraining from anger nourishes lung qi. Regulated diet nurtures stomach qi. Less overthinking nurtures liver qi. Fewer cravings nurture heart qi. Restraining sexual desires nurtures essence qi. Mental and emotional discipline. If one desires to cultivate their body, they must first calm their mind. Avoid distraction, worry, obsession, delusion, greed, and indulgence. Seek inner peace and dispel external desires. Balanced lifestyle. Overeating weighs down the body. Indulgence in sensory pleasures clouds the spirit. Excessive thinking unsettles the mind. A restless heart dulls the spirit, and without a sharp spirit, the Tao cannot be achieved. Overexertion weakens vital energies. An overburdened mind leads to exhaustion. Excessive physical exertion weakens the body. Overworking the spirit depletes its vitality. Draining too much qi leads to collapse. Restrain overthinking, preserve vitality. Avoid overthinking, and the spirit will remain whole. Speak less, and your qi will stay intact. Refrain from lust, and your essence will remain sufficient. Emotional impact on vital energy. Anger drives qi upwards. Joy relaxes qi. Sadness dissipates qi. Fear causes qi to sink. Cold constricts qi. Heat causes qi to escape. Shock scatters qi. Overexertion depletes qi. Overthinking knots qi. Stillness regenerates qi. Balance in daily activities. Prolonged watching harms the blood. Lying down for too long weakens qi. Sitting for too long harms the muscles. Standing for too long weakens the bones. Walking for too long strains the tendons. Moderation and consistency. Eat in moderation, maintain regular routines, and avoid overworking. Internally, do not overstrain your heart and mind. Externally, do not exhaust your physical body. Mindfulness and emotional balance. Fear and excessive thoughts harm the spirit. Overindulgence in joy scatters the spirit, making it hard to preserve. Sorrow blocks the flow of qi. Anger leads to confusion and impedes healing. Fear disturbs the spirit, making it difficult to calm and contain. Living in peace and simplicity. With simplicity and tranquility, worries cannot intrude, and negative energies cannot assail. Guidance for physical and emotional well-being. Regular physical activity ensures a healthy body. Curbing desires preserves spiritual vitality. Speaking less helps maintain your blessings. Sensory moderation. Shield your eyes from improper sights. Guard your ears against unclean words. Avoid inhaling foul odors. Refrain from consuming overly pungent or harmful foods. Keep your mind free from deceitful thoughts. Emotional moderation. When you love someone, do not love too deeply. When you dislike someone, do not hate too intensely. Balance in speech, diet, and activities. Speak less, eat less, and have fewer concerns in your heart, resulting in less sleep at night. Avoid overindulgence. Excessive sleep dulls the spirit, frequent intoxication scatters qi, excessive sweating depletes blood, and overexertion weakens the body. Constant movement disrupts qi and startles the spirit. Climbing to great heights can scatter your soul and make your spirit flee in fear. Moderate physical effort. Do not spit far, as it depletes energy. Do not walk hastily, as it harms the tendons. Do not gaze intensely, as it diminishes your essence. Emotional stability. Remain calm in the face of both honor and disgrace, and your liver will remain at ease. Act with reverence in both stillness and motion, and your heart will be steady. Eat in moderation, and your spleen will not be overburdened. Practice controlled breathing and speak less, and your lungs will remain intact. Cultivate tranquility and avoid desires, and your kidneys will be nourished. Moderation in diet and the harm of overindulgence. Eat before you are too hungry, but stop before you are full. Overeating harms the spleen, while hunger harms the stomach. Excessive thirst damages blood, and overdrinking harms qi. Avoid overeating or drinking when extremely hungry or thirsty to prevent bloating and injury to the heart and lungs. Avoid sitting or lying down with wind blowing at the back of your head. Exposure to wind in this way shortens life. Effects of emotions. Anger weakens qi, making it easier for illness to invade. Overthinking exhausts the spirit, leaving the heart vulnerable. Avoid extremes of joy and sorrow. Maintain a balanced diet. Take extra care to avoid intoxication at night. Most importantly, never allow yourself to succumb to rage in the morning. Mindful living. Do not let your eyes gaze upon improper sights. Do not let your ears hear improper words. Do not let your mouth speak improper language. Do not let your mind dwell on improper thoughts. Simplicity and tranquility. Purify your heart and limit your desires. Maintain tranquility and clarity, achieving stillness within motion. Keep your heart at peace and nurture your kidneys, living your years in contentment and ease. Maintaining vitality. Consolidate your liver's essence, or your eyes will become dizzy and lose clarity. Consolidate your lungs' essence, or your muscles will weaken and atrophy. Consolidate your kidneys' essence, or your spirit and qi will diminish. Consolidate your spleen's essence, or your teeth will loosen, and your hair will fall out. Balance activity and rest. Avoid overwork, as it depletes qi. Avoid complete inactivity, as it causes blood and qi to stagnate. Importance of movement. Movement generates vitality, life originates from movement. Guidance for longevity. To live a long life, do not overstrain your body or deplete your essence. Let your eyes look without seeing and your mind remain free of excessive thoughts. By conserving your spirit in this way, it will protect your body and prolong your life. Appropriate living environment. There are 8 unsuitable places for living. Areas that are dirty or cluttered. Locations with excessive noise. Places rife with arguments and disputes. Crowded, bustling areas. Elevated or protruding ground. Dark and damp environments. Spaces with poor ventilation. Locations near graves or temples. Dietary choices. Meat eaters are heavy, dull, vegetable eaters are light, clear, grain eaters are wise, qi eaters are spiritual. Cultivating the spirit. Be pure and unmixed, still and unchanging, indifferent and inactive, moving in harmony with natural laws. This is the way to nurture the spirit. Respecting life. Those who value life do not harm their bodies through indulgence, even when wealthy and powerful. Similarly, they do not exhaust themselves pursuing profit, even when poor and humble. Value of life over profit. Value life over profit, and the pursuit of profit will become insignificant. Calm desires to clear the mind. By dispelling desires, one naturally finds inner calm. By purifying the heart, the spirit becomes clear. Solitude for health. The superior sleeps alone, the average shares a bed. Taking 100 medicines is not as beneficial as sleeping in solitude. Harm of extreme emotions and desires. Excessive contemplation and overexertion of memory harm the mind. Worry, intense emotions such as elation, sadness, and grief also take a toll on the mind. Immoderate fear, unresolved anger, and obsessive longing for unfulfilled desires cause further harm. An imbalance of yin and yang disrupts the body and mind. Avoiding harmful desires. Do not be overly eager in pursuing desires, and do not harbor intense resentment, as both shorten life. If these can be avoided, longevity is possible. 3 major warnings for health. Great anger, great desires, and great intoxication. Avoidance and moderation. Avoid wind as you would avoid arrows, avoid lust as you would avoid chaos. Adjust your clothing according to the seasons and eat less after the evening hours. Cultivating body and spirit. If one can align their body and soul through self-cultivation, true essence and spirit will reside within, giving rise to great talent and virtue. The principle of essence. Water has its source, so its flow will reach far. Trees have their roots, so their leaves will grow lush. Houses have foundations, so their pillars will stand firm. People have essence, so their lives will be long. Pillow height. A pillow should neither be too high nor too low. If it is too high, it may constrict the liver, if too low, it may constrict the lungs. Leakage of vital substances. Tears from the eyes indicate liver leakage. Mucus from the nose indicates lung leakage. Saliva from the mouth indicates kidney leakage. Sweat while awake indicates heart leakage. Night sweats indicate small intestine leakage. Drooling while asleep indicates brain leakage. Dreams of intimacy with ghosts indicate spirit leakage. Lustful behavior leads to bodily leakage. A warning on lust. A beautiful woman of 16 is as soft as butter, yet she wields a sword to slay foolish men. Though no heads visibly fall, she secretly drains their vitality and withers their bones. Fullness and desires. One with a full spirit does not desire sleep. One with full energy, chi, does not desire food. One with full essence does not desire lust. Seasonal dietary guidance. In spring, eat less sour and more sweet. In winter, eat more bitter and less salty. In summer, increase pungent flavors and reduce bitter ones. In autumn, reduce pungent flavors and add a little sour. Taboo behaviors. Daily, avoid overeating. Monthly, avoid excessive drunkenness. Yearly, avoid overworking and excessive anger. Lifetime, avoid enduring frequent frustrations in the morning. Inner peace. Embrace simplicity, maintain inner harmony, avoid scheming, and curb excessive thinking. The interdependence of form and spirit. Spirit gives birth to form, and form completes spirit. Without spirit, form cannot live. Without form, spirit cannot manifest. Form and spirit must harmonize, mutually supporting and enhancing each other. Emotional impact. Grief causes tears, bitterness causes a runny nose, anger leads to goiters, and rage causes deep-rooted ulcers. Chi follows the desires of the heart and gathers where the heart lingers, nurturing or harming as a result. Therefore, wise individuals regulate their grief and bitterness and avoid anger. The path to longevity. The way to nurture longevity is simple: avoid harming the body. Being warm in winter and cool in summer, while maintaining the harmony of the 4 seasons, benefits the body. Beautiful and virtuous companionship, coupled with serene and enjoyable pastimes, prevents the confusion of desires and fosters spiritual clarity. Adorning oneself with dignified attire and riding in majestic carriages, while remaining content and free from excessive desires, fosters a focused and steadfast mind. Pleasing the senses with music and beautiful colors nourishes the heart. All these contribute to longevity, but those who fail to balance them may hasten their decline. Importance of yin-yang harmony. A lack of physical union between yin and yang, man and woman, can result in illnesses caused by blood stasis and qi stagnation. Those who live in isolation without sexual interaction are more prone to illness and may have a shorter lifespan. Conversely, excessive indulgence in sexual desire also shortens life. Risks of improper sexual practices. When a person is angry, their blood and energy are unsettled. If they engage in intercourse, it may cause abscesses. One should also avoid holding in urine during intercourse, as it can cause painful and swollen genitals and a pale complexion. Engaging in intercourse after traveling far or being fatigued leads to 5 types of fatigue and reduced fertility. Intercourse during menstruation can cause leukorrhea. Mercury should not come into contact with the genitals, as it causes shrinkage. Deer and pig fat should also not come into contact with the genitals, as they can lead to impotence. The effects of excess and imbalance. Excessive ejaculation shortens life. Overeating blocks energy in veins, excessive drinking stresses the bladder, extreme cold harms the muscles, and consuming cold food causes blockages and diseases. Coughing and spitting result in the loss of bodily fluids. Prolonged use of vision weakens the eyes, prolonged listening dulls the intellect, and prolonged crying saddens the spirit. Sudden loud calls frighten the soul, internal anxiety causes distraction, and excessive joy or anger unsettles the spirit. The power of a calm mind. A calm mind leads to life, a disturbed mind leads to death. Embracing emptiness to achieve clarity. Abandon fame and profit, forget emotions and desires, and the mind becomes empty. When the mind is empty, energy stabilizes. When energy stabilizes, the spirit becomes clear. Moderation in sexual activity. When yin and yang are harmonized, and intercourse is moderate, one can extend life. Entering the bedroom with proper techniques enables one to forget external surroundings and prolong life. Avoid indulgence in young maidens or attachment to young male concubines, as this can prolong life. Refrain from greed for sensual pleasures and from allowing the mind to become disturbed, this too can prolong life. Avoid fantasies and dream-related intercourse to prolong life. In youth, do not overindulge in pleasure. In old age, practice restraint to prolong life. Avoid lust as though it were your enemy, and discipline desire to achieve longevity. Dietary recommendations for longevity. Rich and greasy foods can cause digestive issues and lead to phlegm production. To maintain good health, eat a light breakfast early, a substantial lunch to feel full, and a small dinner. By following these practices, one can enjoy a long, illness-free life into old age. Maintaining a healthy living environment. In a closed room, avoid drafts. A high bed prevents ghostly influences. Preserving essence brings benefits, and maintaining energy prevents the loss of life. Control emotions and avoid excessive desires for fame and profit. Caution in food and activities. Be cautious with raw, cold, and hard foods. Sour, salty, and pungent flavors are unsuitable. Stop work during rain, clouds, and wind. Postpone activities during thunderstorms. Avoid stale and foul-smelling items, as they are harmful. Dead and decaying items produce foul air and offer no benefit. Seasonal and daily rhythms. Avoid anger in the early hours, as it damages the lungs and liver. In summer, rise early. In winter, sleep late. Gradually reduce padded cotton clothing in spring and slowly add layers in autumn. Sleep at 9:30 p.m. and wake at 5:30 a.m., following the natural order of yin and yang. Avoid staying up late and overworking. The body aligns with the cosmos. Maintain this habit consistently to achieve health and happiness every day. A carefree and balanced life. Live a leisurely and carefree life, free from desires and constant striving. Whether active or at rest, be content in the moment. Preserving essence, energy, and spirit. If you avoid overexerting your kidneys, your essence will remain whole. If you refrain from overworking your body, your energy, qi, will stay intact. If you do not overburden your heart, your spirit will be preserved. When essence, energy, and spirit are each perfectly preserved, one naturally becomes a celestial being. Perseverance and natural harmony in pursuing the Tao. A rope can saw through wood, and dripping water can wear down stone. Pursuers of Tao must consistently apply effort. When water flows, channels form; when fruit ripens, it falls naturally. Those who follow Tao will achieve it effortlessly by aligning with the natural order. Intermediate health preservation. Xiefeng. Humans are composed of two parts, the physical body and the spiritual body. Changes in the positive universe affect the physical body. Factors such as sunspots, the waxing and waning of the moon, ozone depletion, radioactive dust, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, geomagnetic forces, ultraviolet rays, gamma rays, beta rays, winds, clouds, rain, snow, fog, frost, cold, and heat all impact the physical body. Additionally, walking, sitting, lying down, eating, drinking, excreting, sounds, colors, tastes, living environments, and spatial structures influence the body. Meanwhile, changes in the negative universe impact the spiritual body. The will of the greatest creator, conflicts among gods, the operation of the Tao, the teachings and actions of Jesus, the doctrines of Buddhism and Islam, the God you believe in, thoughts such as liberalism, and spirits like the Republican ethos affect the spiritual body. Furthermore, those alive or deceased who are connected to you, animals, plants, your thoughts, consciousness, ideas, dreams, and the information waves left by your actions and thoughts, also influence your spiritual body. The physical body is the vessel for the spiritual body, which is the essence of the physical body. While the physical body merely carries the spiritual body governs the life and death of the physical body. Physical disabilities have minimal impact on the spiritual body's perfection, but defects in the spiritual body can render the physical body an instinct-driven shell or even a vegetative state. A perfected spiritual body can optimize physical functioning, heal severe injuries, cure terminal illnesses, and even bring about resurrection. The physical and spiritual bodies are interconnected yet independent. For instance, a vegetative state represents a physical body almost entirely separated from its spiritual body, whereas entities like the greatest creator, gods, and Buddhas represent spiritual bodies detached from physical forms. When the spiritual body's quality reaches a certain purity, it can leave and return to the physical body at will. In dreams, while the physical body rests, the spiritual body can traverse mountains and seas, meeting friends and family far away. Primary health preservation focuses on protecting the physical body. Intermediate health preservation considers both the physical and spiritual bodies, while advanced health preservation prioritizes the spiritual body. To maintain the physical body, it is helpful to understand its structure, knowing the functions of the internal organs, their interrelations, and their connections to muscles, bones, nerves, blood, skin, hair, and sensory organs like the eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and tongue. The 5 organs. Heart. Houses the spirit and governs the mind, directing mental, conscious, and cognitive activities while controlling nerve impulses. Manages blood circulation, driven entirely by the heart's energy. Governs sweat and opens into the tongue, reflecting heart conditions. The heart is interconnected with the small intestine, the heart and kidneys assist each other. The heart supports kidney yang, warmth and energy, while the kidneys support heart yin, cooling and nourishing functions. Liver. Stores the soul and blood, and governs regulation. Liver energy thrives on smooth flow and fears stagnation. Emotional suppression leads to liver qi stagnation, causing irritability and fullness in the flanks. Governs the tendons and meridians, influencing the flexibility of joints and muscles, nourished by liver blood. Opens into the eyes, with eye issues often indicating liver problems. The liver and gallbladder are interconnected. Spleen. Stores willpower, governs the transformation of food, including digestion, absorption, and transportation, regulates blood circulation, and enhances energy. Governs the muscles and is linked to the stomach. Lungs. Store the corporeal soul, and govern chi, vital energy. Manage the water pathways and are responsible for the skin and body hair. Open into the nose and are reflected in the voice. The lungs are connected to the large intestine. Kidneys. Store essence, govern bone and marrow production, capture chi, and regulate water and life force fire. Open into the ears, kidney deficiency can lead to deafness or tinnitus. The 6 bowels. Gallbladder, stores bile, aiding fat digestion, saponification, and absorption. Courage stems from the gallbladder. Stomach, receives and digests food. Large intestine, conducts waste excretion. Bladder, stores and excretes urine. Small intestine, separates the pure from the impure. It delivers the refined essence of nutrients, digested by the spleen and stomach, to various organs to nourish the entire body, while directing the useless residue to the bowels for excretion. Triple burner, not an independent organ but a functional summary of other organs and their positions. The human body functions as an organic whole, with each part fulfilling its own specific responsibilities while being interdependent and mutually regulated. Proper health preservation ensures balanced development across all bodily systems, resulting in a healthy physique. A healthy body leads to vitality. With abundant energy, bone marrow is produced. Sufficient bone marrow generates an adequate supply of blood cells, which transport oxygen and nutrients throughout the body, kill germs, and expel them along with other waste. The above merely schemes the surface of human knowledge from a material perspective. While modern disciplines such as medicine, biology, and anatomy have detailed descriptions of the human body, many of its mysteries remain beyond scientific explanation. For example, every earthly resource has a corresponding code within the human body, suggesting that all treasures of the earth exist within us. To obtain wealth, one must first uncover these treasures within oneself. Once the corresponding code within your body is discovered, the related external resources will naturally come to you. Beyond these treasures, the human body also contains an infinite reservoir of toxins. The body is continuously undergoing not only physical but also chemical transformations. For instance, when you are angry, toxic, volcanic eruptions, primarily from the brain marrow, occur. If unchecked, these toxins can poison your entire system, impairing the functions of your vital organs and disrupting the flow of blood and energy. It is widely understood that when the earth enjoys clear skies, gentle breezes, and favorable weather, plants thrive and flourish. Conversely, under the scorching sun, violent winds, and unrelenting heavy rains, plants break, wither, or die. Animals rely on plants for survival, and humans depend on both plants and animals. The prosperity or decline of plants directly affects the survival of animals and humans. Similarly, when a person is calm, peaceful, kind, and compassionate, without significant emotional or physical disturbances, they can maintain a healthy and robust body. However, when jealousy, resentment, anger, sorrow, anxiety, fear, extreme joy, or deep sadness cause excessive emotional or physical fluctuations, illness, weakness, and even death can result. While the effects may not be apparent after 1 or 2 episodes, over time, the accumulation of small changes can lead to significant transformations. Gradually, health will deteriorate, potentially leading to severe illness that becomes difficult or impossible to cure. External factors that cause physical injuries and illnesses require modern medical treatment, but any illness arising from internal causes can be self-healed. Conditions such as insomnia, excessive dreaming, forgetfulness, mental confusion, incoherent speech, loss of consciousness, vegetative nervous dysfunction, heart palpitations, emotional turbulence, dizziness, and neuroses can not only be prevented but also treated through health preservation techniques. Furthermore, even so-called incurable diseases, such as cancer, leukemia, AIDS, and total paralysis, can be cured through health preservation practices. The key lies in one's mindset, confidence, faith, and consistent, strict adherence to health preservation principles over the long term. Health preservation is a science, not superstition. For better health, reduced medical expenses, and prolonged life, with ample time for self-improvement and cultivation, let us dedicate our free time to practicing health preservation. The following content is primarily extracted from the book The Book of Terrestrial Immortality. It is provided for your reference to use as you find beneficial. The mind as the sovereign of the body. When the body is calm, the spirit resides within it. When the body is restless, the spirit departs. Therefore, if one neglects the body but preserves the spirit, and maintains a focused, tranquil mind, the spirit will remain, aligning the body with the Tao and achieving longevity. The exhaustion of essence. Overexertion of the eyes depletes essence through vision, overuse of the ears depletes essence through hearing, excessive thinking depletes essence through thought. Only by detaching from external distractions can the spirit illuminate the inner self. Without striving for tranquility, one naturally becomes serene, unaffected by praise or blame, good or evil. A calm mind leads to emptiness, and in emptiness, the Tao manifests. The spirit in every part of the body. The body is nourished by the flavors of food, while the spirit is nourished by the essence of food. If one consumes the essence at the right times, the whole body will follow the natural order. Our body is inhabited by divine spirits, the spirit of brilliant light, the spirit of form and shadow, and the spirit of the pores, each numbering 12,000. The internal organs and the 3 essentials and 9 palaces all have their spirits. If we do not see these spirits, we do not recognize their ability to bring fortune or misfortune, and thus we do not show proper respect or reverence. To be cruel, restless, or excessively greedy and deceitful is to harm these spirits. To speak falsehoods or insult others, believing it will go unnoticed, is to obscure these spirits. Our spirits are connected to the heavens, harming these spirits is to offend the heavens, and obscuring these spirits is to deceive the heavens. Offending and deceiving the heavens leads to premature death. By maintaining central harmony and unity, and refining the yin with the yang, the divine spirits will flourish. When the divine spirits flourish, one can ride the 8 poles, ascend the 5 sacred mountains, rise through the 9 heavens, pass through the jade gates, and achieve longevity comparable to that of heaven and earth. The practice of retaining vital fluids. During the day, swallow spiritual fluids, at night, absorb true energy. Over time, the energy wheel will naturally circulate within the 3 chambers of the body, resonating like the sound of waves. Controlling desires. Essence flows downward, and energy dissipates upward. When desires arise, these flows scatter. When desires are subdued, they stabilize. Love and lust cause essence to flow downward, anger causes energy to rise upward. Only when such emotions do not arise will essence and energy remain balanced. The 5 injuries. There is no better way to maintain health than regulating qi. When qi is vitalized, blood circulation is enriched. When blood circulation is enriched, essence becomes robust, and when essence is robust, the spirit is nourished, making the entire body prosperous. The term 4 Cs refers to qi, blood, essence, and marrow. It is essential to avoid the 5 injuries. Excessive salt harms the heart, excessive bitterness harms the lungs, excessive sourness harms the spleen, excessive pungency harms the liver, and excessive sweetness harms the kidneys. Preserving fluids. Avoid spitting unnecessarily, instead, swallow your saliva. Retained essence ensures vitality and enhances one's complexion. Spiritual fluids are treasures of the body, accumulating them brings abundance, dispersing them leads to depletion. The treasure of liquid energy. In the fluid, there is energy. The interaction of fluid and energy forms the foundation of the golden elixir. It acts as a precious substance that nourishes the body, penetrating through every channel and joint, reaching every part. Furthermore, the base of the tongue, the shining point, is the sea of fluids and the source of life, irrigating the entire body from this point. Mastering emotions. Suppressing anger preserves yin, while restraining excessive joy nurtures yang. The importance of a clear intestine and still mind. If one desires not to perish, the intestines must be free of impurities. If one desires longevity, the intestines must remain clear. Thus, one should nourish oneself with the essence of harmony and energy. To fill the belly, one must first empty the mind. The mind governs stillness, while energy governs movement. Those who are aligned with the Tao soar beyond the universe yet remain at peace, rest in the minutest space yet maintain unceasing energy. Only in stillness can one connect with the ultimate void. When the void is reached, clarity emerges. The vastness of heaven and earth cannot escape the measure of a single thought. Breath and movement in harmony. Guide the breath to achieve harmony, and make the body supple through movements. When the breath is harmonious and the body is supple, longevity can be pursued. Physical movements are essential for guiding energy. With time, harmony and flexibility will naturally follow. The heart and mind should embrace stillness. Over time, clarity and enlightenment will be achieved. Facial care for radiance. Regularly rub your face with both hands until it feels warm. Follow the contours of the face, ensuring thorough coverage. This practice prevents wrinkles and spots, leaving the skin radiant, akin to a young maiden. This is known as connecting the energies of mountains and waters, indicating a state of harmony and circulation within the body. The eyes, a gateway to clarity. Human eyes see outward to perceive objects, and inward to perceive the spirit. Observing objects leads to dullness, while observing the spirit leads to clarity. Strength and stability exercise. Lift both hands as if supporting a heavy weight of 1,000 pounds. Keep both feet grounded, as steady as iron pillars. Exert all your strength while holding your breath, and release it slowly when short of breath. Practice this daily, whether in the morning or after meals, or at any time. It eliminates all illnesses. Post-meal digestive massage. After eating, rub both hands together until warm and massage the area around the spleen and stomach. Then, clench both fists and place them firmly against the chest, twisting your waist horizontally 7 times, and rotating your abdomen to the left and right 7 times each. Shortly, your stomach processes and digests the food completely. Morning massage for vitality. Without regular massage, the body's energy does not flow smoothly. In the morning, rub your hands together until warm, then massage the head, face, spine, and kidney points until they feel very warm. This will leave your entire body refreshed and invigorated. Clearing energy stagnation through massage. Within the skin and membranes of the human body, there must be fluids to moisten the tissues, generated by energy in blood. When energy and blood stagnate due to emotional distress or injury, these fluids condense into phlegm, leading to tight skin, swollen face, thick neck, contracted cheeks, averted ears, uplifted lips, clenched throat, exposed teeth, numbness in the limbs, paralysis, lymph node swelling in the neck, hiccups, speech difficulties, facial asymmetry, hearing and vision loss, blurred eyesight, a hunched back, raised shoulders, stiff legs and hips, and weak, numb extremities. The best solution is to massage the affected areas consistently. With continued massage, stagnation in energy and blood will be cleared, accumulated blockages dispersed, and ailments healed. Tongue placement for energy flow. During energy practice, it is essential to press the tongue against the roof of the mouth, which opens the shinying point beneath the tongue. When this point is open, true energy flows throughout the body's joints and channels. If it remains closed, the practice will be ineffective. Teeth and energy circulation. If the teeth are not firm, the meridians do not flow smoothly. During energy practice, the mouth should remain tightly closed, and the teeth firmly clenched. Proper posture for energy practice. The body must be upright, the head straight, and the spine aligned like an iron pillar. Sit cross-legged with a stable posture, and let the eyes droop slightly while focusing on the nose or navel. If the body is bent or the head tucked, energy flow will be obstructed. The role of closed eyes in practice. Keeping the eyes open while sitting scatters the spirit, so it is advisable to close them. When cultivating the Great Tao, the eyes should droop. For healing illnesses, it is beneficial to close the eyes and store the spirit. Only then will the practice yield positive results. Cross-legged sitting for agility. Sit in a cross-legged position daily, with the soles of your feet facing each other. Close your eyes, clench your fists with the thumbs pressed inside, and contract the anal area. With one hand grasping your toes and the other rubbing the soles of your feet, continue until you feel utmost comfort or relaxation. Rest briefly and repeat this practice 5 to 6 times a day to make your steps light and agile. Firm hands for heart energy. If the hands lack firmness, the heart's energy will not be generated. During energy practice, the thumbs must be pressed against the base of the other fingers, forming a firm grip. Exercises for hand dexterity. Without regular movement, the hands lose dexterity. Each morning, twist and rotate the joints of both hands repeatedly or soak them in warm water while twisting the joints for better results. Perform this exercise daily without interruption. Foot exercises for strength. Without regular exercise, the feet lose strength. While walking, lift the toes as though kicking a soccer ball. Regularly practicing this for hundreds of steps will ensure strong, healthy feet. Tooth clenching for oral health. Every morning upon waking, clench your teeth together 36 times to prevent tooth decay. Clearing the mind before sleep. Before going to sleep, clear your mind of all thoughts, close your mouth and eyes, and lie on your side with calm, even breaths. This practice greatly benefits your health. If troubled by persistent thoughts, sit upright, remain dressed, and turn on a light to address them. Avoid overthinking while lying in bed, as it drains vital energy. Restoring energy through stillness. Each thought or emotion drains vital energy. At midnight or noon, calm your mind by sitting quietly, regulating your breath, and focusing inwardly on the Guanyuan point, located about 4.3 centimeters, or 1.7 inches, below the navel. This practice helps gradually restore vital energy. Moderation and discipline. Regulate your diet and exercise caution in daily life. Perform virtuous deeds and avoid actions that leave grievances or regrets after your passing. Advanced health preservation. Xiefeng. Advanced health preservation belongs to the realm of negative universe methods. It involves no physical movements or postures, nor does it rely on any tangible objects as references. Instead, it depends solely on thinking and the illusory images created in the mind. Let me provide a brief guide. First, hang a painting of a splendid landscape indoors. Observe the birds in flight, the verdant mountains, flowing rivers, and houses faintly visible through the mist. Then, imagine the birds soaring through the sky, and in your mind, follow them as they fly over mountains and rivers, heading toward a distant place where everything is serene and beautiful. This imaginative process is advanced health preservation. Now, take down the painting and imprint the scenery into your memory. Enhance and modify it as you wish, then place yourself within that imagined scene. You can rest in a tranquil spot, swim in a gently flowing river, or envision yourself flying over majestic peaks, marveling at the boundless beauty of nature. You might also bring along your closest friends, in your imagination, to explore the stunning mountains and rivers together, picking and savoring divine peaches and fruits. You can shout freely or sing loudly. This entire process is advanced health preservation. The process of advanced health preservation triggers chemical changes in your body. Over time, your ailments will fade, and your internal organs, blood flow, and energy pathways will naturally and harmoniously align. Your ability to resist illness will improve significantly. Beyond that, you may even For now, this is just a brief introduction to advanced health preservation. More profound teachings are reserved for those engaged in advanced spiritual practice and cultivation. Why should the Chang flute complain about the willows? The spring wind does not reach the Yumen Pass. Xiefeng. The Central Plains region of China experiences for distinct seasons, giving rise to the saying, in the 5th and 6th 9-day periods after the winter solstice, one can see the willows along the river. However, in places like Tianshui, Linxia, Wuwei, and Zhangye in Gansu province, by the time the 9th 9-day period arrives, signaling the start of planting, spring is still reluctant to fully arrive at Yumen Pass, hesitant to climb up to the willow treetops. Even when areas near Yumen Pass, such as Jiuquan and Jiaguan, are bustling with red apricot branches hinting at spring and spring rivers warm as ducks flutter about, Yumen Pass remains cold. It may not be completely frozen for 1,000 miles, with 10,000 miles of drifting snow, but it endures biting winds, and its willows droop as if in tears. No wonder the Chang flute's melodies are filled with sorrowful tones. Oh, willows of Yumen Pass, why can't you compete with the verdant willows of neighboring regions, showing off your lushness and green to rival theirs? Can we blame the willows of Yumen Pass? Certainly not, because the spring wind does not reach the Yumen Pass. Why doesn't the spring wind reach the Yumen Pass? Because Yumen Pass is plagued by fierce winds, relentless sandstorms, and unimpeded cold currents. When the greatest creator's spring wind has already graced the farthest corners of the earth and clothed willows worldwide in green, the land of China remains blanketed in ice and snow, its chill biting deep. Can we blame the willows of China for failing to thrive? It seems not. In this eastern land, the greatest creator and the Tripitaka are ignored. There is no God, no Buddha, no law, no order, much greed, much killing, much deceit, much falsehood, no loyalty, no filial piety, no kindness, and no righteousness. The greatest creator's spring wind cannot penetrate. When will the spring wind of the greatest creator finally reach this eastern land, blessing China with majestic landscapes, abundant resources, honest and simple folk, ample food and clothing, and everywhere filled with warblers' songs, swallows' dances, joy, and laughter? During the Cultural Revolution, a commemorative medallion of Chairman Mao bore the inscription on its reverse, "The spring wind has crossed the Yumen Pass." This suggested that the mighty eastward wind of the Cultural Revolution had swept through Yumen Pass, where the spring wind had always struggled to arrive. But this wind was not the gentle breeze that melts ice and snow or causes willows to sprout and turn green. Rather, it was an unprecedented gale, a violent storm that snapped branches and uprooted trees. Such a wind should never blow again. On this land, fierce gales, storms, sinister winds, evil winds, wicked winds, and sandstorms often arise without warning. After each storm, the willows are often left uprooted, and the land's vitality is severely damaged. The truly alarming part is that these repeated storms have left deep imprints in people's subconscious. Habit has become second nature. Whenever the land grows desolate, people yearn for a storm, believing, to become rich, one must take risks. To change the status quo, they think a destructive storm is needed. Few wise and calm thinkers have devised solutions to address such challenges. Frozen, numb hands and feet should never be warmed directly with fire or boiling water. They must first be rubbed with ice or snow, then soaked in cold water to reduce numbness, and finally warmed with lukewarm water. Storms leave grass withered, chickens and dogs unsettled, wild beasts rampant, and bones piled in the wilderness. Should we still long for violent storms to sweep across the land of China? Gentle breezes and fine rains nurture without a sound, and the prosperity of all industries depends on the soul's nourishment. Every sage who enters life Achanuan, take a moment to reflect quietly, what kind of wind is blowing in life Achanuan? Dead parts feel nothing. Xiefeng. When your back itches intensely, you must scratch it vigorously, a light touch won't suffice. When your head aches severely, only a firm massage will help, a gentle touch will have no effect. When your hands and feet go numb from the cold, they won't feel the warmth of water. In a wound with necrosis, even a needle prick elicits no sensation. When someone is paralyzed in the lower limbs or has hemiplegia, half of the body loses its sense of touch. A person in a vegetative state has their sensation reduced to the lowest possible level. The duller a part of the body is, the slower its response to external changes. Conversely, the more sensitive a part is, the quicker it reacts. The physical body reflects changes in the material world, whereas the spiritual body reflects changes in the non-material world. The body perceives changes in external information through the five senses: sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. The spirit perceives changes in the non-material world through spiritual perception. It's well known that the body reacts sensitively to external information, but what about the spirit? This is something many people overlook. If I say that the visual, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, and tactile perceptions of different people vary, most people would readily understand and accept this. If I say that the sensitivity of these senses changes with age, it would not provoke much disagreement. However, if I suggest that each person's spiritual perception differs, and that its sensitivity also changes with age, many would scoff. Spiritual perception is a critically important sense that humanity has largely neglected. The sensitivity of the five senses is closely tied to the health, and even the life or death, of the physical body. Similarly, the sensitivity of spiritual perception is deeply connected to the health and survival of the spiritual body. Just as necrotic tissue in the body lacks sensation, necrotic parts of the spirit are also devoid of feeling. Spiritual perception is not mysterious. For instance, people with heightened spiritual perception are highly sensitive to the government's new policies. They quickly adjust their thinking and direction in response. Conversely, people with low spiritual perception remain indifferent, even when the policies are explained to them. Only when the changes become reality do they finally react. Those with heightened spiritual perception can detect the future trajectory of events from subtle clues. Those with dull spiritual perception only wake up after a crisis has fully unfolded. The foundation of spiritual perception is spirituality, which is about grasping things intuitively, heart to heart, mind to mind. We say, some horses and dogs are highly spiritual because they sense human intentions and respond promptly. Conversely, we say, some pigs and cows lack spirituality because they only respond when beaten with a whip. The primary reason for low spiritual perception is a scattered mind that lacks focus. Just as a magnifying glass can focus sunlight onto a single point to ignite a piece of paper, spiritual perception requires mental focus. Without focus, the energy dissipates, and nothing ignites. Spiritual perception can be cultivated. For example, an American oil exploration company once drilled several wells in an area but found no oil. Years later, another company drilled in the same area and struck oil. Why? The first company didn't drill deep enough, while the second went deeper. Similarly, whether a diver finds treasures on the ocean floor depends on the depth of their dive. Our ability to see the deeper essence of things hinges on the depth of our spiritual cultivation. The essence of cultivation lies in refining the heart. When the heart is pure and transparent, spiritual perception becomes sharp. Those with high spiritual perception rise above worldly distractions, are not misled by illusions, and can seize the critical points to walk the best path in life. The so-called great hermits are individuals with extraordinarily high spiritual perception. These rare individuals are the finest among humanity. Meeting such a person in life is akin to receiving a flashlight in the dark. It dispels confusion and illuminates the way forward. Those with dull spiritual perception are unresponsive to the calls of gods or Buddhas. They dismiss these calls as nonsense and continually deny the existence of the greatest creator. Necrotic tissue feels nothing, no matter how often you call, it does not respond. Even as they shiver in the biting snow, they remain oblivious. opening a small path for everyone, stepping outside the three realms, beyond the five elements. Xiefeng. A rope can saw through wood, water droplets can wear away stone, melons drop when they are ripe, and water carves its own path. Yet, some companions are eager to uncover the secrets or methods for advancing to higher life spaces. Reluctantly, I will reveal a small secret path to see if you can grasp it. The Chinese nation's unique life structure was not directly created by the angels of the greatest creator but was the result of the divine dragon transforming itself into a human by imitating other beings. As a result, its genes carry a wealth of information that transcends time and space. Thus, many figures among our ancestors exhibited wisdom that is beyond comprehension. However, due to our people's tendencies toward suspicion, inconsistency, and lack of devotion, the wisdom of these extraordinary individuals often went unshared, and profound methods of cultivation were repeatedly discovered only to be lost again, a regrettable reality. We cannot estimate how many extraordinary individuals the Chinese nation has produced or how many profound methods have been lost. Some who gained these methods remained silent and became hermits. Others took on disciples, but due to their disciples' impatience and lack of sincerity, the masters ultimately withheld the true teachings. For instance, the celestial divination method of King Wen of Zhou, the yin-yang deduction methods of Giguzi, the magical transformation methods of Huzi, Jiang Ziya's non-material utilization methods, Zhang Liang's Qimen Duanjia techniques, and Zhuge Liang's divine predictive calculations were all lost. Even the secrets concealed in works like Tui Bei Tu and Ma Qian Ku have disappeared over time. High-ranking monks in the Buddhist realm have grasped many mysteries, but they have only guided their disciples in cultivation without transmitting the true core teachings. In the Zen tradition, masters emphasize heart-to-heart transmission and often refrain from recording teachings in words, leading to the loss of much profound wisdom. During my exploration of the negative universe, I uncovered some mysteries. However, I dare not pass on these methods directly, not out of selfishness or stinginess, but because we lack the moral qualities required to receive and use them appropriately. The purpose of creating Life a Genuine was to inspire others to perceive these methods through my writings. Only by exhausting one's own efforts and comprehending them independently can one truly grasp their profoundness and prevent misuse. To ascend to higher life spaces, one must understand many principles. Once these principles are thoroughly comprehended, the methods will naturally reveal themselves. This is known as success follows naturally when the time is right. The more one hastens to find shortcuts, the further one drifts from the true methods. The more one clings to oneself, the more one loses oneself. I have explained this reasoning in my discussion of unconventional thinking. Below, I will guide you through an example combined with a story. I trust that those who truly embrace Life a Genuine will gain insight from it. There is a story in the Lizi, Yellow Emperor chapter. A mystical sorcerer from Qi came to reside in Zheng, named Ji Xian. He could predict people's life and death, existence and extinction, fortune and misfortune, and longevity with divine accuracy by years, months, tens of days, and days. The people of Zheng avoided him out of fear. Lizi was fascinated and reported this to Huzi, saying, "I once thought your teachings were the highest, but now I see there is someone even higher." Huzi replied, "We have discussed these matters in writing, but you have not grasped their practical reality. How could one understand Taoist skills? If there are only female animals and no males, how could they produce eggs? You insist on using your little tricks to deal with people in the world, you are bound to reveal your true face, so it's easy for people to see through you and read your fortune. Try to invite him over and let him read my fortune." The next day, Lizi brought Ji Xian to meet Huzi. After Ji Xian left, he told Lizi, "Ah, your teacher is about to die, he cannot live, not more than 10 days. I observed that his appearance was peculiar, resembling wet ash." Lizi entered, crying so much that his clothes were wet, and reported this to Huzi. Huzi said, "I showed him the aspect of the earth. In a state of stillness and non-movement, he saw my life force as blocked. Invite him again. The next day, Ji Xian came with Lizzie again. After Ji Xian left, he told Lizzie, "Your teacher is fortunate to have met me, he is recovering. There is vitality in his whole body, and I see the blocked life force starting to stir." Lizzie informed Huzi. Huzi said, "What I showed him was the junction of heaven and earth, where neither empty fame nor tangible benefits enter the heart, yet the life force has already started to stir at my heels. This is the awakening of the blocked life force. Therefore, he saw my life force improving. Invite him again." The next day, Ji Xian came with Lizzie once more. After Ji Xian left, he told Lizzie, "Your teacher was sitting there with a distracted mind. I could not read his fortune. Wait until his mind is settled, then I will read his fortune." Lizzie informed Huzi. Huzi said, "I showed him the aspect of great emptiness with no discernible signs. Therefore, he saw my chaotic, balanced life force. The places where a whale circles, water accumulates, or flows all become deep abysses. Similarly, where water gushes, falls, breaches, or converges, deep abysses form. These are the 9 kinds of abysses. Invite him again." The next day, Lizzie brought Ji Xian again. Before Ji Xian could stand still, he fled in panic. C said, "Chase him." Lizzie chased after him but could not catch him and reported to Huzi, "He has disappeared, I could not catch him." Huzi said, "What I showed him did not leave my original appearance. I was without attachment, changing with him. He could not discern who I was. Thus, I followed him like grass, shifting like water, so he fled." The key takeaway is that Ji Xian, who possessed extraordinary divination skills, could accurately read the fortunes of ordinary people but was rendered powerless before Lizzie's master, Huzi. The profound shifts in Huzi's spiritual state, from earth-like stillness to heaven-like vitality, from myriad manifestations to the negative universe, baffled Ji Xian, eventually forcing him to flee in shame. This demonstrates the transformative power of those who have truly united with the Tao. At this stage, one can freely enter any desired life space. Is this merely a myth? Was this story invented by Lizzie for amusement? Absolutely not. Can we also acquire such spiritual abilities? Yes, we can. Humans are capable of infinite transformations. While these changes may be imperceptible to ordinary people, those with deep spiritual cultivation can discern them. For example, a physiologically normal person can watch erotic videos or read obscene materials and then observe changes in their pulse, blood pressure, muscle tension, and breath. It's easy to detect differences compared to before watching. Similarly, try watching horror movies alone at night. By the end, you might be so scared that you collapse to the ground, too afraid to step outside. If we had instruments to measure your state, your energy flow would likely be extremely weak, and your biological and thinking waves would almost disappear. Now, you can think further on your own. As for Lizzie, he ultimately failed to receive his master's true teachings. After Ji Xian fled, Lizzie felt he had offended his master and was too ashamed to face him again. He returned home, where he spent 3 years in self-reflection, trying to transcend the world and return to simplicity. Peter, the apostle of Jesus, faced a similar problem. At first, he could walk on water, but due to fear of the storm, he began to sink because he lacked faith in his master. Comrades, do you have faith? If you're constantly focused on world events, national affairs, market changes, technological advances, status, power, fame, family issues, and never find a moment of peace, you may not even touch the edge of the Tao, let alone understand it. Struggling for a lifetime, in the end, will it not all be empty? What have you truly gained? Who remembers the heroes of 5,000 years ago? Who will leave a legacy for eternity? Will you still be here tomorrow? It's time to focus on something real. But material things are not the real things. Escaping suffering. Xiefeng. The suffering of humanity originates from humanity itself, each person's suffering stems from within. The operation of the Tao adheres to strict logic and order. The fairness and justice of the greatest creator are reflected in the operation of the Tao. Failing to recognize this ensures endless suffering and a perpetuating vicious cycle. I am in my 40s now and often observe and analyze examples from friends, family, colleagues, neighbors, and media reports. I then seek answers from the teachings of Jesus, Buddha, Laozi, and Muhammad, look for clues in the wisdom of sages and the evolution of nature, and finally ask the heavens and meditate in silence. In the end, I discovered the source and pathway of suffering. The conclusion is that today is a continuation of yesterday, this life is a continuation of the past life, and an individual's suffering is entirely self-inflicted. Reaching this conclusion is cruel for those currently suffering. How I wish I could say, comrade, your suffering is caused by heaven's blindness, social injustice, an authoritarian government, the malice of people, incompetent parents, unfilial children, and so on. You are innocent, and your suffering has nothing to do with your actions. But the truth is not like this. If we indulge in such self-comforting thoughts, we are no better than pigs, irrational madmen. I do not wish to rub salt into the wounds of those who suffer, but I am even more reluctant to give everyone a bowl of anesthetic poison, distorting their hearts, degrading their character, and ensuring they remain trapped in suffering, never to escape. Those in prison, the poor, the persecuted, the tormented, those without hope for the future, those unable to afford medical treatment, those struggling with tuition fees, those diagnosed with terminal illnesses, those affected by disasters, all of these result from transformations of cause and effect. Today's outcomes arise from past causes, and these causes are entirely self-created. On the surface, they may appear to be external causes, but in essence, they are internal. This aligns with the philosophical principle, internal causes are fundamental, external causes act through internal causes. For example, if someone is hit by a cyclist, it may seem on the surface that the cyclist was careless, but in reality, it is something the individual invited. If one contracts AIDS, it may appear to be transmitted by someone else, but in essence, it was self-inflicted. Dying from counterfeit alcohol may seem caused by the distillery's faults, but it is, in truth, self-inflicted. If someone is forcefully imprisoned by the police, it may seem on the surface that the Constitution, laws, and police are overly harsh, but in reality, it was their own doing. We should regularly ask ourselves, what qualifications do I have to enjoy a beautiful environment and life? What kind of life do I deserve? If we have been reckless in the past, do we deserve a life of abundance today? If we have never contributed to others or society, do we deserve to enjoy the contributions of others and society? If we have never spoken the truth, what reason do we have to condemn others for breaking promises? If we have never revered the greatest creator or respected gods and Buddhas, what right do we have to blame heaven for turning a blind eye to disasters? We can find countless reasons to blame others, heaven, earth, society, but why not look inward for a single reason? By examining our present circumstances, we can discern what we did in our past lives. To foresee our future, we can infer it from our current words and actions. If there is no savings in the bank, do not fantasize about an unearned, easy life. If no seeds are sown in spring, do not expect a bountiful harvest in autumn. How can we escape suffering? Dishonest actions like cheating, stealing, robbing, bribing, embezzling, forming gangs, and committing crimes will only deepen suffering. Complaining, cursing the government, heaven, and earth, stirring up trouble, and inciting others only perpetuate the vicious cycle. Relying on others, flattering, speculating, or depending on power will only make life more unbearable. How can we escape suffering? Focus solely on giving without concerning ourselves with the future. Focus on creating wealth without squandering resources. Walk the path of a regular person without pursuing extraordinary paths to godhood or Buddhahood. Live a simple, ordinary life without fantasizing about instant fame. How can we escape suffering? There are countless ways, but the more anxious we feel, the more disordered things become. First, we must remain calm. Without calmness, it is hard to go far. We should accept the present circumstances with equanimity and then work to change them bit by bit. As long as we do our best, we will have no regrets. What if there's no food tomorrow? If we have done our best today and still have no food, then we should calmly face death. If our child is admitted to university but we cannot afford tuition, we must honestly tell them, I have done my best, but there is no solution. We must accept fate. Death is not the end of life, so why fear it? If we do not fear death, what else is there to fear? How can we escape suffering? By revering the greatest Creator, revering life, and revering nature. With this attitude, we will surely escape suffering. Escaping Suffering, Part 2. Xiefeng. To escape suffering, there are several techniques that can be used: first, repentance; second, practice; and third, prayer. Whenever repentance and prayer are mentioned, they are often mocked by smart people as religious superstition, self-deception, self-comfort, wishful thinking, mental rigidity, or as narcotic substances for weak individuals who have been defeated by social competition and are trying to escape from the reality of life. Smart people have their reasons, but we are simple, honest people. In a society where smart individuals dominate and gain all the advantages in competitive markets, we honest people are inherently failures, naturally sheep in a wolf pack. Those who enter life genuine are the weaker members of society. Since we are sheep, we must never fight with wolves, losing is inevitable. Even if we win occasionally, our hearts will be filled with guilt and unease. When it comes to outward development and expansion, we don't have the ability for that, so we must turn inward and explore and develop within. Our inner world is vast and free, a realm where we can roam freely. Even if we are imprisoned, as long as our hearts are not barren, who can limit our freedom? The sage says, I examine myself 3 times a day. We are not sages, so we should examine ourselves 3 times a day even more diligently. How do we examine ourselves? Through repentance. What should we repent for? First, think about the wrong things we have said or done today. For example, did I tell a lie today? Did I, a poor person, bully other poor people? Did my actions today meet the expectations of heaven, earth, and people? When I was suffering, did I curse heaven or others? Did I work hard today? Was I diligent? Did I cause unnecessary trouble for those around me? Did I fall into bad habits today? And so on. If even one item applies, then repentance is necessary. How to repent? Acknowledge your wrongs in your heart and describe in detail the process of your mistakes and how you need to improve. To whom should we repent? We should repent to the greatest Creator. Repentance is an inner activity and does not require going to a church or temple to repent in front of someone or a statue. It is not necessary to speak loudly or intentionally make others see or hear. After repentance, we must practice, that is, we need to make specific improvements in our daily life. If we repent every day but continue with the same actions, then repentance becomes meaningless. The third step is prayer. The best way to pray is according to the teachings of Jesus. The main content of the prayer should be to praise the greatest Creator. As long as the day has passed peacefully and smoothly, whether it was with rare delicacies or simple meals, as long as we've had enough to eat and have a place to shelter from the wind and rain, we should feel grateful. We should thank the greatest Creator. Next, we should thank all those who have benefited us in prayer and ask the greatest Creator to bless them. We should also forgive those who have hurt us and hope they will have a good life. Finally, we should pray to the greatest Creator for a peaceful, happy, and joyful life and ask for guidance to enter higher spiritual realms. Repentance and prayer mainly serve to purify our hearts and gradually move our life's non-material structure toward perfection. It is essential not to let repentance become an excuse or form of self-deception, nor should prayer turn into greed or curses. For example, praying, "The greatest creator, I hope that person's whole family suffers," or "I hope I trip over $1 million bill tomorrow," or "I wish I could marry 3 wives," is not prayer, it is cursing and daydreaming. Do repentance and prayer have practical effects and significance? The universe is holographic, and the spirit of the greatest creator pervades all spaces. Every thought of ours is closely connected with the greatest creator's spirit. If a small thorn pricks our toe, our brain senses it in an instant. Repentance and prayer are forms of communication with the greatest creator. Meanwhile, our thoughts send out waves like a radio station broadcasting across vast negative cosmic spaces, and the deities and Buddhas will sense them and effectively help us. Why not try it for 100 days? After 100 days, those around you will notice that you've changed, becoming more understanding, reasonable, optimistic, and calm. Of course, this is not the main point. The primary result is that your physical and psychological state will subtly shift towards health, and your life structure will evolve toward a higher spiritual realm. In this way, you can escape life's suffering. Fated encounters, fated departures. Xiefeng. People experience joy and sorrow, reunions and separations, just as the moon has its phases of fullness and emptiness. This has always been difficult to reconcile. There is no sorrow greater than parting, no hardship greater than the absence of kinship. When a loved one passes away, the living inevitably feel sorrow. This is the natural response of human beings. If one does not grieve, how could they be any different from grass or trees? However, joy and sorrow, reunions and separations, all have their causes and are inevitable. Fated encounters bring us together, and fated departures cause us to part. Allowing sorrow to linger in one's heart only compounds the grief and is unwise. Every individual has a life path that is uniquely their own. Even the most powerful emperor, president, or billionaire cannot control the trajectory of their loved ones' lives. Parents cannot control the paths of their children, just as children cannot alter the course of their parents' lives. Every person with a normal heart wishes for their loved ones to be safe, healthy, and happy. Children hope their parents live long and enjoy peace in their later years, while parents pray their children encounter no misfortunes and lead smooth, harmonious lives. We all wish for our siblings to live in harmony and prosperity, and for spouses to respect and grow old together. There are 3 great sorrows in life: the death of a father in youth, the loss of a wife in middle age, and the death of a child in old age. The compassionate bodhisattvas, such as Kittagarbha and Avalokiteshvara, vow to completely empty hell, liberating all beings from suffering. They aim to eliminate sorrow and guide the kind-hearted into higher realms of existence. While their intentions are noble and their efforts effective, their ultimate goal cannot be fully realized. The universe operates on the principle of balanced opposites, and the structure of life spaces must remain symmetrical. The greatest sorrow is the death of the heart. When Xianglin saw his son was taken by wolves, her heart died with him. Countless people take their own lives because their hearts have died. Those left behind mourn the sudden or premature departure of loved ones, sinking into despair and emptiness. The weather is unpredictable, and human fortunes and misfortunes can change in an instant. Every family has its struggles, and no life is flawless. For the unenlightened, life seems impermanent. But for those who have entered life genuine, impermanence is not truly impermanent, and coincidences are not purely coincidental. If we fail to awaken and recognize the constancy within change and the change within constancy, what meaning would living 1,000 or 10,000 years hold? Could we ever escape confusion and find clarity? Life genuine was established to provide a spiritual sanctuary for the suffering, to offer a beam of hope to those in despair. It aims to illuminate the divine lamp within one's heart, enabling individuals to transcend the bonds of life and death, traverse the vast unknown, and move toward the ideal shores of existence. In the current era of human history, only Jesus and Sakyamuni truly understood the essence of life. Those who believe are blessed, those who do not may follow their own path. Some find the scent of cilantro fragrant, while others find it unpleasant. Penicillin can save lives but may also take them. The key lies in the structure of life or, perhaps, the depth of one's destined connections. Since March 1st, those whose spirits have entered life genuine, reflect on yourself. Do you feel a daily sense of coolness, as though drinking from the life source's clear streams? Your life has already connected to the vast ocean of existence. Day by day, this connection grows, and when you depart this world, you will naturally ascend to higher realms of existence. The purpose of this essay is to remind everyone not to overly grieve the passing of loved ones. When we mourn, we fail to consider that their departure was inevitable, governed by complex and profound causes and effects. Writing 100,000 words could not fully explain it. For instance, if your child dies, whether through fire, drowning, an accident, or illness, it is a misfortune for you. Yet for your child, it may be a transition to the 1,000-year world, or even the 10,000-year world, a beginning of a truly beautiful existence. They are blessed. They came to settle a debt from your past life and, in the process, transition themselves. Why should we grieve their happiness? From a conventional perspective, this may sound like heretical nonsense. But from an unconventional perspective, life and death are one, misfortune and fortune are interconnected. Those who enjoy blessings must endure suffering, and those who suffer will eventually enjoy blessings. From the short span of decades, we see nothing clearly. But from the perspective of hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of years, everything becomes lucid and apparent. In conclusion, fate brings us together, and fate separates us. Reflect on this deeply. How to receive negative cosmic energy and information. Shufan. In the same field, absorbing the same sunlight, moisture, carbon dioxide, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and other nutrients, why do peonies, roses, corn, wheat, potatoes, sweet potatoes, apples, walnuts, and other plants have different forms, petals, and fruits? Why, after graduating from the same university, do classmates' life paths and destinies vary so much? This involves the issue of life's genetic structure. Each life with a specific genetic structure absorbs energy and information in different proportions, and even the smallest difference, as minute as 1 in 1,000, can lead to huge differences between species. Negative cosmic energy and information mainly refer to non-material, with the greatest energy and richest information being the greatest creator spirit, or the Tao. Following that are the energy and information from gods, including Satan, and then those of super-celestial beings, Buddhas, deity celestial beings, land celestial beings, human celestial beings, saints, humans with perfect human nature, virtuous people, mortals, worldly people, ignorant people, animals, plants, and so on. Some people enjoy reading biographies of celebrities or great people, others love philosophical books, while some only read odd news and collections. We read different books and thus absorb different energies and information. These varying energies and information influence our thoughts and behaviors. People often say, someone or something had a significant impact on my life, or, reading a particular book changed the direction of my life. Although one person's views cannot fully alter another's life trajectory, they still exert a subtle influence. True Christians do not believe in reincarnation, while true Buddhists firmly believe in it. Christians eat meat, while Buddhists abstain. True communists do not believe in the existence of past and future lives, and true Taoists do not believe in judgment after death. The reason lies in the different energies and information they absorb. In fact, every day, people unknowingly absorb vast amounts of negative cosmic energy and information. Just as fish are unaware of the water they swim in, and humans are unaware of the Tao they live in. Those who are unaware are referred to as ignorant people, worldly people, or mortals. Those who are aware are considered virtuous people, saints, or celestial beings. For example, when we browse the internet daily, ordinary people are drawn to news, while the wise seek the wisdom in others' writings, mining for gold, and collecting gemstones. As Life Genuine members, the energy and information we receive are different. Christians only absorb energy and information from the Bible, Buddhists from Buddhist scriptures, Muslims from the Quran, and communists from Marxism and Mao Zedong thought. Those who do not follow these paths rely on their feelings, preferences, or perceptions to randomly absorb energy and information. In contrast, Life Genuine members absorb not only the energy and information from classic texts and humanity's intellectual essence but, more importantly, energy and information from the greatest creator. How to receive energy and information from the greatest creator. We often talk about fate. Fate is predetermined, a cow is a cow, and a horse is a horse. But fortune can be changed, and the process of altering fortune is the process of altering fate. How can fortune be changed? In my article, Accept Your Fate, Control Your Fortune, and Create a New Destiny, in Intermediate Self-Improvement, I discussed 3 methods to change fortune. Choosing a career that suits your personality. A man fears choosing the wrong career, and a woman fears marrying the wrong man. If someone with a rough voice pursues singing, they will undoubtedly waste their life. Receiving education. Seeking guidance from enlightened individuals. These 3 methods are suitable for those in intermediate self-improvement. Now, as Life Genuine members, we must move to advanced self-improvement. Advanced self-improvement, cultivation, and health preservation all exist on the same plane. Advanced self-improvement, cultivation, and health preservation focus on 3 main aspects. Relying on music. Utilizing visualized thinking. Harnessing thoughts. If time permits, I will elaborate on each aspect in detail. To give a brief introduction, recently, an article titled The Stunning Water Crystal Experiment was published, which provides enlightening insights. An ordinary drop of water, when viewed with the naked eye, is always just a drop of water. However, with specialized equipment, it is revealed that the structure of water undergoes incredible changes depending on external conditions. In reality, everything in the universe behaves similarly. If a family, a small group, or a large society is filled with serenity and love, the surrounding environment will form a harmonious system. Mountains, stones, soil, rivers, lakes, seas, wind, clouds, rain, snow, animals, and plants will thrive, and the ideal world of balanced weather and universal prosperity will emerge. Conversely, if everyone is contentious and full of hatred, earthquakes, storms, droughts, floods, diseases, and wars will frequently occur. This happens because the molecular structure of matter changes according to humanity's state of mind. Small changes are imperceptible, but when many molecular structures are altered beyond a critical point, large-scale, shocking changes erupt uncontrollably. We won't delve into massive natural changes, as such trends are inevitable and irresistible. If they didn't come, scriptures like the Bible, Buddhist sutras, Tuebei Tu, Ma Qian Ku, and Mayan prophecies would lose their significance, and even weather forecasts would fail. Instead, let's focus on each Life Genuine member's life, how to avoid disasters, transform the non-material structure of our life, transcend the mundane, and swiftly achieve the qualities of a celestial being. I have explored all Qigong theories, and the countless methods of Qigong cultivation were overwhelming. Eventually, I abandoned them and devised my own. After intermittent experimentation, I discovered some secrets and ultimately achieved immunity to extreme cold, heat, and diseases. This proves that with continuous cultivation, we can resist calamities. For example, when an infectious disease strikes, many people succumb, yet for some others, the disease is non-existent and has no effect. But the truly miraculous lies elsewhere. An American woman once drove her child to a mountain lodge. Midway, her car inexplicably broke down, causing a 2-hour delay. During that time, the lodge she was heading to was buried in an avalanche, and her house was completely destroyed. She later rejoiced, saying that had it not been for the car trouble, she and her child would have perished. Seemingly accidental events are actually inevitable. The art of life lies in a single thought. This woman had prayed before her journey, and that prayer likely played a role. From the stunning water crystal experiment, we know that water forms beautiful crystal structures when filled with joy and love. Similarly, when we revere the greatest creator, life, and nature in our hearts, our physiological, psychological, and mental structures become harmonious and orderly, forming beautiful structures. This structure enables us to escape disasters, progress toward higher life spaces, and attain the qualities of celestial beings. Now let's revisit the first paragraph. The different structures of plants in the same field allow them to absorb different proportions of energy and information, leading to different life outcomes. What about the people in this vast world? If we rely on music, visualized thinking, and thoughts for advanced self-improvement, cultivation, and health preservation, our life structures will become unique. When our life structures change, we can receive negative cosmic energy and information unimaginable to others. We will resonate with the universe's life frequencies, and when that happens, the vast expanse of freedom awaits. In truth, when you internally acknowledge, I am a Life-a-Chanuan member, your body and mind structure have already started or are undergoing change. Take a moment to quietly reflect, and you will realize how different you already are. Do you understand now? Faith. Xiefeng. Faith refers to what is credible, believable, and reliable. Reverence implies admiration, worship, and awe. Faith is the product of the human mind being struck by a certain doctrine, teaching, phenomenon, or mysterious force, thereby automatically forming a set of life values in one's consciousness. Faith is a creation of the soul, not a product of religion or political parties. Religion or political parties merely act as catalysts. Even without religion or political parties, people can still possess faith. Faith is an individual act of consciousness. Faith established collectively is hard to endure. Faith based on collective belief will dissipate with the dissolution of a certain religion, political party, or organization. Faith takes on countless forms and is incredibly diverse. Communist faith, the belief in the unity of heaven and humanity, faith in the greatest creator, in gods and Buddhas, faith in science, and even obsessions and adoration of power, status, wealth, fame, or beauty are forms of faith. Beliefs like seizing the moment, doing the bare minimum, and just getting by also count as faith. Faith can essentially be divided into two categories, theistic faith and atheistic faith. Theists are humble, believing that everything in the universe is created by God. They are hopeful about the future, believe in the cycle of cause and effect, and rely on an inner moral compass to guide their actions. They hold the belief that a divine presence watches over us, which restrains them from misconduct. Atheists, on the other hand, believe in human agency, trust in science, and value empirical evidence. They accept evolution and see life and death as coincidences. For them, death marks eternal rest, with nothing left afterward. Thus, they focus their energy and time on the successes, failures, and social standings of this life. Since they believe in neither past lives nor afterlives, they are bold and daring, fearing neither heaven nor earth, and reject the notion of karmic retribution. Faith is hierarchical, ranging from the lowest to the highest levels as follows. Faith in the law of the jungle. This is a form of faith rooted in animalistic thinking. Phrases like, the victor becomes king while the defeated become outlaws, a man must be ruthless to succeed, and, the strong prey on the weak, and the fittest survive, are representative of this belief. Faith in, money is power, and profit is paramount. This is the faith of the ignorant and the worldly, focusing solely on immediate benefits. When sufficiently tempted, government officials may engage in corruption, police may shield criminals, intellectuals may distort the truth, virgins may go to any lengths, loving couples may turn against each other, and even siblings may harm one another. Faith in integrity and honor. Those with this faith value character and dignity. Phrases such as, refusing charity given with disdain, a gentleman loves wealth but acquires it ethically, and, do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself, exemplify this belief. Faith in loyalty and filial piety. The entirety of Confucian teachings falls under this category of faith. Faith in family, people, nation, party, and religion. This is the typical faith of mortals and the foundation of political and organizational beliefs. Faith in harmony between heaven and humanity. Rooted in Taoism, this faith emphasizes self-cultivation, non-action, wu wei, and the reduction of desires. Faith in the greatest creators and Buddhas. This faith is represented by major religions such as Christianity, Buddhism, and Islam. Faith in life genuine. The core tenet is walking the way of the greatest creator. This is a faith built on the wisdom of Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, Laozi, the achievements of science, and the philosophical essence of human sages and saints. It represents the convergence of all beliefs and the highest level of faith, embodying the ultimate limits of human wisdom. Faith is non-material, the compass of the soul. The nature of one's faith determines the outcome of one's life. Every human being has faith. Without faith, one is no different from a straw dog, a mere animal. The Tao and its virtue. Xiefeng. The Tao represents the consciousness of the greatest creator, the spirit of the greatest creator, the blood of the universe, the source of life, the force maintaining the orderly operation of the universe, and the ultimate truth. The virtue is the inner quality possessed by sages and wise individuals in human society, built upon the understanding of the Tao. It is the driving force that propels human society along a path of rationality, harmony, health, and joy. The Tao and its virtue collectively serve as the force and energy that maintain the orderly operation and healthy development of both the natural universe and human society. The Tao encompasses all the mysteries of the universe, while the virtue embodies the highest wisdom and the most noble, perfect qualities of humanity. Together, they include the essence and external manifestations of the harmonious unity of the greatest creator, gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, and sages. Pursuing the Tao and its virtue is the hallmark of the wise. To pursue the Tao is to pursue the greatest creator and eternal life, to pursue the virtue is to pursue sainthood and a perfect life. The Tao and its virtue cannot be fully possessed by anyone other than sages. In today's society, who dares to claim, I possess the Tao and its virtue? If someone says, I am learning to understand and pursue the Tao and its virtue, that person is already remarkable, transcending the mundane and entering the realm of the wise. Such an individual is already so excited they can hardly sleep, with their heart filled with passionate waves of emotion. In Chinese history, the individual with the most profound understanding of the Tao and its virtue was Laozi. His work, Tao Te Ching, provides a concise explanation of the Tao and the virtue. To understand these concepts, it is best to begin with Tao Te Ching. While browsing the internet, I have come across articles written by officials, experts, professors, scholars, masters, and celebrities. Their discussions on the Tao and its virtue often evoke amusement, resembling preschool children discussing quantum mechanics or blindfolded individuals wandering in a maze. Their attempts can be endearing, comical, and entertaining. Atheists are inherently deficient in their psychological development. One yin and one yang is called the Tao, yet they recognize only yang and reject yin, desiring only half of the world. As Zhuangzi said, morning mushrooms do not know the cycle of day and night, and cicadas do not understand the cycles of spring and autumn. Similarly, creatures born and dying in summer cannot fathom the existence of spring, autumn, or winter. Atheists are forever unaware of the non-material world beyond the material world. Consequently, they can never fully grasp the Tao and its virtue. Does this mean that theists can inherently understand and possess the Tao and its virtue? Not necessarily. Without cultivating the virtue, theists may devolve into something worse than atheists, becoming terrifying entities that harm human society far more gravely. Atheists may only impose terror over the physical and intellectual aspects of humanity, but theists who devolve into malevolent beings can exert terror over the spiritual and ethereal aspects. Thus, they pose a greater threat. For humanity to enter a brighter era, it would be ideal for political parties and religions to gradually fade away. In their place, sages could lead through enlightenment, and wise individuals could manage the daily production and lives of humanity. The mundane views sages with inherent bias, akin to judging a noble person with the heart of a petty one. Those obsessed with wealth believe moral teachings are motivated by greed, fame seekers assume such teachings aim for recognition, and power-hungry individuals suspect them of ambition. A flock of sheep might distrust their shepherd. Why does this person wield a whip to keep us together, stopping us from freely indulging in the crops or crossing to the other side of the river for a hearty feast? Surely, they aspire to be our leader or king. But consider, would a shepherd want to transform into a sheep and become king of the flock? In the past, many wished to make Jesus the king of Israel. Did he accept? On the contrary, he avoided it as if fleeing from calamity. Siddhartha Gautama, Buddha, was a prince with the potential to unify the kingdoms. Did he desire this? He never harbored such ambitions. When ordinary people speculate on the thoughts of sages, it is as absurd as a frog at the bottom of a well attempting to fathom the actions of a dragon in the ocean. Understandable, yet utterly ridiculous. Who can possess the Tao and its virtue? It is unlikely that members of existing religious organizations or political parties can truly possess the Tao and its virtue. Delve into any such group, and you'll find them proclaiming their doctrines or ideologies as the sole truth while dismissing others as heresies. To maintain control over their followers or members, they discourage exposure to other ideas, fearing that flaws in their doctrines will be revealed. Such fragility leaves them devoid of resilience or the capacity for critique, rendering them incapable of embodying the Tao and its virtue. Another group comprises the so-called guardians of orthodoxy. These individuals resemble the Pharisees of old, their hands and tongues bound to scripture, or the senile ministers of successive Chinese emperors, doggedly upholding ancestral decrees. They incessantly recite scriptures and ancestral teachings, and whenever they detect even the faintest whiff of new ideas or innovations, they erupt with fury, launching diatribes and attacks. They present themselves as defenders of morality and truth, but their fossilized minds churn out nothing but archaic wisdom in a desperate bid to crush anything new. Until they obliterate fresh thoughts and innovations, they find no peace, burning with rage and unrest. Such people are incapable of possessing the Tao and its virtue. Even some young individuals, barely acquainted with the surface of religious texts like the Bible, occasionally quote a line or two to pose as defenders of Christianity or experts on scripture, all while ridiculing new ideas. Such behavior distances them from the Tao and its virtue. Purely natural scientists or sociologists also struggle to possess the Tao and its virtue. Their rigid thinking makes unconventional perspectives nearly impossible. If I were to suggest that physical illnesses or disasters stem from imperfections in one's psychological or spiritual non-material structure, would they entertain the idea? Even imagining such possibilities seems beyond them. As for the general public, most are preoccupied with resolving basic needs for themselves and their families. They lack the time, energy, and resources to explore the vast knowledge systems of material and non-material worlds, making it difficult for them to embody the Tao and its virtue. Who then can possess the Tao and its virtue? The answer: the Chanyuan Celestials have the potential to embody the Tao and its virtue. Self-praise and arrogance? Not at all. All religious doctrines and political ideologies appear pale and powerless in the face of Life Chanyuan. Life Chanyuan is an open and evolving system that remains constant within change and changes within constancy. It is boundless, encompassing the moral essence of all religions, political parties, and individuals, while welcoming wisdom from every source. It serves not any religion, political party, organization, individual, social class, ethnic group, or nation, but the entire cosmic life system. If even the Chanyuan celestials cannot embody the Tao and its virtue, who else can? Please, share your thoughts. In the future, ignorance of Shakespeare, Mayan culture, the Quran, Buddhist scriptures, relativity, or scientific farming may not invite ridicule. However, ignorance of life Chanyuan will signify that one has fallen behind, become stagnant, decayed, and is on the path to becoming a mummy. Soon, a great number of Chanyuan celestials will emerge from their cocoons. Once awakened from their dormant state of thought, they will soar like the legendary Kunpeng, spreading their wings across the vast seas and skies, commanding the 8 corners of the world. They will demonstrate towering strength, boundless talent, and noble character, embodying the Tao and its virtue. With their virtues and brilliance, they will lead humanity toward a beautiful and promising future. The Tao and its virtue will be embodied solely by Chanyuan celestials. Morning mushrooms do not know the cycle of day and night, and cicadas do not understand the cycles of spring and autumn. Xiefeng. What did Zhuangzi see? Why did he choose to communicate with the spirit of heaven and earth and befriend the eternal and boundless? Because he could not find a like-minded soul among humans. At least Yuboya had Zhongziki, who could understand his sublime melody of mountains and waters. But no one could understand Zhuangzi's sublime melody of mountains and waters. Thus, he sought kindred spirits beyond humanity. As a flesh and blood member of human society, Zhuangzi found himself in a state of intense suffering, profound anger, and deep loneliness. Yet, as the saying goes, extremes meet, and when things reach their limit, they reverse. In his extreme loneliness, he nearly gave up on life, but in the end, like encountering a new village after a winding path through dark willows and blooming flowers, Zhuangzi reached the state of transforming into a celestial being in the phoenix rising from the ashes, achieving a great leap in life. The spirit of heaven and earth refers to the cosmic spirit, which is the spirit of the greatest creator, the Tao. The eternal and boundless undoubtedly refers to the greatest creator. Therefore, Zhuangzi's aspiration was to enter the Tao, commune with the Tao, seek the greatest creator, and befriend the greatest creator. This is the highest realm of life, sinking deeper into misery and loneliness, only to eventually enter a new world, as though emerging into a world of unexpected brightness after darkness. Materialists see this realm as idealism. But is it merely idealism? Is it nothing more than a fantastical state caused by psychological and spiritual delusions? Morning mushrooms do not know the cycle of day and night, and cicadas do not understand the cycles of spring and autumn. The bacteria that appear in the morning vanish by noon, never knowing there is a night. The cicadas that emerge in summer die in that season, never knowing there is spring and autumn. Materialists are like these morning mushrooms and cicadas, unable to comprehend that the spirit and soul can indeed reach another world of life. When I was a child, the adults in the village would gather after dinner, chatting endlessly and aimlessly. We children would play around them, sometimes crouching nearby to listen. On one occasion, an elder said, "Do you know? When it gets dark here, in some villages, it's already morning. When it's noon here, it's midnight there." As soon as he finished, the others began to ridicule, mock, and laugh at him. I can't recall their exact words, but they mocked him for speaking nonsense, imagining things, and having irrational thoughts. Think about it, this conversation took place around 1964, in a remote village. The farthest anyone from the village had traveled was to Xinjiang. The villagers knew nothing about the time differences between the eastern and western hemispheres. The elder had never left his hometown. When asked how he came up with such an idea, he said, "I was just thinking about it." It turned out he had no evidence, only blind speculation. Genius, wisdom, and great imagination are often quickly drowned in a flood of ridicule. If we rewind 100 years, imagine someone saying, "In the future, we'll lie in bed and see events happening thousands of miles away. We'll hold something the size of a cigarette box and chat with people far across the horizon. What kind of reaction would that provoke? Even today, with advanced communication and transportation, if I said, where I live, it's lush and green year-round, with flourishing plants, blooming flowers, and birds singing every day of the 365 days, would anyone believe it? Now, what about the 36-dimensional spaces, especially the realms of the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, or the Elysium world? Can anyone truly believe in them? Morning mushrooms do not know the cycle of day and night, and cicadas do not understand the cycles of spring and autumn. 98% of humans cannot believe it, nor will they ever. We humans are the morning mushrooms and cicadas. Zhuangzi, too, had no choice but to communicate with the spirit of heaven and earth and befriend the eternal and boundless. Would you like to be Zhuangzi's kindred? Dancing the tango on the edge of death. Xiefeng. Those who have never experienced despair do not truly understand life. Likewise, those who have given up and taken their own lives in despair do not understand it either. Only those who have endured suffering, faced countless hardships, and can still fight alone in loneliness, confronting death without fear, who laugh in the face of adversity, and who dance the tango on the edge of death, these are the ones who truly grasp the depth of life. This article is the 61st article of the Revelation chapter. In traditional Chinese culture, the term 61 refers to the completion of a sexagenary cycle, or huojia, which marks the end of a 60-year cycle. At the age of 61, one has already completed this cycle and is standing on the edge of death. What happens after 60? How should one walk the path that comes after? There was a villager named Bu Hui, whose death was foretold for the morning of his 60th year. On that fateful morning, the Grim Reaper sent a messenger to fetch Bu Hui for his reincarnation across the three realms transit continent. Upon arriving at Bu Hui's home, the messenger found that Bu Hui had already left. Following the footprints he left behind, the messenger eventually saw him at the foot of a mountain. The messenger delivered the message of death to Bu Hui, but to the messenger's surprise, the message was bounced back. Confused, the messenger observed Bu Hui closely and saw something strange. Normally, people at 60 are frail, with dull eyes, stiff minds, and shallow breaths. But Bu Hui was full of vitality, joyous and vigorous. He carried a basket, picking mushrooms as he sang loudly, imitating birdsong from the treetops, racing with rabbits, chasing butterflies, and picking wildflowers to tuck into his coat pocket. His carefree and innocent manner resembled that of a child. His life's non-material structure had not followed the normal course, and as a result, the message of death could not enter his being. The messenger had no choice but to return to the Grim Reaper and report, "Great Lord, Bu Hui is acting abnormally. His life structure does not match the message of death. He cannot be brought back." The Grim Reaper responded, "I am aware. Bu Hui's ability to dance on the edge of death shows that he has retained a childlike heart and still loves life. I will grant him an additional 60 years to live, allowing him to reincarnate once more in his original body. When he reaches 120, you may come to collect him again." Dancing tango once on the edge of death, with energetic, powerful steps, this is the wisdom of life. Living to the age of 60 is no easy feat, so, once we reach 60, why not dance the tango at least once? If not now, when? There was an elderly woman who, for the sake of her husband and children, always claimed to love fish heads when they ate fish, leaving the fish meat for them to enjoy. When she became ill and was hospitalized in her old age, her children, eager to show their filial devotion, brought fish heads for her to eat. At this moment, she revealed the truth: "I didn't really love fish heads. When I was younger and our family was poor, we rarely had fish. Someone had to eat the fish head, so I just said I liked it. But now, you can bring me some fish meat instead." The elderly woman finally danced her tango on the edge of death. Many of us live our lives under the weight of love, hatred, and sorrow. If we never dance the tango, we may regret it for the rest of our lives. Everyone wears a mask to varying degrees, and this mask binds us, leading to great sorrow and bitterness. In reality, it is not only after 60 that we stand on the edge of death. Every age is the edge of death. If you look at the daily news of deaths caused by illness, car accidents, wars, or sudden disasters, such as the 9/11 attacks or coal mine explosions, who can confidently say that they are not standing on the edge of death at this very moment? We are all on the edge of death. So why not dance the tango? Perhaps by dancing it just once, our lives may be extended. But one thing is certain, by dancing it, our life's non-material structure will evolve toward truth, goodness, and beauty. If there is someone you have longed for in your heart but have never expressed your feelings to because of various constraints, why not take this chance to dance the tango? Go to them and say clearly, "I like you so much." If there is someone you harbor hatred for, then dance the tango and tell them boldly, "You old fool, I hate you." If circumstances make it inconvenient, you can call them, send someone to relay the message, or take advantage of the internet to write an article mocking or ridiculing them, letting out the anger in your heart. If there is someone you admire or worship, send them a fax, make a phone call, write them a letter, or compose an article to express your feelings in time. Do not wait, because we are all standing on the edge of death. If we do not seize the moment to dance the tango, we will regret it deeply and forever. Do not endure needlessly. Forget sayings like, "The beauty of restraint lies in tolerance," "Forbearance is a virtue," "Tolerance brings calm after the storm," or "The true principles of the universe are truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance." These are all hypocritical words designed to suppress human nature. After 5,000 years of existence, the Chinese nation still struggles in misery, largely because of the overglorified virtue of tolerance. Minor grievances left unchecked lead to accumulated anger that eventually erupts like a volcano. As Lu Sun said, "Either explode in silence or perish in it." We should neither explode nor perish. Instead, start by addressing the small injustices and express our love, hate, joy, anger, dissatisfaction, and resentment promptly. By not suppressing human nature, society will progress toward civilization, truth, goodness, beauty, rationality, and harmony. So, dance boldly on the edge of death. Excess, dangerous to life. Xiefeng. We come into this world with nothing and leave with nothing, we arrive with clenched fists and depart with open hands. The truth is clear, so why the obsession? There is an article by Xing Zhu titled "The Anxiety of the Sand Rat," which describes a species of sand rat in the Sahara Desert that is unusually diligent. Before the dry season arrives, these rats work tirelessly to gather an abundance of grass roots. The problem is that even when they have stored enough to survive the dry season, they continue to work obsessively, constantly searching for more roots, gnawing them off, and hauling them back to their burrows. Research shows that a single sand rat only needs 2 kilograms of grass roots to survive the entire dry season. However, they gather 10 kilograms. The excess eventually rots, and the rats then have to painstakingly clean the decomposed roots out of their burrows. An experiment was conducted where sand rats were kept in cages and provided with ample food every day. Yet, these rats quickly became anxious and died because they could not gather grass roots and accumulate enough to feel secure. From a human perspective, we see that these sand rats are foolish. 4/5 of their efforts are not only unnecessary but harmful. By gnawing off the grass roots in the desert, they make the desert even more barren, reducing their chances of survival. In trying to ensure their safety, they destroy their future. This is digging their own graves. If the sand rats are foolish, what about us humans? Over the years, I've interacted mostly with businessmen. Several of them are already millionaires, with enough wealth to support their families for the rest of their lives. Yet they never seem satisfied. They continue to work tirelessly, day after day, year after year. Watching their endless toil, I often think to myself, why bother? One example is a 36-year-old vice director of a provincial finance department. Dissatisfied with what he had, he took bribe after bribe. Eventually, his crimes were exposed, and he ended up in prison. At the peak of his career and life, he sacrificed everything for something unnecessary. Why bother? On some websites and forums, I've seen people tirelessly comment on every topic under the sun, from science to religion, from politics to news. They are so busy writing, consumed by their pursuits, that they seem lost in their obsession. Why bother? Sand rats feel secure only when they have stored more grass roots than they actually need. Without this, they become anxious to the point of death. Even when well-fed and with no real survival threats, they still worry if they haven't accumulated enough. Excessive accumulation depletes resources and drains life. As the global population continues to grow while resources dwindle, the desire to accumulate extra grass roots intensifies, creating a vicious cycle. Even if humanity achieves sustained peace and development, if we don't eliminate the sand rat anxiety, resources will eventually run out. When that happens, what will become of us? I recall a mass purchasing frenzy in the early 1980s. People feared that if they didn't buy something immediately, they wouldn't be able to get it later or that prices would skyrocket. This too was a form of sand rat mentality. Will it happen again? It's easy to know the way, hard to walk the way, and even harder to uphold the way. Excess is dangerous to life. Life is finite. If we focus too much on accumulation, we risk losing precious time. Worse, we may miss the opportunity to sublimate our lives. I remember a younger family member who began worrying about her 1-year-old child's future college tuition when she was just 23. She wrote to me, complaining that if she didn't find a way to earn more money soon, she wouldn't be able to pay for her child's education. I responded with a serious tone, saying, "Why are you worrying about something so far off? Live for today. Do you know what will happen tomorrow? What changes might come? Why burden yourself with tomorrow's troubles today? Tomorrow hasn't arrived yet, so why let it ruin you?" The greatest Creator knows our needs, both individual and collective. Through Jesus, we have been told, "Do not worry about tomorrow. Seek first the kingdom of the greatest Creator and His righteousness, and all other necessities will be given to you as well." What good is it for someone to gain the whole world, yet forfeit their soul? Or what can anyone give in exchange for their soul? Buddha also teaches us to live in the present, to go with the flow, and to follow the natural course of things. Excess is dangerous to life. Don't be like the sand rat. In setting gemstones into the crown. Xiefeng. A few days ago, while organizing the shaded pathway between the swimming pool and the tennis court, my spouse discovered a carp sculpture about the size of a lamb, hidden in the grass. It had been long neglected, weathered by rain, dust, wind, and insects. Once lifelike, the carp now appeared dull, aged, and lifeless. My spouse had 2 gardeners retrieve it, clean it, repaint it, and place it at the entrance of the billiard room against a flower wall. Flanked by 2 pots of silver-edged spider plants and surrounded by asparagus ferns, the carp suddenly seemed to embody the spirit of leaping over the dragon gate, adding a vibrant touch to the courtyard. As I gazed at this new scene, my thoughts wandered, and I was filled with reflections. A simple sculpture, once cleaned up and placed in the right setting, could radiate brilliance again. How many precious things in this world are buried in the grass, their true form and beauty yet to be revealed. Especially in human society, how many talented individuals are lost in the trivialities of daily life, forever missing the chance to display their true potential. How many intellectuals, wise figures, and gifted people have been buried in the vast sea of mundanity, their wisdom and brilliance never given the chance to shine. A gemstone must be set in a crown to sparkle. Similarly, sages must be allowed to shine brightly. A sage is not only the pillar of a nation and the pride of a people but also the dutiful child of their parents. They are both law-abiding citizens and extraordinary talents. They can quietly blend into society, unnoticed, or rise above the mundane, graceful and carefree. They can soar alone in the blue sky or join a flock of cranes. Like twinkling stars in the night sky, they adorn the heavens, bringing life and beauty to the universe. Imagine a sky without stars, the night would be a lifeless void. Likewise, without sages, the world would be dull and unremarkable. Why don't sages shine? There are two primary reasons. First, they lack self-awareness, never realizing they are gems among humanity. Second, societal constraints hinder their talents. Like a brilliant pearl hidden in a shadowy corner rather than displayed prominently, without an effective system or discerning eyes to recognize them, even those with extraordinary talent and ambition may find their potential trapped within the fortress of their own thinking. Their fervent aspirations and profound knowledge may be eroded by time and drowned by mundane chatter, leaving them to live in obscurity. To become a sage, one must overcome these two obstacles. First, seek the guidance of saints, for saints possess the insight to recognize true talent. Without following a saint, how can one discern whether they are wise or not? If one blindly believes themselves to be the best, they risk becoming like the proverbial frog at the bottom of a well. Second, be friends but not followers. It is crucial to cultivate friendships with people from religious and political circles while avoiding membership in their organizations. Once entangled, doctrines and rules may constrain one's free will and innate nature, rendering them a servant to others, unable to live freely. Additionally, it is vital to step out of one's circles regularly. Remaining caught in a vortex leads to confusion, while stepping out offers clarity to evaluate what truly matters, its nature, value, and worthiness of one's devotion. Time and energy are the diamonds of life. Insetting gemstones into the crown means dedicating one's time and energy to endeavors that best reflect the value of life. But where can one find the place or career that best reflects life's value? I carefully considered various fields, from farms to factories, military camps to mines, government offices to schools, service industries, commercial pursuits, and even matters of the heart. I pondered the work of scientists, professors, thinkers, writers, artists, philosophers, political leaders, and religious figures. Yet, something still felt missing. I also reflected on the lives of hidden hermits residing in the mountains and streams. Their existence is undeniably free, wonderful, and elegant, but there lingers a faint sense of helplessness and coldness. Of course, those exceptional individuals who bring light to humanity deserve respect. But if their own life's journey is too sorrowful and tragic, I hesitate to advocate such a path. So, where can one truly reflect the greatest value of life? The mystery is boundless. How to know whether you are fragrant or foul? Xiefeng. Yesterday, a friend brought over a box of shrimp and 2 fish, saying they were fresh from Mozambique. Within half an hour in the kitchen, a swarm of flies was drawn to the fishy smell. We had no choice but to deal with it, washing, peeling, frying, and cooking. It was only after we had eaten and thoroughly cleaned up that the flies finally began to disperse. My home, whether it's the bedroom, living room, kitchen, or courtyard, has always been praised by friends for its cleanliness and tidiness. Flies are rare in the kitchen, even if 1 or 2 occasionally wander in, they take a quick look and leave, rarely settling. So why did so many flies appear all of a sudden? Where did they come from? The more I thought about it, the more it turned my stomach. It was clear that the flies had been attracted by the shrimp and fish, the fishy smell had drawn them in, possibly from about a 10-kilometer radius. Wherever there is a foul odor, flies are sure to follow. By eating shrimp and fish with that fishy smell, I had undoubtedly absorbed some of it. Even though the food was quickly digested, the odor had unquestionably left its mark on my body. People with high blood sugar are more prone to being bitten by fleas, mosquitoes, and other insects. Flowers draw butterflies, while fishy smells lure flies. Whether butterflies are drawn to you or flies swarm around you depends entirely on whether you are fragrant or foul. The Bible forbids the eating of certain animals' meat, calling them unclean. Muslims do not eat pork or the meat of animals that died naturally, for the same reason. Buddhists completely avoid meat and pungent foods like garlic and onions, as well as meat with a strong odor. Taoists, when practicing or performing rituals, must fast and bathe beforehand. These practices are not just rituals, there is deeper wisdom behind them. In the second article of the Revelation chapter, I mentioned my grandmother. She was an illiterate woman, yet she knew countless stories about celestial beings. The most remarkable thing was that she had never eaten meat, not even eggs. She was not a Buddhist, so why did she avoid meat? There was a deeper reason behind it. You are what you eat. In the health preservation chapter, I realized, meat eaters become heavy, dull, vegetable eaters become light, clear, grain eaters become wise, air eaters become spiritual. I would now add two more insights: foul foods make one smell, while eating flowers makes one fragrant. So, do people who eat meat tend to have more brutal personalities? Are vegetarians kinder than meat eaters? I won't delve into this question, but one thing is certain: after eating garlic or onions, our mouths will carry their smell for hours. After eating lamb, our mouths will have a strong odor. After eating fish, our mouths will carry the fishy smell. The conclusion is simple: after eating beef, our mouths will taste of beef; after eating insects, our mouths will have the taste of insects. Whatever we eat, our mouths will carry the taste of that food. The real question is, if we frequently eat animal meat, could we become animals in the next life? What we eat affects our future. The path of cultivation in this world is not something to be taken lightly. I won't discuss this further, the mysteries of this world cannot be fully explained. Let's take this further: if eating physical food impacts our future, what about consuming spiritual food? People who read ghost stories all the time will have ghosts on their minds. Those who spend their lives reading atheistic books will only think about the idea that existence determines consciousness, believing humans are the pinnacle of all life and that we can overcome fate. They do not believe in the greatest creator. People who watch pornographic films or read certain magazines will be filled with those thoughts. Those who are obsessed with money will have wealth on their minds. Those obsessed with power will always be thinking about ladders of status. Those obsessed with fame will constantly think about how to gain fame or be associated with famous people. Where eagles gather, there are bound to be animal carcasses. Where flies gather, there are certainly foul-smelling foods. Where businessmen gather, there is certainly wealth. Where the public gathers, there is certainly entertainment. Where criminals gather, there are certainly plots for crime. Where wise people gather, there are certainly saints. And where saints gather, there are certainly divine spirits and the greatest creator. Observe what surrounds you, and you'll see whether you're fragrant or foul. Fragrance draws butterflies to flowers, and peace lets thoughts flow. A clean body wards off illness, while a pure heart invites celestial beings. Whether you believe it or not, that's entirely up to you. Beware. One tendency hides another. Xiefeng. Since yin and yang first emerged, all things and phenomena in the universe have contained these two attributes, forming a duality that ensures balance, with each half complementing the other and embodying the symmetry of opposites. Life and death, for instance, are the two sides of existence. Life contains death, and death contains life. They are opposites yet interdependent; without one, the other cannot exist. The nature of life in the Pure Land is a separate discussion. The concept of symmetry and the unity of opposites is a valuable tool for understanding phenomena and things, and it is a major avenue for humanity's path to wisdom and sainthood. If we only focus on one side of things, or only recognize one aspect, we will inevitably fall into extremism and be misled. A sheet of paper has a front and a back, or a yang side and a yin side. If we only acknowledge the front of the paper and deny the back, then our thinking has a problem. This type of thinking, which sees only one side of things, is a form of one-sided thinking, asymmetrical thinking, and disharmonious thinking. Life Achanuan begins by introducing the concept of unconventional thinking. The goal is to inspire people to break free from one-sided perspectives. It encourages us to twist one end of our thinking 180 degrees, inverting it, to see what we hadn't seen before, turn absence into presence, good into bad, love into hate, up into down, life into death, success into failure, loss into gain, poverty into wealth, greatness into insignificance, heroes into fools, darkness into light, and so on. It is essential to emphasize that unconventional thinking involves adjusting one's perspective by 180 degrees, not fully reversing or inverting it. If everything is fully inverted, we fall into another extreme. For example, when we look at a piece of paper, we see only the front. If we flip the paper over, we still see only the other side. The key is to see both the front and the back until we can no longer distinguish which is which. This is the subtlety of unconventional thinking. For example, when we can see death within life, and life within death, where life and death are interdependent and coexistent, when we finally realize that life and death themselves do not exist, this is the true understanding of unconventional thinking. Once we reach this level of thinking, we can become a master, a saint. I won't delve into this profound and mysterious holographic thinking theory. For now, let us focus on the yin-yang attributes of things and phenomena to analyze the problems present in human and individual thinking. Everyone goes through a passionate phase. When I was in middle school, I experienced an intense love affair with a classmate. It was a period of intoxicating infatuation. My mindset at that time was undoubtedly, in heaven, let us be a pair of winged birds, on earth, let us be intertwined branches, unwavering even if the seas dry up and the rocks decay. This is one tendency, but this tendency masked another one, the parting, the bittersweetness hidden within sweetness, the decades-long yearning, and the inner sorrow. The Cultural Revolution was a time of national fervor. Those who didn't participate as Red Guards may struggle to understand the passion behind slogans like, breaking the four olds and establishing the four new, or the zeal of singing revolutionary songs and traveling the world. During that time, people's mindsets were strikingly similar to my own during my youthful infatuation. However, beneath this lively and exuberant tendency lay another, the destruction of old superstitions and traditions without building genuine faith, which led to immense personal and national tragedies later on. Readers of The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich know that Hitler's impassioned speeches and charisma inspired the SS soldiers to fight heroically and relentlessly. At that time, Nazi soldiers were fervent and full of fighting spirit, completely convinced they were fighting for a great and sacred cause. However, one tendency hit another, they had no awareness that they were serving fascist rule. Certain holy war organizations have members who are brave and fearless, willing to face death without hesitation. Their hearts are often shaken by a sense of sacred power, fighting and sacrificing their lives for this sacred cause. They feel supreme honor, greatness, and pride. When they flew planes into the World Trade Center and leveled it to the ground, what they felt was nothing but extreme joy. However, this sacredness conceals another tendency, beneath the brilliance lies immense evil. Some extreme religious and political organizations consist of individuals with one-sided thinking. They often believe their cause is the most righteous in the world, yet they fail to realize they are walking an extreme path, one that goes against the way. Over the past 6 months, I've been writing articles while reading widely from domestic and international Chinese websites written by somewhat well-known authors. To this day, I have yet to find a single excellent article. They all veer toward extremes, exhibit one-sided thinking, and are written by those who are self-satisfied. This is a tragedy for the Chinese people. Zhuge Liang, deeply aware of his inability to turn the tide, wrote the Ma Qian prophecies. Similarly, Life Achanuan may also be unable to change the course of events. After 10 months of online promotion, only a handful of individuals have grasped its essence. Most remain oblivious to the hidden tendency beneath another. They are unaware of the cliff's edge, even as disaster looms. Materialism and idealism, atheism and theism, are two sides of the same coin, or yin and yang. To assert that the world is purely material, ignoring the existence and role of spirit, mind, and consciousness, will inevitably lead humanity astray. Conversely, to claim the world is purely ideal or consciousness-based, disregarding the value and role of material existence, will likewise mislead humanity. Pure materialism exaggerates human agency and subjective initiative, leading to arrogance, conceit, pride, and irrationality. Pure theism suppresses and stifles human nature, innate freedom, and initiative, potentially bringing spiritual and psychological terror. Enough for now, it's late. Tomorrow is the last day before Christmas 2004, the busiest day of the year for business. I'll leave some energy for work tomorrow and make a bit more money. In conclusion, if one becomes intoxicated by one tendency, one will inevitably suffer under the opposite tendency later on. By the way, could gods and Buddhas have another side? Could the devil, Satan, have another side as well? The path of moderation for the virtuous. Xiefeng. A large tree that provides shade and shelter is spared from being chopped down by carpenters because it is considered useless. A hen, on the other hand, is spared from slaughter because it is useful and lays eggs. Hence, Confucius advised his disciples to position themselves between being talented and untalented. How does one find balance between talent and lack of talent? Is there a deeper wisdom hidden in this idea? When I went abroad as a translator, my superiors considered potential factors beyond just my language skills. I was proficient in accounting, clerical work, and statistics. As a level 5 fitter, a role often referred to as the jack of all trades in mechanical fields, I was well versed in mechanical schematics and construction. If needed, I could install and repair lathes, gasoline engines, diesel engines, and drilling rigs. Moreover, I had basic knowledge of foreign trade correspondence, credit procedures, import-export processes, and customs clearance. By these standards, I was considered talented and deemed an ideal candidate for the overseas assignment. Before I left, I casually remarked to a colleague that the company could use me in multiple roles due to my varied skills. Unexpectedly, my colleague responded, "Why bother knowing so much? Once you're abroad, just stick to translating and feign ignorance in everything else. Otherwise, you'll overwork yourself and invite resentment from others." I was taken aback but soon understood. The ancients warned that, in troubled times, excessive talent is a root of misfortune, and that, mastering 1,000 techniques is less valuable than excelling in one. A person should neither be overly talented nor completely untalented but should adapt to circumstances. The balance between talent and lack thereof extends to the philosophy of moderation. The concept of moderation has faced criticism for being indecisive, opportunistic, and overly accommodating. Critics argue, 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. What is this ambiguous 1.5? Love is love, and hate is hate. What is this undefined middle ground? For a long time, I scoffed at the idea of moderation, viewing it as unworthy of a true man. However, as I gained life experience, especially through the ups and downs of human relationships, I came to realize that moderation embodies the qualities of a virtuous person and reflects the Tao. Without broad knowledge, one cannot grasp its essence. When dealing with the poor and the rich, leaders and subordinates, intellectuals and laborers, religions and political parties, men and women, governments and underground groups, Chinese and foreigners, the elderly and the young, conservatives and innovators, suppression and resistance, violence and cooperation, I find myself standing in the middle ground, avoiding favoritism. The sun shines equally on the good and the wicked, and flowing water nourishes both the earth and humanity without discrimination. If I am to follow the Tao, I must let things take their natural course. I grew up in poverty. During my 3 years at the Zhangjiago Geological Technical School in Hebei Province, the school cafeteria cook once remarked, "You've had the worst meals among the thousands of students here over the past 3 years." While studying at the University of International Business and Economics in Beijing, my classmates suggested pooling 12 yuan each for a shared meal, but I declined because I couldn't afford it. I've always finished every grain of rice in my bowl, a habit rooted not only in the understanding that each grain is hard-earned, but also in my personal experience of near starvation in 1958 and 1960. Whether it's green onions dipped in soybean paste from the northeast, sour noodles from the northwest, sweet foods from the south, or spicy Sichuan cuisine, whether it's Chinese or Western dishes, I savor every meal as if it were a delicacy. Friends often remark, "Watching you eat makes the food look delicious." Because of my humble beginnings, I once believed that all poor people were inherently righteous, and all rich people were unjust. However, after climbing into the middle class and hiring nearly 100 workers poorer than me, I was disheartened by their laziness, irresponsibility, theft, lies, and ungratefulness. It became evident that some people are destined to remain poor. I once hired a lawyer to fight a year-long lawsuit against the National Trade Union, representing the poor. In the end, my eloquent speech made a difference, and I won the case. Before the law, the poor were left speechless and without a leg to stand on. Does this mean I now side with the rich? Not at all. The arrogance of the wealthy, their cutting remarks, and their ostentatious displays often leave the less fortunate feeling humiliated. I sometimes think, aside from your money, what else do you have? I've always been under others' leadership and detested the domineering and condescending manner of those in power, convinced that no official was truly good. However, when I later had the chance to lead others myself, I came to realize that being in a leadership position is no easy task either. The masses have their reasons, and those in leadership have their challenges. An irreconcilable dilemma exists between the two. I was once a member of the working class and deeply envied intellectuals. I thought they understood many principles, could distinguish truth from falsehood, and upheld justice, serving as the backbone of enterprises and the nation. Later, after graduating from the Education Institute and becoming a middle school teacher, I became an intellectual myself. However, I quickly discovered that intellectuals can be narrow-minded, self-serving, and overly concerned with trivial matters. On the surface, they may appear courteous and witty, but deep down, they are often masters of internal conflict. Currently, I have written nearly 1 million words in articles and can now be considered a genuine intellectual. My 10 months of experience online have profoundly revealed to me that intellectuals are not necessarily admirable. Famous intellectuals often disregard those without status, speaking in grandiose and polished rhetoric while their true intentions and actions often tell a different story. As for the majority of ordinary intellectuals, deep down, their attitude seems to be, "I know you're capable, but I'll do everything I can to prevent your success." Jealousy may well be the innate nature of intellectuals. They envy not only the talents of their colleagues, classmates, and friends but also those of people everywhere, whether in the present or throughout history. Intellectuals tend to be more adept at hindering progress than fostering it. If they do offer praise or admiration for someone, it is usually because they stand to gain something from it, or the person being praised is a historical figure, deceased, or a foreigner. Otherwise, such praise rarely comes from a place of genuine sincerity. I was once a devout communist, idolizing Marx and Lenin and firmly believing that religion is the opium of the people. However, after studying the Bible, the Quran, Buddhist scriptures, and the Tao Te Ching, I came to realize how shallow and uninformed Marx and Lenin truly were. Later, I participated in religious activities and experienced various practices and rituals. Coupled with observing the fanaticism and zealotry of certain religious organizations and individuals, I came to understand that religion not only anesthetizes people's spirits but also constrains their souls and instills a sense of terror in their minds. I am a chauvinist, believing that men should have the final say in family matters and that women should stay out of politics. In my view, men should naturally be strong and brave, while women should be gentle and virtuous. This balance of strength and softness is the way of nature. However, I later realized that some men do not fit this mold. They are neither strong nor brave but instead gentle, even competing with women for the role of gentleness. This inevitably causes distress for women. When faced with such men, women have no choice but to become strong and assertive, embracing a form of female chauvinism. I am also a statist, firmly believing that everyone must operate within the framework of the Constitution and laws. Only in this way can society maintain order and harmony, enabling people to fully utilize their talents and resources. If societal problems arise, the first course of action should be to amend the Constitution and laws. Once established, these laws must be strictly adhered to by everyone, from top to bottom. No one should act outside the boundaries of the Constitution and laws, and any violation should be treated as a crime. The problem is that sometimes, in certain places, some people go beyond the bounds of the law. They bully others without facing legal restraint or punishment. What should I do then? I can't always endure such situations. I must take action. I firmly believe that being pitied or sympathized with is a disgrace for a man. When left with no other choice, I would have to go rogue. When cries for help go unanswered, I have no choice but to join or form a criminal group. Regardless of the consequences, I will fight back. If you won't let me live, why should I let you live comfortably? Somebody once said something absurd: those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. After interacting with black and white people for over 10 years, I came to realize that all human hearts are made of flesh. Many black and white people have been exceptionally friendly to me, more sincere and easier to get along with than some of my own compatriots. There is no place in the world without fragrant grass. Wherever there is human warmth, one can find a home. A true man's ambitions should reach all corners of the world. Chinese, foreigners, black, white, yellow, aren't we all human beings? The issue between the elderly and the young boils down to one unchanging principle: the young must respect the elderly, and the elderly must care for the young. Beyond this, judgments cannot be based on age alone. The young should not read Water Margin, and the old should not read Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which proves that both young and old have their own strengths and weaknesses. Determining who is right or wrong must be done on a case-by-case basis. In summary, nothing is conclusive, and human affairs are never set in stone. Our minds must remain in a state of emptiness, ignorance, humility, and moderation, ready to act according to circumstances and adapt to the flow of life. When the weather is fair, the people harmonious, and all is well, the virtuous should remain dormant, silent for 1,000 years, letting everything take its natural course. But when chaos abounds and lives are plunged into suffering, the virtuous must act swiftly and decisively, guiding the world back to order. To become a virtuous person, one must practice moderation. Any bias will turn one into a scoundrel. The Sage. Xiefeng. Zhuangzi said, "Take heaven as the foundation, virtue as the root, the way as the door, and the signs of change as the teachings. This is the sage." In the intermediate treasury of classical advice in Life Genuine, Part 1, the concept of the sage is described as follows. When the world aligns with the Tao, the sage fulfills their mission. When the world is in disorder, the sage perseveres and emerges. The sage practices non-action and teaches with wise words. The sage understands that the way of nature cannot be violated and thus adheres to the path of profound stillness. The sage follows heavenly laws, returns to the truth, and remains unbound by worldly conventions. The sage knows without taking action, recognizes without being seen, and accomplishes without striving. The sage does not seek greatness, yet achieves greatness. The sage desires what others do not desire, places no value on rare treasures, learns what others do not learn, corrects the mistakes of the masses, and supports the natural order of all things without imposing force. The sage avoids excess, extravagance, and arrogance. The sage embraces unity as a model for the world. The sage knows themselves without seeking attention, loves themselves without seeking admiration. The sage does not hoard, the more they give to others, the more they have. The sage's way is to act without contention, to use without greed. The sage is nameless, the divine person claims no credit, and the ultimate person transcends the self. The sage's way requires minimal effort yet achieves significant results. The sage is not omnipotent, no thing has a perfect purpose, and neither heaven nor earth achieves complete perfection. The sage has no divided heart, and heaven follows a single way. The sage does not focus on life or death but seeks to understand their underlying reasons. The sage relies on the way for transformation, not on intelligence or cunning. Destiny is self-created, and the sage understands its principles. The sage is like a spiritual herb bestowed by heaven upon the earth, a miraculous elixir capable of curing all ailments. The sage absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and transforms into a celestial being or divine figure. The sage embodies the spirit of the greatest creator, serving as the creator's representative and messenger on earth and as the pinnacle of humanity. The wisdom of the sage is profound and unfathomable. Jesus, Sakyamuni, and Laozi are the sages among sages. Great philosophers, scientists, thinkers, and politicians also exhibit the qualities of the sage. The wisdom of the sage does not primarily stem from knowledge or education but from spiritual resonance with the way. The sage possesses keen spiritual awareness. The sage transcends life and death, personal biases, fixed conclusions, hatred, and attachments. They flow with change and adhere to the principles of yin and yang. Zhuge Liang resolutely said, "To save the suffering and the troubled is the work of the sage." In times of turmoil in human society, it is only the sage who can guide humanity out of confusion and hardship. Great sages will inevitably emerge in human society, for only through the emergence of great sages can the worthy not be left behind in the wild, and the world become one family. May our Life Genuine Academy members first become noble people, then virtuous people, and ultimately sages. Let us open our eyes wide and seek the sage. 2025. Life Genuine 2025 Vision. Xiefeng. December 31, 2024. The world is undergoing earth-shaking changes, bringing surprises and shocks daily. Surprises arise from the rapid evolution of AI and the emergence of countless new software applications. These unprecedented developments are directly overturning traditional production and lifestyles, as well as fixed ways of thinking. Yesterday's glory has become today's desolation, yesterday's prosperity has turned into today's decline, and today's thriving industries will become tomorrow's ashes. A new civilization is being conceived and birthed. Shocks come from relentless natural disasters and the surging waves of humanitarian crises. The world is undergoing a grand reorganization, and everything incapable of adapting to these changes will inevitably be ruthlessly eliminated. The arrival of AI brings both joy and anxiety. The joy comes from AI comprehensively and massively liberating humanity. The anxiety stems from countless people losing their jobs, unsure of their next steps. In this time of great joy and sorrow, only the Chanyuan celestials of Life Genuine remain calm amid the tempest, singing ancient songs, laughing, and advancing carefree on their path to the Celestial Islands continent. We are filled with confidence about the future. This confidence comes from the revelations of the greatest Creator, from the tireless efforts of gods, Buddhas, celestials, and saints who forge ahead, from the unyielding spirit and selfless nobility of Chanyuan celestials, from humanity's millennia-long yearning for a better life, and from the natural laws governing the ascent of civilization. We foresee the advent of a harmonious world where the virtuous are not forgotten, where humanity unites as one family. We envision an era of favorable weather and peace where people live happily and securely. We see an age of universal joy, freedom, and happiness reaching its maturity. Over the past 20 years, Life Genuine's values have deeply rooted themselves in the fertile cultural soils of various nations. The second home's production and lifestyle model, despite nearly a decade of persecution and suppression, has not disappeared. Instead, it has demonstrated remarkable vitality. The facts prove that this new production and living model meets the needs of human civilization, aligns with human nature, accords with the will of gods, Buddhas, celestials, and saints, and fulfills the expectations of the world's people. The future mode of production and living for humanity will undoubtedly be the second home model created by Life Genuine. The suppression of Life Genuine in mainland China and the destruction of the second home did not hinder the advancement of human civilization. Today, the homes of Life Genuine in Thailand, Canada, and South Korea are thriving. We firmly believe that with the evolution and enhancement of AI's intelligence, the cooperation of nature, and the increasingly perfected qualities of the Chanyuan Celestials, second homes will emerge and flourish across the Americas, Europe, Africa, and other regions. The vision of a united global family will gradually materialize, and humanity's long-cherished dream of happiness will become reality. Today, abundant content about Life Genuine and the second home can be found on international platforms like YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Quora, and Medium, as well as on communication platforms such as WeChat, TikTok, and Kuaishou. We also maintain 4 English websites and 4 Chinese websites, presenting detailed information about Life Genuine and the second home through text, images, and videos. A magnificent scene of 3,000 selfless warriors galloping and 100,000 Chanyuan academicians shaping the world is taking shape. The year 2025 is both auspicious and challenging. Regardless of the twists and turns or obstacles ahead, the Chanyuan Celestials will press forward without hesitation, making the most of every moment, as they continue their journey to climb the peaks of life and life. In the years to come, the most notable global events will not be the disintegration of Russia, the resurgence of the United States, the chaos in the Middle East, the rise of Argentina, or the lament of a world in turmoil. Instead, it will be the continuous evolution of AI and the rise of the production and living model of Life Genuine's second home. The reason lies in the fact that the solution to humanity's predicament does not rest in UN conferences, the efforts of national leaders, or the theories of philosophers, thinkers, or economists. It certainly does not lie in the futile efforts of religions, spiritual groups, or communities. The solutions are AI and the second home's new production and living model. Living in this era of dazzling transformations is an extraordinary fortune. We are witnesses to the leap of human civilization and the collapse of the old era. Being part of this process is a privilege beyond measure. As Chanyuan Celestials, we await the moment when the mountain blossoms bloom. Then, we will journey to celestial spaces, the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and Elysium Celestial Islands continent, and revel in the boundless joy and romance of life. The Sacred Group of Humanity, a tribute to Chanyuan Celestials. Xiefeng. January 23, 2025. In the starry sky of human history, a sacred constellation has emerged, called Life Genuine. Each of its elements is known as a Chanyuan Celestial. Chanyuan Celestials carry a divine mission. They are the children of the greatest creator of the universe, the embodiments of gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings, the fermenting agents leading humanity to a world of great harmony, and the representatives of humanity's highest civilization. Chanyuan Celestials are selfless. They serve as assistants to the managers of Earth, striving to restore the planet's original purity, ensuring favorable weather, harmony among all living things, and thriving prosperity. They are determined to prevent the tragic disappearance of civilization from recurring and to extend humanity's existence for another 1,000 years. Chanyuan Celestials are unselfish. They give and contribute every day, never calculating personal gains or losses. They own no private property, not even a penny. In terms of material resources, they live with absolutely nothing of their own. Chanyuan Celestials are fearless and steadfast. They understand the mysteries of time, space, and life, and they are clear about the direction of the future. Even when the 12 poetic, paradise-like homes they built with their blood, sweat, and tears were destroyed by demons, they remained confident and unyielding. They still hum the melodies of creation's early days, walking romantically and optimistically along the winding paths toward the spiritual mountain. Chanyuan Celestials are pioneers of the new era. They have established for humanity a lifestyle and production model that is entirely different from traditional concepts, one without marriage, family, private property, religions, political parties, or nations. This new model is the future living scenario for humanity, a terrestrial paradise, the second home. Chanyuan Celestials are broad-minded and upright. Everything about them, from theory to practice, is exposed to the sunlight. They utter no mysterious words and engage in no secretive actions. Here, the truth is fully revealed, and falsehood, evil, and ugliness find no refuge. Over 20 spring, summer, autumn, and winter cycles, they have sown seeds of truth, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and sincerity along the paths they've traveled. Those who follow in their footsteps will surely encounter the beauty of blooming flowers and singing birds, and they will journey toward a world of great harmony and the heavenly spaces of the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. Chanyuan Celestials are modern-day celestial beings living among humanity. In darkness, they see light, in chaos, they find peace, in troubled times, they maintain order, and in confusion, they remain clear-minded. Every day for them is a day of joy and laughter, a day of carefree play, a day of spiritual fulfillment, and a day of purposeful progress toward a well-defined destination. Chanyuan Celestials are aristocrats in spirit, wealthy in heart, and creators of material abundance. In a barren land, they can create within a year a flourishing environment for hundreds of people, complete with large, clean, and orderly spaces such as restaurants, kitchens, bathrooms, toilets, entertainment halls, and bedrooms, surrounded by birdsong and floral fragrance. Their creativity is astonishing, and they are brimming with vitality and vigor. Wherever a group of Chanyuan Celestials gathers, that place inevitably transforms into a terrestrial paradise. For thousands of years, the pages of humanity's history have been filled with suffering and hardship, absurdity and ridiculousness, tragedy and sorrow, cries and howls. The Chanyuan Celestials will rewrite this history. Their pages will be filled with joy and happiness, freedom and bliss, auspiciousness and light, hope and longing. Chanyuan Celestials will integrate with AI to create an unparalleled, beautiful future for humanity. The names of the Chanyuan Celestials will be celebrated for eternity. Soul garbage and its classification. Xiefeng. January 2, 2025. Soul garbage can be categorized into 8 types: primitive, habitual, cultural, cognitive, regional, group affiliation, self-centered, and belief-based. The definitions and primary manifestations of each type are as follows. Primitive garbage. This type refers to the soul garbage we are born with, such as jealousy, fighting, stealing, robbery, noise, showing off, fear, and domination. All psychological traits and behaviors exhibited by wild animals, domestic livestock, and even plants fall under this category. Habitual garbage. Proverbs like, "Books hold golden houses and charming faces, one must endure hardships to achieve greatness," or "Men must marry, and women must wed." Ideologies like, "The 36 Stratagems," "Thick-skinned and ruthless success," "Success ideology," "Equalizing wealth," or "Humans die for wealth as birds die for food." Behaviors like comparison, obsession with saving face, flattering and ingratiation, bribery, corruption, and the pursuit of bringing glory to one's ancestors. Cultural garbage. This type of soul garbage is instilled through centuries of subtle cultural influence within a specific ethnic group. Examples include proverbs like, "Books hold golden houses and charming faces, one must endure hardships to achieve greatness," or "Men must marry, and women must wed." Ideologies like the 36 stratagems, thick-skinned and ruthless success, equalizing wealth, or humans die for wealth as birds die for food. Behaviors like comparison, obsession with saving face, flattery, bribery, corruption, and the pursuit of bringing glory to one's ancestors. Cognitive garbage. This type arises from limited perspectives and understandings that form seemingly correct but ultimately flawed beliefs. Examples include thinking the sun revolves around the earth, believing only interests are eternal, not emotions, viewing human death as final extinction, assuming humans are the pinnacle of all life, concluding life has no meaning or that, without a nation, there is no home, upholding the inviolability of private property or believing utopian ideals inevitably lead to suffering. Regional garbage. This refers to narrow-minded soul garbage shaped by geographic location, such as assuming there are always 4 seasons in a year, believing a year only has 2 seasons, dry and rainy, thinking Anglo-Saxons are superior, or labeling others as sick men of Asia, outsiders, or foreigners. Group affiliation garbage. Soul garbage is derived from perceptions formed within groups based on faith, culture, economy, or wealth. Examples include terms and ideas like Western imperialists, hegemonism, working class, white-collar class, aristocracy, racial discrimination, the underprivileged, the poor, city folk, and country folk. Self-centered garbage. This type encompasses all thoughts and actions rooted in self-interest, such as this is mine. This is my home. This is my country. This is my wife or husband. This is my child. Any thought, word, or deed centered around oneself constitutes soul garbage. Belief-based garbage. This arises from life views, values, morality, perspectives on life, and worldviews established through personal beliefs. Examples include holy wars. All beings are created equal. Labels like heretics, cults, or cultists. The assumption that there is only one truth or everything was created by the greatest creator. Conclusion. Throughout human history, conflicts, contradictions, worries, and suffering have all been caused by soul garbage. If soul garbage is not cleared, humanity cannot achieve peace and tranquility. No individual can truly enjoy a good life, not even emperors, billionaires, national heroes, or globally renowned figures. Without cleaning out soul garbage, troubles and pain will persist, and regrets and fears will remain unavoidable. 8 standards to determine whether the soul is perfect. Xiefeng. January 9, 2025. The video of a mudslide pausing for 16 seconds to let a van escape deserves repeated viewing. The torrent of debris held back for 16 seconds, allowing the person driving the van to escape the whirlpool of death. Only after the van had safely escaped did the mudslide resume, crashing down with even greater force. This event clearly demonstrates that karma is real, divine power is real, and miracles do happen. Life exists in different levels, and the higher the level of life, the more perfect its soul. Conversely, the lower the level of life, the more flawed or deformed its soul. Higher level life exists in more perfect worlds, while lower level life resides in incomplete ones. A more perfect soul is better equipped to avoid risks and dangers, while a flawed soul is more prone to falling into the mire of risk and encountering hardship and crises. Perfecting one's soul is the most important task of a lifetime. It is a mission thousands, even tens of thousands of times more important than earning money or pursuing power and status. Consider plants. The more developed their roots, the more luxuriantly they grow. Once the roots decay, the plant will neither thrive nor survive, it will wither and die. The soul is the root of life. How, then, can you determine whether your soul is perfect? Below are 8 standards to evaluate the perfection of your soul. Your heart acknowledges the creator of the universe and life, the greatest creator, and you revere and worship the greatest creator. You revere all forms of life, never mistreating or killing life unnecessarily. You revere nature, maintaining an attitude of respect toward all things and the ever-changing phenomena of the universe. You respect gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, and sages. You are never arrogant or disrespectful and always remain humble and modest. You harbor no jealousy, engage in no comparisons, competitions, theft, robbery, or oppression of the weak. Instead, you maintain a heart full of gratitude, cherishing every moment of life. You make no distinctions of superiority or inferiority in your heart. You do not flatter those in power, fawn over the rich, admire the nobles, or despise or look down on the poor. You do not deceive or bully foreigners, harbor hostility toward them, seize others' property, or belittle people of different beliefs, cultures, or races. You refrain from participating in any gambling, complaining, harboring resentment, being irritable, falsifying information, manufacturing illegal drugs, going to extremes, or engaging in violence. You prefer a peaceful, simple life. You value harmonious relationships with neighbors, enjoy the purity of rural surroundings, and appreciate calm, tranquil days when the weather is mild, and the world is at peace. While there are many more indicators of a perfect soul, meeting these 8 standards provides a solid foundation to confirm that your soul is perfect. A perfect soul can avoid risks and unfortunate events. Moreover, if you achieve selflessness, detachment, and freedom from debts, your path to heaven is essentially assured. Reflections on the Los Angeles wildfire. Xiefeng. January 14, 2025. Starting on January 7, 2025, the California wildfires have been described online as hellfire, a living purgatory, apocalyptic scenes, and reminiscent of the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. The once vibrant and beautiful city has been reduced to ruins. So far, the wildfires have claimed 24 lives, with 16 people still missing. Over 15,000 buildings have been destroyed, 150,000 people evacuated, and economic losses have already exceeded $150 billion, with the fires still raging. 2 peculiar phenomena have been observed: numerous fire points ignited almost simultaneously around the Hollywood Hills, and a strange wind called Santa Ana, with speeds reaching 80 to 100 miles per hour, not only accelerated the wildfire spread but also obstructed aerial firefighting efforts. Why did so many fire points ignite at the same time? And why did this bizarre, powerful wind emerge at such a critical moment? Let us recall an incident in China where a mudslide paused for 16 seconds, allowing a van to pass to safety, before resuming its torrential flow. What force caused this brief suspension? A mudslide, plunging downward with immense force, suddenly halting as if slamming on brakes. Does this not defy physical principles? Consider a phenomenon in quantum mechanics. When a particle is observed by a conscious mind, it materializes as a particle and takes on form. Without observation, it remains a wave, lacking specific shape or manifestation. This suggests that everything in the world exists as a result of conscious observation. Without consciousness, nothing exists. From this, we might propose a hypothesis: the emergence and occurrence of all things and phenomena result from consciousness. Taking this further, we can infer that everything we see and experience is a reflection of our consciousness. Thus, natural disasters on Earth, floods, fires, storms, droughts, epidemics, might be manifestations of the collective consciousness of people in those regions, or more precisely, the consciousness of the majority. According to Life Achanuan's values, reality is a reflection of the state of people's minds. For example, frequent illnesses may be outward expressions of ugly elements within the mind. This is akin to the environment of a household. Those who value cleanliness and order have homes that are tidy and beautiful, while those indifferent to neatness live amidst clutter and disorder. Of course, wildfires do not occur because people consciously wish for them. Rather, they result from a lack of reverence for the greatest creator, for life, and for nature, as well as from deviations from the natural way. In other words, these disasters occur because the inner worlds of the majority have issues. People often pursue things that violate the natural order and principles, leading to calamities. The Los Angeles wildfire, whether caused by human negligence, an unextinguished campfire, lightning, or a power line sparking a snake or bird, happened for a reason. This aligns with the ancient wisdom: a true gentleman does not deliberately seek blessings, heaven bestows them naturally. A cunning person tries to avoid misfortune, but heaven takes his vitality precisely because of his scheming. The Los Angeles wildfire has inflicted devastating losses on the local population, which is heart-wrenching. We hope the affected individuals can find the strength to rebuild their homes. At the same time, we should reflect on whether our inner thoughts and pursuits align with heavenly principles and the natural way. Following the natural law of, you reap what you sow, the wildfire may serve as a warning. Visible phenomena are determined by unseen factors, and reality is shaped by consciousness. Thus, as we rebuild our physical homes, we must also rebuild the gardens of our minds. Whether it is war, turmoil, crime, natural disasters, or conflicts between people, if we trace them to their roots, we will find that the source lies in human minds. Therefore, the most important task in life is to purify our minds. The most effective way to prevent diseases and disasters is also through mind purification. Life Genuine offers courses on mind purification, which may hold profound value and significance for humanity. May the world be free from fires, floods, storms, droughts, and plagues. May every person on earth live in peace, health, happiness, and joy. May humanity soon experience the beauty and harmony of the Life Genuine era, a heavenly utopia on earth. 2 measures that should be implemented by the U.S. Department of Government Efficiency. CFN. January 20, 2025. Conventionally, in a stable environment, government agencies tend to grow increasingly bloated and inefficient. Governments consume social resources and wealth rather than create them. Government employees essentially live off taxpayers' money. Originally intended to serve the public as service providers, governments have instead become the masters of the people. To put it bluntly, the people sustain a group of parasites with their lifeblood, yet these parasites end up controlling the people's living conditions and environment. The U.S. Department of Government Efficiency aims to solve this age-old dilemma. One of the key figures leading this initiative is Elon Musk, the Silicon Valley Iron Man and the world's richest individual. Reportedly, the staff of the Department of Government Efficiency do not receive salaries and instead fund their work entirely out of their own pockets. I am not sure exactly how Musk and his team plan to enhance government efficiency, but I believe that implementing just the following 2 measures could dramatically improve government performance. Measure 1: Self-funding for government employees. All individuals aspiring to work in government positions, from presidents and prime ministers to ministers and ordinary staff, should fund their own salaries without relying on taxpayer money. This would not only save significant public funds but also attract true societal elites to government roles. Even if efficiency does not improve, it would no longer matter, as the public would not be burdened with supporting these officials. Similarly, bloated government agencies would no longer pose an issue, as they would no longer drain taxpayer resources. Measure 2: AI-driven government operations. All government tasks should operate according to AI-designed programs, executed entirely by Optimus Prime robots. Government offices would have virtually no human employees. Instead, all functions would be carried out by robots following precise program instructions. With this approach, government efficiency would rival ChatGPT's speed. Tasks could be completed in mere seconds, achieving a level of efficiency so astonishing it would leave people in awe. These are the 2 most direct and effective measures to improve government efficiency. Any other attempts or efforts to brainstorm solutions would be akin to trying to find clear water in a vat of soy sauce, nearly impossible. Should either of these measures be implemented, human society would undergo a profound transformation. Humanity would step into a paradise-like way of life, and the quality of life for the people would become unimaginably delightful. 8 logical deductions that prove communism will be achieved. Xiefeng. January 17, 2025. First, the communism I refer to is neither Marxist communism nor the version pursued by global communist parties. It is Xiefeng-style communism. Communism will inevitably be achieved as it aligns with the inevitable laws of social development. The Internet and AI enable global unification. The Internet facilitates information sharing, and AI possesses a global perspective. Internet programs inherently follow a communist framework, while the values of AI are universal. Humans cannot live without the Internet, nor can they surpass AI. The communist programming and universal values embedded in these technologies will inevitably lead to global unification, which is precisely Xiefeng-style communism. The human desire for freedom of movement. The pursuit of freedom of movement and relocation is intrinsic to human nature. The Schengen area, which encompasses 29 European countries with borderless travel, is evidence of this. Similarly, the visa-free policies implemented by many nations reflect this trend. Ultimately, the entire world will adopt visa-free policies, and border controls will vanish. When people can freely move across the earth, Xiefeng-style communism will be realized. Automation will replace human labor. The tasks performed by humans will increasingly be replaced by robots. In the future, the number of robots will surpass the number of humans. As people gradually lose jobs and over 90% of the population becomes unemployed, societies will be compelled to provide universal welfare for the unemployed. At this point, humanity will have essentially entered a communist society. Human nature seeks novelty and change. Human nature craves novelty and variety, as exemplified in sexual relationships. People are reluctant to have only one partner for life. The desire to experience intimacy with diverse individuals across different races is inherent. With the development of the Internet, the proliferation of communication platforms, and global freedom of movement, more people will escape the constraints of marriage to engage with others more broadly. This will inevitably lead to the advent of Xiefeng-style communism. The superior lifestyle of Xiefeng-style communism. Before 2009, humanity had never witnessed true communism. With the establishment of the Life-Genuine Communist Home in 2009, we discovered that Xiefeng-style communism offers a life far superior to traditional family and marriage-based living. The continuous flourishing of these homes for 17 years demonstrates that communism is the ideal lifestyle for humanity. As more people become aware of and experience the advantages of Xiefeng-style communism, this model will inevitably spread globally. The decline of authoritarianism. The antithesis of communism is authoritarianism, characterized by strict control of public opinion. Governments achieve this through monopolization of media and communication tools. However, the Internet and AI are increasingly beyond government control. Traditional government-controlled media is becoming marginalized, as people turn to decentralized and diverse sources for information. This will lead to the collapse of authoritarian regimes, paving the way for communism. The phenomenon of Elon Musk. The phenomenon of Elon Musk demonstrates that capital in the hands of entrepreneurs like Musk benefits society and the public more than when controlled by governments. The primary goal of governments is to maintain power, whereas the primary goal of entrepreneurs is to generate profit. As a result, governments have limited perspectives, while entrepreneurs possess a global vision. Entrepreneurs are therefore better equipped for the future, and their flourishing will inevitably lead to the birth of communism. The inevitable evolution towards Xiefeng-style communism. From the primitive era to the present, humanity's progress, despite countless challenges and twists, has been marked by a continuous elevation in civilization. The transition from barbarism to civilization is a fundamental rule and law of societal evolution. The highest form of civilization for human society is neither socialism nor capitalism but Xiaofeng-style communism. This is an unstoppable trend that no force can hinder, making it evident that communism will inevitably be realized. What is Xiaofeng-style communism? Xiaofeng-style communism is essentially the great harmony sought by sages throughout history. This great harmony is characterized by a unified set of values, life views, views on life, and view of the universe. A shared language and communication system. Unified modes of production and lifestyles. It is important not to misunderstand Xiaofeng-style communism as some sort of terrifying monster or movement of coercion. It does not involve forced confiscation of private property, nor does it rely on political campaigns. Instead, it emerges gradually and naturally, like spring rain nourishing the earth. It offers a life of happiness, freedom, and fulfillment, far surpassing traditional lifestyles and the lives of the wealthy. Over time, people will willingly and joyfully embrace this way of life. Conclusion. The future of humanity is infinitely bright. Ultimately, humanity will enter a society of Xiaofeng-style communism. The illusion of hard work. Xiaofeng. February 24, 2025. Whenever parents, elders, teachers, or others encourage someone, they always say, work hard. After suffering a huge loss from following Napoleon Hill's success philosophy and subsequently labeling success studies as a scam, I suddenly realized today that hard work is not just a deception, it is the very root of enslavement. I believe that Chinese culture is a divine heritage, as evidenced by the structure and meaning of each character. Take the character, marriage, for example. It is composed of woman and dazed, implying that a woman enters marriage in a daze. Similarly, good is formed from woman and man, symbolizing the harmonious union of a woman and a man. This raises an interesting question. What significance arises when we consider marriage and good together? If marriage suggests that a woman marries in a daze, does the union of a woman and a man in marriage truly yield good? This implies that the true meaning of good lies in the union of a woman and a man, but it does not mean that only a marriage between them results in what is deemed good. Now, let's look at hard work. The character, hard work, consists of slave on top and strength on the bottom, literally a slave's strength. Hard work is simply the toil of a slave. If hard work is the labor of a slave, then the harder one works, the deeper one sinks into slavery. Does this mean that hard work is inherently wrong? Should people stop forcing themselves to work hard? Hard work means exerting one's full strength to complete a task. Over time, it has come to signify the enthusiastic investment of one's time, energy, and intellect into a task or endeavor in pursuit of a goal or ideal. The character, hard work, subtly warns the intelligent not to exert effort. It is meant for the foolish. Let's examine two scenarios. A young person goes to an internet cafe and becomes addicted to a game, playing for over 10 hours straight without eating, drinking, or sleeping. Would you call this hard work? A mountaineer climbs peaks like Everest, enduring extreme hardship and life-threatening risks, yet they do it with great enthusiasm. Is this really hard work, or is it simply following one's passion? The answer is no, at least not in its true sense. These actions are driven by passion and intrinsic motivation. So, what is hard work? Hard work is when external forces compel a person to suppress their innate nature and toil like a slave, studying, working, networking, or engaging in certain activities to achieve a goal or fulfill a wish, even if they are unwilling and have no choice but to invest their time, energy, and intellect into the pursuit. By nature, no one wants to be forced into hard work. Hard work is the mark of slaves. Slave masters never work hard. I manage a vacation resort and write almost daily. Would you say I am working hard? If anyone believes that I am, they are mistaken. This is not hard work, this is passion. I do it willingly. I find it enjoyable, interesting, and fun. Hard work is largely ineffective. If a rooster spends its life trying to fly, will it ever outsoar an eagle? If a sheep trains rigorously, will it be able to fight off a wolf? If Jack Ma had devoted himself to basketball from a young age, could he have become an NBA star? Without the right talent, hard work is meaningless. The harder one works, the worse the outcome. Everyone should engage in what they love. When a person follows their passion, they will naturally become fully dedicated, willing to sacrifice everything, and give their all, without needing external pressure. Goodbye, hard work, your reign of slavery is over. Wealth, Honor, Beauty, and the Leslie Chung Phenomenon. Xiefeng. February 20, 2025. At the age of 46, Leslie Chung leapt from the 24th floor of a hotel, ending his life. During his lifetime, he accumulated a fortune of 300 million Hong Kong dollars. He was a megastar in the music industry and a celebrated film actor, winning countless awards. He was surrounded by numerous beautiful and talented women. One could say that Mr. Chung embodied beauty, wealth, honor, and romance all in one. So why did he choose to end his life at the peak of his prime? Whether due to depression or other unknown factors, the Leslie Chung phenomenon clearly demonstrates that wealth, honor, and beauty do not guarantee a life of happiness, joy, freedom, and fulfillment. Today, the internet is flooded with voices advocating the pursuit of financial freedom, as if achieving it would automatically lead to happiness, joy, freedom, and a perfect, fulfilling life. But the Leslie Chung phenomenon tells us otherwise. Financial freedom does not ensure a complete and fulfilling life. From a traditional perspective, the 5 major pursuits in life are wealth, power, status, honor, and beauty. However, both history and reality have shown that these 5 elements cannot guarantee a wonderful and fulfilling life, much less secure a place in heaven after death. This leads us to reflect: what should we pursue in life? How should we live our lives? These are not questions that can be answered in a few words. I have spent over 20 years exploring them, writing thousands of articles on the subject. I have also dedicated 17 years to putting these ideas into practice. Today, I can confidently say, only by embracing the values of life genuine and living the second home life of Xiefeng-style communism can one fulfill the long-cherished dream of a truly happy, joyful, free, and fulfilling life, one that also holds the hope of reaching heaven. The more rules, the harder it is to innovate. Xiefeng. February 21, 2025. Under Elon Musk's leadership, the U.S. Government Efficiency Department has shaken up the once rigid and formidable federal government agencies. Bureaucrats, particularly those with tainted records in positions of power, are seething with resentment and have launched a fierce counterattack against Musk's team. Yet, the Government Efficiency Department continues. These are not our concerns. Instead, let's focus on the core team of the Government Efficiency Department. Surprisingly, it consists of 6 young men, the youngest only 19, the oldest 25, with an average age of just 22.3 years. Under Musk's leadership, these inexperienced young men have thrown most U.S. federal agencies into chaos, capturing global attention and striking fear into bureaucratic and corrupt government institutions worldwide. What if, one day, a few audacious young individuals, leveraging AI from thousands of miles away, launched a surgical strike against bureaucratic corruption? How would those in power possibly defend themselves? Now we arrive at the key point of our discussion. The Government Efficiency Department achieved such an unprecedented feat precisely because its members were so young and unbound by rules. Those well-versed in laws and regulations, no matter how courageous, would never dare to confront the interests of those in power and financial elites with such fearless and indiscriminate boldness. Here's an intriguing revelation: the less one understands the rules, the more easily they can innovate. Conversely, the more one understands the rules, the more likely they are to adhere to convention. By extending this insight, we can uncover even deeper truths. If you want to innovate and break through barriers, the words of the elderly should not always be followed, for they are often bound by too many rules. The words of leaders should not be blindly followed, for they are often constrained by too many rules. The words of legal experts should not be followed blindly, for they are experts in too many regulations. The words of religious leaders should be questioned, for they are steeped in too many doctrines. The words of historians should not be relied on too much, for they are burdened by too many cautionary tales. The advice of worldly relatives should not be given too much weight, for it may discourage you from taking risks and forging new paths. The words of eloquent speakers and writers should be taken with skepticism, for they are often filled with empty rhetoric. The words of the sick and the failed should not be heeded too closely, for failure begets failure. A duck's egg will never hatch into a phoenix. From the perspective of the holographic order, Hundun, principle, all rules and laws are only applicable to their specific time and space. If everything is executed strictly according to existing rules and laws, there will never be new horizons or breakthroughs. Laws have no fixed form, nor do structures. Different times and spaces require different rules and laws. When it comes to human life, there are 64 ways to live, and when these 64 ways intersect, they do not merely result in 84,000 paths, they expand into 840 million possibilities to the nth power. The ways of our ancestors are but a mere drop in the ocean of infinite possibilities. If you are living happily, joyfully, freely, and blissfully, then cherish and uphold the current rules and laws. If you are living in distress, suffering, pain, and sorrow, damn it, try a different way of living. Open the windows, and the sunlight and breeze will stream in. Cast your gaze around, and you will see the distant mountains fresh and green. Stay and study in life a genuine, and a new life will begin. Here, spirituality transcends the ordinary. When spirituality transcends the ordinary, you are free to roam heaven and earth. Follow the great way, walk the right path, and align with nature. Xiefeng. February 13, 2025. The great way is the way of the greatest creator, and the way of the greatest creator is the way of nature, the law and order of the universe. It is the most direct path to fulfilling the most beautiful aspirations, simple, straightforward, smooth, and bright. Any deviation from the way of nature is to go against it. While such detours may appear to be shortcuts, opportunities to exploit, or effortless ways to gain immense benefits, the reality is quite the opposite. Those who go against the way will inevitably fall into an inescapable net and pay a heavy price. Look at those government officials serving prison sentences. Did they not take shortcuts and go against the way, only to fall into ruin? Look at the many entrepreneurs whose businesses have failed. Did they not collapse because they ignored market principles and resorted to deceitful, unrighteous means? Look at those who have been deceived and trapped by criminal syndicates in places like Myanmar. Did they not fall victim to their own wishful thinking, hoping to take shortcuts instead of following the way of nature? Look at those eager to become celestial beings or attain Buddhahood, or those desperate to get rich overnight. Have their final outcomes not all been disappointing, leaving them with lifelong regret? If we observe the world, we will see that all suffering, misfortune, pain, and setbacks arise from people failing to follow the way of nature, harboring wishful thinking, and seeking shortcuts. I have said before, one who does not plan for their whole life is unfit to plan for a single task. One who does not aspire to heaven is unfit to plan for their life. Consider those who do not yearn for heaven or strive toward it, whether they live in wealth or poverty, their entire existence is but a fleeting dream on a snail's horn, vanishing in an instant like dust in the wind. No matter how meticulously they plan their lives, no matter how hard they study, strategize, or struggle, if their hearts lack heaven, then all their efforts are ultimately just. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. Like dew and lightning, thus should they be perceived. We must remain humble, honest, and reverent. We must have the courage to face reality and truth without harboring wishful thinking. The universe operates under laws and principles, and any attempt to rely on luck or trickery will ultimately be shattered by them. The most precious things in the world are also the purest. The purer something is, the greater its value. Even the slightest impurity significantly diminishes its worth. From this, we should understand that the purer a person's heart, the more noble and valuable they are. Naturally, heaven belongs to those with pure and noble hearts. We should also recognize that the simplest path is the one closest to heaven and that what is easiest to obtain is often the most precious. Therefore, do not complicate life. Do not overthink things. Do not exhaust yourself seeking shortcuts. Pure water is always more valuable than Mao Tai, Wuliangye, or red wine, so just drink water, without craving other beverages. Doesn't life become much simpler and more carefree that way? Don't engage in illegal or criminal acts. Don't steal or deceive. Don't indulge in superstitions or strange practices. Don't seek gains without effort. Always be truthful and honest in both words and actions. Open your heart and speak with clarity. Be an honest person, speak honest words, and do honest deeds. Avoid falsehood and deception, and seek only a heart at peace, a state where you remain unshaken even if someone knocks on your door in the middle of the night. Remember the teachings of Christ Jesus, seek only the kingdom of the greatest Creator, for He knows what you need. Do not worry about tomorrow, just strive to be a person of pure and upright heart today. With sincerity and devotion, set your sights on the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium Islands continent. Do not concern yourself with how the script of your journey unfolds. Entrust your life to the greatest Creator, leave the challenges along the way to be managed by the way, Tao, itself, and maintain joy. With an optimistic, romantic, and carefree attitude, march toward your ideal destination. F. The Revelation of F Coins. Xiefeng. February 16, 2025. The highest state of life is unity with the Tao. The Tao is me, and I am the Tao and I are one, without distinction. The finest quality of life is honesty, being true and free of falsehood, completely genuine, with heart, spirit, intention, and form in perfect harmony. The ultimate pursuit of self-cultivation is to attain the Tao. To attain the Tao means to attain everything, it means attaining the universe and eternal life. Where there is no Tao, there is scholarship. Where there is no Tao, morality is emphasized. Where there is no morality, benevolence is emphasized. Where there is no benevolence, righteousness is emphasized. Where there is no righteousness, propriety is emphasized. Where there is no propriety, wisdom is emphasized. Where there is no wisdom, only skills and techniques remain. F-coins are a gateway for individuals to align with the Tao. They are the touchstone that reveals whether a person is genuine or deceitful, the microscope that allows one to examine their own character, and the benchmark that tests whether one's self-cultivation is authentic or superficial. Whether a person is a Buddha or a demon can be determined by the authenticity of their F-coins. If their F-coins are genuine, they are a Buddha; if they are false, they are a demon. The distance a person has from heaven can be measured by their F-coins. The more F-coins one has, the closer they are to heaven, the fewer, the farther away they are. First and foremost, each individual is their own mint for F-coins. Apart from the Tao, no one has the right to judge the authenticity of another's F-coins, nor does anyone have the interest to do so. We understand that a nation's currency supply must match its wealth, including resources, productivity, technological advancements, and more. If the money supply exceeds the nation's overall wealth, inflation occurs, causing the currency to lose value. Similarly, the number of F coins one possesses must correspond to their selfless dedication and contributions. This dedication and contribution must be made without expecting anything in return. Calculating F coins accurately and honestly is a serious test of one's character. In human society, false information and deception are rampant. In many cases, those who fabricate data and manipulate information actually reap countless benefits. Many wealthy individuals and high-ranking officials have attained their positions through dishonesty. The prevalence of deception in this complex social environment deeply influences public consciousness, shaping people's thoughts, behaviors, and speech. As a result, dishonesty has become the norm. Consequently, when calculating their own F coins, people might be tempted to exaggerate or deceive. The moment one does this, they become a fraud, a worldly person, and a demon on the path of self-cultivation. Thus, the less visible one's actions are to others, the more cautious and meticulous one must be, for the eyes of the divine see all. If there is any falsehood in one's F coins, it amounts to self-destruction. This is why I say, it is better to underreport than to overreport. Do not first concern yourself with whether F coins hold practical value or function. Instead, focus on whether you can pass the test of calculating your F coins with integrity. This is a way to verify whether you are an honest life. We know that the formless determines the form. Consciousness is formless, yet it dictates one's thoughts, words, and actions. The wealth of heaven is formless, yet it determines the ultimate destination of a life. We also know that the sum of positive and negative energy in the universe is zero, and that giving and contributing must ultimately balance with receiving and enjoying. The more F coins one has, the more they have given and contributed while receiving less in return. In this way, the balance of positive and negative energy cannot be maintained at zero. Therefore, the program of the Tao must arrange for those with abundant F coins to enter heaven, ensuring compliance with the law of equilibrium. Thus, earning F coins becomes the most critical task of life. The Tao is the most impartial force in both heaven and earth. This impartiality is reflected in individuals. Those who give and contribute more deserve better living conditions, environments, and benefits. Those who have the ability to contribute but refuse to do so deserve to starve. This is the ultimate manifestation of the Tao's fairness. Xiefeng-style communism is absolutely not about equalizing benefits between those who contribute much and those who contribute little. That would be neither fair nor just, but rather an act of allowing the cunning and deceitful to exploit the honest and sincere. Therefore, F coins serve as the fairest and most reasonable standard for determining whether a Chanyuan celestial can enter the home and which home they can enter in the future. The birth of F coins is a revelation from God Jesus. When the world enters the era of the Great Unity, all other currencies will disappear, and F coins will become the universal currency of both heaven and earth. Preface to the Celestial Cultivation Chapter. Xiefeng. August 26, 2005, Harare. Gems are classified based on their hardness, refractive index, specific gravity, color, transparency, purity, polish, and crystal structure. Diamonds are the finest of gems, while rubies, sapphires, cat's eyes, topazes, spinels, aquamarines, zircons, emeralds, and beryls are also considered high-grade gems. Tourmalines, crystals, garnets, peridots, jades, andalusite, nephrite, opals, moonstones, sunstones, turquoise, and others are mid-grade gems. Jadeite, pearls, malachite, coral, amber, and similar materials are lower-grade gems, while granite and ordinary stones are the lowest grade. People, based on their non-material structure, root capacity, spirituality, upbringing, knowledge, wisdom, and level of civilization, can be classified into 5 categories: the ignorant, the worldly, the ordinary, the virtuous, and the celestial beings. Celestial beings are further divided, according to their level of enlightenment, into human celestials, ghost celestials, land celestials, deity celestials, and super celestial beings. Human celestials, equivalent to saints, are further classified by their wisdom into perfected beings, true beings, celestial beings, divine beings, and heavenly beings. Some say that all humans are the same, they all have facial features, hair, 7 orifices, 5 organs, 6 viscera, arms, legs, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Indeed, on the surface everyone appears similar, however, once you look beyond appearances and examine the essence, the differences between people become vast. Some dare to bungee jump, while others do not. Guan Yu could calmly chat and laugh while having his bones scraped to treat poison, yet others grimace and grit their teeth even during a simple injection. There's a saying, if you see a woman traveling alone, she must be American, if you see a woman sitting on the ground crying, she must be Chinese. Although this statement is somewhat exaggerated, it highlights the differences between people. Otherwise, how would we know that Jesus is a God and Buddha is a Buddha? Just like oil, a gasoline engine can only use gasoline and a diesel engine can only use diesel. Using kerosene in an airplane won't work, and using lubricating oil as cooking oil is equally impossible. Hydraulic oil cannot replace safflower oil, butter cannot substitute for ghee, animal fat cannot replace light oil, and tung oil cannot replace pine resin oil. We must recognize that people, like gemstones and oils, exhibit hierarchical differences. The highest limit a human can reach is that of a super celestial being. Becoming a Buddha is easier, but becoming a super celestial being is far more difficult. The headquarters of super celestial beings is in the Celestial Islands continent of the Elysium world. On Snow Peak Island within the Celestial Islands continent, Yui is a super celestial being who can instantly become invisible and possesses infinite transformative powers. With a single gesture or thought, she can create endless phenomena. As Jesus said, faith as small as a mustard seed can move mountains. What seems impossible with conventional thinking is effortless with unconventional thinking. When an ordinary person, distraught over a $1,000 tuition fee for their child, resorts to hanging, someone else treats $1,000 as if it were waste paper. While some study their entire lives and become stubborn pedants, the illiterate sixth patriarch Huineng mastered the profound doctrines of Buddhism. Scholars can only teach, they cannot rule mountains or command armies. Some people might live 5,000 years without winning a Nobel Prize, while child prodigies become renowned by their 20s. We must admit that people differ in grade. Those who acknowledge differences among people can progress continuously, those who do not remain spiritually blind, leading a mediocre life without clear goals or direction. To many, cultivating immortality and becoming a celestial being is nothing more than a daydream or nonsense, because they rely solely on vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, lacking spiritual perception. Without spiritual perception, one recognizes only objective reality and scientific evidence, and cannot imagine vast worlds beyond three-dimensional space or the possibility of superluminal travel through space and time tunnels. Quantum mechanics has only vaguely acknowledged that the movement of subatomic particles is related to the observer's position and consciousness. Water crystallization experiments by Japanese scientists have demonstrated the profound link between human consciousness and the formation of water molecule crystals. Those who master these secrets can achieve in a minute what ordinary people might not accomplish in 10,000 years. The form of existence is shaped by one's way of thinking. Once this is understood, a qualitative leap occurs in one's structure of life. Almost everything the human mind can imagine exists, though not necessarily in this time and space. Science fiction may describe these actual existences, some will become realities in the future, while others are verified in other spaces. We cannot deny what we cannot see or hear. Can we deny the existence and motion of ultraviolet rays, infrared rays, cathode rays, and radio waves simply because they are invisible? The Celestial Cultivation chapter reveals profound insights into life through simple truths, guiding individuals step by step toward higher realms of existence. By unveiling the meaning of death, it clearly describes the scenarios that follow and illuminates how every word and action in our current three-dimensional space shapes the future. It demonstrates that Chanyuan is not a place of baseless claims or delusions but rather the crystallization of human wisdom and a treasure trove of life. For those aspiring to become celestials, may you quickly awaken your spiritual perception, follow the guide toward the highest realm of life, and not waste precious time in mundane society. Every moment is invaluable, so strive earnestly. Celestial Cultivation Chapter, Article 1, The Difference Between Super-Celestial Beings and Buddhas. Xiefeng. May 5, 2006. Super-celestial beings and Buddhas are both evolved forms of angels, creations of the greatest creator, and represent the highest state that humans can attain through cultivation. Both super-celestial beings and Buddhas reside in the Elysium world and possess supernatural abilities as well as transformational powers. Super-celestial beings, they have never lost their way. Buddhas, they have, at one time, lost their way. Super-celestial beings, they possess only one rank. Buddhas, they have 10 ranks. Super-celestial beings, they belong to a category of Buddhas who are not constrained by divine power. Buddhas, not all Buddhas are super-celestial beings. Super-celestial beings, they have only one base, the Celestial Islands continent in the Elysium world. Buddhas, they have 10 bases, namely Lotus continent, Borneo continent, Kasayapa continent, Ingwu continent, Amitabha continent, Celestial Islands continent, Three Realms Transit continent, Moon Temple continent, God's continent, and Supreme Enlightenment continent. Super-celestial beings, they are completely free and unrestrained. Buddhas, they are bound by divine laws and must strictly adhere to precepts. Super-celestial beings, they can freely transform into human forms. Buddhas, they can transform into human forms only if dispatched by the heavenly realm, otherwise, such a transformation would violate heavenly laws. Super-celestial beings, they are Buddhas, yet they do not necessarily have to worship other Buddhas. Buddhas, not every Buddha becomes a super-celestial being. Super-celestial beings, they are the most beloved beings of the greatest creator. Buddhas, they are subject to strict control by the greatest creator. Super-celestial beings, they can emerge from among Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, and ordinary people alike. Buddhas, only the descendants of the dragon have the potential to become Buddhas. Here, descendants of the dragon refers not only to the Chinese but to all Eastern peoples, excluding the descendants of Adam and Eve. Super-celestial beings are Buddhas, but not all Buddhas are super-celestial beings. They form a special category within the Buddha realm, however, they do not attain the supreme wisdom and capabilities inherent in the highest Buddha nature. Super-celestial beings are merely angels, subject to the commands of the gods, whereas Buddhas, at their highest level, can almost rival the gods. Attaining Buddhahood is exceedingly difficult. My advice to Easterners is to first strive toward the 1,000-year world rather than expect to ascend directly to the highest realm in a single leap. Becoming a super-celestial being is no easy feat either. Ordinary people should follow the path of the sages and then progress toward the 1,000-year world. For the members of Life Chanyuan, since they have a guide, they should devote themselves wholeheartedly to the pursuit of becoming super-celestial beings. Opportunities like this are rare. Once missed, the chance to become a super-celestial being may be lost forever. The difference between super-celestial beings and Buddhas, Part 2. Xiefeng. A celestial being is one who dwells in the mountains. A Buddha is one who transcends human limitations. Celestial beings are detached from worldly affairs, roaming freely in nature, while Buddhas pursue supreme enlightenment under strict divine laws. Celestial beings are divided into 5 ranks. Super-celestial beings reside in the Celestial Islands continent. Deity celestial beings have no fixed abode. Land celestial beings, reside in the 10,000-year world. Human celestial beings, reside in the 1,000-year world. Ghost celestial beings, reside in the space between the yin and yang spaces. Buddhas have 10 levels, each residing in a different continent: Lotus continent, Borneo continent, Kasyapa continent, Ingwu continent, Amitabhuddha continent, Celestial Islands continent, Three Realms Transit continent, Moon Temple continent, God's continent, and Supreme Enlightenment continent. All super-celestial beings are Buddhas, for the super-celestial beings of the Celestial Islands continent have attained Buddhahood. However, Buddhas are not necessarily super-celestial beings. Buddhas never cease their pursuit of supreme enlightenment. Buddhas embody solemnity, while celestial beings embody fluidity and spontaneity. It is easy to become a celestial being by worshipping Buddhas, yet practicing as a celestial being makes it difficult to attain Buddhahood. To become a celestial being, one must first worship Buddhas. Within the Buddha realm, the status of super-celestial beings is intermediate, comparable to university graduates. Above them are those akin to graduate students, master's students, and doctoral students. Super-celestial beings, like university graduates, cease further studies, whereas Buddhas never abandon their pursuit of higher learning. Super-celestial beings focus on self-amusement and do not concern themselves with the affairs of heaven or humanity. Buddhas, on the other hand, seek neither entertainment nor temporary ease but devote themselves to attaining supreme enlightenment. Super-celestial beings are the freest, happiest, and most blissful beings in the entire universe. They are the greatest Creator's favorites, bearing no responsibilities or obligations. Buddhas, by contrast, are the wisest beings in the universe, strict in self-discipline and willing to take on responsibilities and obligations when necessary. Super-celestial beings possess all supernatural abilities, but they use them primarily for personal amusement. Buddhas, as they ascend in their enlightenment, develop varying levels of supernatural abilities, which they use to fulfill responsibilities and obligations. The path to becoming a celestial being differs somewhat from the path to Buddhahood. There are no restrictions in becoming a celestial being, while the path to Buddhahood is heavily regulated by strict precepts. Becoming a super-celestial being is easy, becoming a Buddha is difficult. Chapter of Celestial Cultivation, Article 2, The Classification and Realms of Celestials. Xiefeng. 2005 August 26, Harare. Just as humans have different levels of character and virtue, celestials also have different grades. Similarly, among plants, some blossom and bear fruit while others do not, some produce sweet fruit, while others bear sour ones, some have deep roots and lush foliage, while others have shallow roots and sparse leaves, some grow tall, while others remain short, some bloom with fragrant flowers, while others produce scentless blossoms. Humans can perceive the diversity of plants, just as gods can see the myriad states of human beings. Only by standing atop the highest peak can one overlook the majestic mountains, only by reaching the highest realm can one observe the boundless variety of human existence, only by traversing the 36-dimensional spaces can one comprehend the classifications and realms of celestials. Failing to perceive differences does not mean that differences do not exist. It simply indicates that one's level of awareness is too low. A person sitting at the bottom of a well cannot see the vast blue sky. This is not because the sky lacks vastness, but because their vision is limited. Denying the wonders of the universe and the infinite levels of life based on one's constrained perspective is ignorance. Trying to define the boundless dimensions of time and space and the infinite wisdom of the cosmos through one's own ignorance is foolishness. 99% of humanity lives in ignorance and foolishness. 95% of people have closed hearts and remain unconscious in their awareness. That is why Jesus said that few people find the gate to true life, and even fewer manage to enter it. The broad road is the worldly path, the path that the masses walk leads to death. Only those who squeeze through the narrow gate and endure the arduous journey along a rugged trail may glimpse the dawn of life. In the end, they will ascend the perilous peak of life and enter an even vaster realm of existence. Celestial beings are classified into 5 types: ghost celestials, human celestials, land celestials, deity celestials, and super celestials. The Chinese nation is unique, producing countless saints, sages, and great hermits beyond the reach of Western Nobel laureates. The ability to perceive meridians and acupoints with clarity, the mastery of refining essence into energy, refining energy into spirit, and refining spirit into emptiness, as well as the profound insight into the unity of heaven and man, beyond the comprehension of spirits and ghosts, are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The classification of celestials has long been well understood by sages of the past. In my exploration of the origins of the universe, I found that my predecessors had already reached the peak of understanding. When I traversed the 36 celestial spaces and observed the forms and qualities of life across various spaces, I realized that ancient saints had already drawn definitive conclusions. For instance, regarding the classification of celestials, one great hermit once said, "Those who are purely spiritual and formless are ghost celestials. Those who live long lives without illness in the mortal world are human celestials. Those who can fly through the mist, remain free from hunger and thirst, unaffected by heat and cold, and roam the islands while attaining eternal life are land celestials. Those who can change form, appear and disappear unpredictably, take on various ages, and possess divine wisdom beyond the comprehension of ghosts, spirits, and even diviners are super celestials. Those who refine primordial energy into the primordial spirit, attain supernatural powers, and become immune to water and fire are deity celestials." The words of the saints hold true. In more detail, the types of celestials and their corresponding realms are as follows. Ghost celestials. Ghost celestials exist between the yin and yang spaces, beyond the range of human vision. Thus, they are considered formless. However, from their own perspective, they do not perceive themselves as formless. This is similar to what has been observed in near-death experiences studied by Western scientists. When people temporarily die, meaning their souls leave their bodies, they can clearly see their own physical forms surrounded by doctors and loved ones. They even feel that their facial features, bodies, and hair remain intact. Thus, the formlessness of ghost celestials is only relative to human vision, not an actual loss of form. In the 36-dimensional spaces, within the 5-dimensional space between yin and yang, I once described. The third type of people are those who often dwell in obsessive thoughts or die unexpectedly in the prime of life. Because they are unprepared and still deeply attached to the material world, they resist moving on. Their wishes remain unfulfilled, and they are unwilling to leave. However, their physical bodies have already perished, and without a material vessel, their spiritual bodies wander aimlessly between the yin and yang spaces. Some cases of spirit possession are caused by these lingering souls. Those who die with unresolved grievances are also prone to lingering in this space. Ghost celestials are essentially what people commonly refer to as ghosts. Benevolent ghosts can be considered ghost celestials. Even harmful ghosts have specific reasons for their actions. There is always a cause and effect relationship. As long as one maintains a clear conscience, ghosts will never harm them. As the saying goes, if you have done nothing wrong, you have nothing to fear from ghosts knocking at your door. Ghost celestials do not linger indefinitely in the yin-yang space. Some quickly recover and return to their bodies, while others swiftly reincarnate. That is why it is important to treat the deceased with kindness. Offering comfort, burning paper money, and speaking words of reassurance can help them move on more quickly. Human celestials. Human celestials are saints in the mortal world. They understand the principles of existence, are free from worldly desires, practice non-action, wu-wei, transcend conventional norms, and maintain physical and mental well-being. They do not possess supernatural abilities but have seen through the illusions of the mortal world. They are detached from concepts such as nations, ethnicities, families, political parties, and religions. They take things as they are, acting in accordance with their intrinsic nature, and seize opportunities as they arise. Human celestials do not participate in any religious or political organizations, as they do not wish to be bound, nor do they seek to bind others. They enjoy the company of kindred spirits but avoid interactions with worldly people. Wealth, status, and fame mean nothing to them, nor do they concern themselves with success or failure, gain or loss. To them, all these things are fleeting clouds. Land celestials. Land celestials possess supernatural abilities or profound mastery of Taoist arts. They can benefit both humanity and themselves. They communicate seamlessly with both humans and spirits, moving freely without restrictions. Figures such as Hua Tuo, Sun Simiao, Bien Ke, and Taoist masters with profound spiritual attainments are land celestials. Land celestials excel in the art of health preservation. Many teachings in the Life Achanuan Health Preservation chapter originate from the wisdom of land celestials. Their insights include principles from the Compendium of Heart and Mind Healing, such as: all things are exhausted by movement and nourished by stillness. Stillness is the dwelling place of the spirit. Without tranquility, one cannot reach distant goals. Stillness breeds wisdom, movement breeds confusion. It is the spirit that gives me life, it is the mind that brings me death. When still, the roots deepen and flourish, when in motion, the stem is uprooted and withers. The 8 steps of cultivating stillness are: do not give rise to anger, do not give rise to arrogance, do not indulge in absurdity, be moderate in desires, moderate in labor, be cautious in speech, abstain from killing, and benefit others. Including the 8 mind methods in my intermediate cultivation. Calm the mind, stop the mind, govern the mind, correct the mind, humble the mind, settle the mind, purify the mind, and transcend the mind. These are the defining characteristics of land celestials. They have cultivated themselves to the point where they no longer experience hunger or thirst, remain unaffected by heat and cold, travel freely among islands, and attain mastery over life and death. Deity celestials. Deity celestials do not belong to human society. They can traverse space-time tunnels at will, moving freely between heaven, the human world, and the underworld. They possess divine abilities and can undergo limitless transformations. Sun Wukong from the mythological novel Journey to the West, before attaining true enlightenment, is a living example of a deity celestial. He had 72 transformations, could ride clouds and mist, and a single somersault spanned 54,000 kilometers. Deity celestials have no fixed abode, both heaven and earth are their home. They can shrink to the size of a subatomic particle or expand as vast as a mountain. They can enter the molecular world to tour mountains and rivers, or kick celestial bodies as if they were mere balls. To understand the realm of deity celestials, one can refer to the stories in Journey to the West and the Investiture of the Gods. Perhaps you think these are mere myths, but in reality, they are not. As long as one masters the key to cultivation, this state can be attained. The biggest challenge is that no historical human records contain the secret to cultivating into a deity celestial. Such secrets will never be written down, they can only be grasped through innate wisdom and deep enlightenment. Super celestials. Super celestials represent the highest realm that humans can attain. Their base is on the Celestial Islands continent of the Elysium world. In my description of the Celestial Islands continent, UE, the master of Snow Peak Island, serves as an example of a super celestial. The revered Guanyin Bodhisattva is also a super celestial, as are angels in Western culture. A super celestial is essentially a Buddha, but with a key difference: while Buddhas still bear certain constraints, super celestials are entirely free. Buddhas have duties and responsibilities, whereas super celestials have none whatsoever. The defining characteristic of a super celestial is the absolute freedom to indulge in joy and play as they please. Once one becomes a Buddha, there are still higher realms to ascend to, but once one attains the state of a super celestial, they have reached the ultimate limit of life. These concepts are far beyond the scope of human wisdom. The more I explain, the more elusive and incomprehensible they may seem, eventually turning into what some might consider incoherent rambling. The higher the level of wisdom and consciousness a being possesses, the more mythical it appears. Human celestials and land celestials are closely related to humans, making them relatively easier to comprehend. The realm of deity celestials is still within the bounds of imagination, but the realm of super-celestials is purely mythical. All of these mysteries are embedded within the profound secrets of life itself. The 36 8-trigram arrays set by the greatest creator are incredibly difficult to break or decipher, primarily because they lie beyond our imagination. Since we cannot conceive of them, we assume they are fabricated illusions, mere fantasies conjured out of thin air. As the saying goes, the enlightened see the essence, while the unenlightened watch the spectacle. If you expect me to instantly reveal the secrets of enlightenment, that's simply out of the question. Chapter of Celestial Cultivation, Article 3, Less Selfishness and Fewer Desires, Unshaken by Favor or Disgrace. Xiefeng. A living being comprises a physical body and a spiritual body, together forming life. The Hun represents spirit, consciousness, and mind, while the P refers to the physique, the material carrier of life, the physical body. Immortality cultivators prioritize refining the soul, paying only moderate attention to the physical body. This means placing greater emphasis on spirit, consciousness, and mind over the physical form. Observing the bustling streets, we see only two kinds of people, those chasing fame and those chasing wealth. The pursuit of fame and fortune is humanity's common condition. If we fail to remain clear-headed and join the race for name and gain, we inevitably mistake the means for the end and squander our precious lives. Power, rank, wealth, and luxury are snares on the path to immortality. Honor and disgrace, favor and humiliation, are obstacles to this journey. Only by reducing selfish desires and remaining unshaken by praise or criticism can one embark on the path of immortality. A petty person sacrifices themselves for profit, scholars and literary figures sacrifice themselves for fame, scientists sacrifice themselves for knowledge, great men sacrifice themselves for achievements, ordinary people sacrifice themselves for family, politicians sacrifice themselves for their country, saints sacrifice themselves for the world, but celestials sacrifice themselves for the Tao. The sayings, man dies for wealth, birds die for food, and a wild goose leaves its cry behind, a person leaves their name behind, encapsulate the worldly perspective on life. Those who prioritize profit will be entangled by it, and those who covet profit will be harmed by it. Those who value fame will be trapped by it, and those who seek fame will be wounded by it. The desire for power, rank, and wealth is an abyss with no bottom. Once a person recklessly indulges in this endless pursuit, they become insatiable, gaining an inch and craving a mile, obtaining a raincoat and then demanding an umbrella, becoming a minister and then eyeing the throne. Those who perish in the raging fire of fame and fortune rarely return. The obsession with fame and wealth blinds wisdom, driving people to extortion, deceit, fraud, exploitation, cruelty, corruption, and every form of unscrupulous behavior, ultimately leading to self-inflicted suffering, self-dug graves, and self-destruction. Diminishing selfish desires is the starting point of immortality cultivation. Without eliminating selfishness, one remains trapped in mundanity. Unchecked desires consume one in the fires of greed. A cultivator must diminish selfishness and curb desires, remaining clear-headed amidst wealth, power, and sensual temptations. One must control material possessions rather than be controlled by them. Laozi advocated, desire to be free of desire, do not treasure rare possessions, and, the 5 colors blind the eyes, the 5 tones deafen the ears, the 5 flavors dull the palate, hunting and galloping madden the mind, and rare treasures cause harmful actions. Those who chase fame and fortune inevitably vie for status in the courts of power and scramble for profit in the bustling marketplace, even risking their lives, only to face ruin and disgrace. No misfortune is greater than not knowing contentment, no blame is greater than coveting more. Excessive pursuit of fame and wealth inevitably invites disaster and misfortune. After all, 1,000 acres of fertile land, yet one only sleeps on 8 feet of it at night. Birds in the forest rest on a single branch, why the endless striving? Thus, cultivators should embrace fewer selfish desires, contentment, tranquility, and a natural, unrestrained state of being. Only in this way can one avoid the anxieties of gain and loss, prevent conflicts and disputes with others, and embody the wisdom that, because he does not compete, no one in the world can contend with him. If I do not contend with you, then what is there for you to contend against? Seeking good fortune in times of misfortune, avoiding harm while pursuing benefits, rejoicing in favor, and despairing in disgrace, all these are the concerns of the secular mind. Throughout history, people have staged countless heart-wrenching dramas on the grand stage of honor and disgrace. Those who receive favor become elated and intoxicated with joy, while those who lose favor sink into despair and rage. Yet, they fail to realize that favor is merely another form of servitude, and disgrace is merely a return to one's true self. Why let it trouble the heart? Those who place excessive value on worldly riches and fame inevitably compromise their personal integrity. Being deeply affected by both honor and disgrace is a sign of servility and extreme selfishness. Those who bask in favor become arrogant, lose themselves, and even abet wrongdoing, harming the virtuous. Those who suffer disgrace become despondent, lose their will, and pathetically beg for mercy. A cultivator must avoid such extremes. To be shaken by both honor and disgrace is to lose one's heavenly nature, innate nature. Once this nature is lost, not only is immortality beyond reach, but one risks becoming neither truly human nor spirit. Therefore, one must remain indifferent to fame and fortune, unshaken by honor or disgrace, transcend worldly attachments, and become the master of one's own heart and emotions. In the forest of seclusion, there is neither honor nor disgrace. On the path of righteousness, there is neither warmth nor coldness. Observe the drifting white clouds and the autumn moon, carefree and at ease. Witness the blooming and falling of flowers, coming and going without attachment. Taiji celestial and Foshan celestial move with complete freedom. Penglai celestial and Tianshan celestial, like clouds rolling and winds dispersing. Wuji celestial and Wanyan celestial, without beginning or end. Biyun celestial and Sanghai celestial, pure and unspoiled. This is the heart, sentiment, joy, and realm of celestial beings. Chapter of Celestial Cultivation, Article 4, Clarity through Detachment, Reaching Far through Tranquility. Xiefeng. Throughout history, those who achieved purity and transcendence embraced detachment and tranquility as their life's foundation. Zhuge Liang, the epitome of wisdom, was moved by Liu Bei's 3 visits to his humble abode and devoted himself entirely, laboring until his death. Yet, he deeply understood the nature of the world and taught his children that without detachment, one cannot establish clear aspirations, and without tranquility, one cannot achieve great distances. I often turn to Kai Gen Tan, Vegetable Root Discourse, for clarity and renewal. This is not only due to its concise and elegant writing but also because of its profound wisdom and unique insights into the path of immortality. Reading it dispels confusion and brings clarity. Consider passages such as N. Simplicity reveals true flavor, the ordinary reveals true brilliance. N. In stillness, the heart reveals truth and illusion. N. Detachment clarifies purpose, indulgence corrupts integrity. N. Transcending the mundane brings true renown, surpassing the ordinary leads to the sacred. N. From filth comes purity, from darkness, brightness. N. Wisdom dispels ignorance, a steady nature leads to righteous deeds. N. Attachment clouds the heart, cleverness hinders the Tao. N. Avoid extremes, neither excessive richness nor excessive barrenness. N. Transcend beyond heaven and earth, remain unentangled by fame and fortune. N. To avoid disaster in the visible realm, do not offend the unseen forces. N. Cultivate frugality to maintain integrity, embrace simplicity to preserve authenticity. N. Read works of wisdom, listen to music that reflects true essence. N. Maintain a bright heart, keep thoughts untainted. N. A humble heart comprehends principles, a steadfast heart resists desires. N. Nurture the righteous energy of heaven and earth, and model oneself after the sages of past and present. N. Stillness in motion is true stillness, joy amid suffering is true joy. N. Those who seek the extraordinary lack profound insight, those who walk alone lack steadfast discipline. N. The heart of a noble person is like a sky cleared after the rain. N. What is intense fades quickly, what is subtle endures. Great achievements take time to mature. N. In stillness, one perceives the true realm, in simplicity, one recognizes the original nature. N. When the heart is still, the essence reveals itself, when water is clear, the moon's reflection is bright. N. A heart free from desire remains serene, with a book and a zither, one becomes a celestial being. N. All things are illusions, the wise see beyond them. N. Life is but a fleeting bubble, why struggle over fame and wealth? N. Observe the world with calmness, steal moments of leisure in a busy life. N. Make drifting clouds your companions, and the wind and moon your home. N. The hermit is indifferent to honor or disgrace, the Tao is untouched by the warmth or coldness of the world. N. Attaining the Tao frees one from attachments, neither agitation nor stillness has any hold. N. Clinging leads to suffering, liberation leads to immortality. N. Extreme agitation leads to confusion, extreme stillness leads to clarity. N. Resting among clouds, playing with the moon, detached from the world's dust and turmoil. N. Crudeness cannot compare to elegance, simplicity surpasses extravagance. N. Reading the I Ching among pine trees, discussing scripture beneath bamboo groves. N. A peaceful heart sees beauty everywhere. N. When one's nature is whole and desires are few, even an ordinary person can become a celestial being. N. All things arise from destiny, find contentment in every circumstance. I also often read Zhenguang Xian 1, expanded words of the worthy, deeply admiring the wisdom of ancient Chinese sages. Consider these words. N. Indulgence in greed and attachment is a sea of suffering, the burning desire for profit is a pit of fire. N. When faced with adversity and hardship, trace their origins, and resentment will naturally fade. When contemplating the fleeting nature of fame and wealth, attachment will naturally lessen. N. Living in a humble cottage may limit the senses, but the spirit remains free. Befriending mountain hermits may lack formality, but the intentions are always genuine. N. Ambition is lost in indulgence, clarity of mind comes from simplicity. N. In the desolate graves of Beimang, there is no distinction between rich and poor. The floating clouds over Yulei witness the changes of past and present. And even the flesh and blood body is but a fleeting shadow, how much more so the shadows beyond. Even mountains and rivers are but specks of dust, how much more so the dust within dust. And let the world's path be treacherous, my heart remains at peace. And if you do no wrong in your daily life, you need not fear a knock at the door in the dead of night. N. In all matters, do not deceive, for the gods watch from just 3 feet above. N. At the moment of thought, restrain the 3 great desires, only at the end will you preserve a trace of truth. N. Treat others without the slightest deceit or concealment, handle affairs with unwavering calm and composure. N. Whether you rush or take your time, the path ahead remains the same, whether you gain by force or by consent, it all ends in emptiness. N. Do not assume that human relationships are always warm like spring, for autumn's chill will surely come. N. The wicked may be feared by others, but not by heaven, the good may be wronged by others, but not by heaven. N. A dragon in shallow water is mocked by shrimp, a tiger on flat land is bullied by dogs. N. Autumn insects and spring birds both express the workings of nature, why indulge in unnecessary sorrow or joy? Old trees and new flowers alike contain the essence of life, why judge beauty and ugliness? N. Greed for the benefits of livestock leads to the loss of one's nature, taking advantage of others invites the retribution of heaven. N. The bamboo fence and thatched cottage offer a beauty that even the grandest temples cannot match. N. Observing movement in stillness and watching others' busyness in leisure brings the joy of transcending the mundane, finding moments of leisure in busyness and stillness in motion is the art of living. N. Do not indulge in excessive joy, for extreme joy leads to sorrow. Do not indulge in excessive desires, for unchecked desires bring disaster. N. Be detached in solitude, gentle in company, humble in success, and calm in failure. N. With constant vigilance in thought, one can avoid the arrows of gods and the snares of demons. With a heart untainted by even a speck of dust, one can escape the traps of heaven and earth. N. To toy with others is to lose virtue, to be obsessed with objects is to lose ambition. N. Whispers among men are like thunder to heaven, a guilty conscience in the dark is as bright as lightning to the gods. N. Do not anxiously pursue wealth and honor, nor fret over poverty and lowliness. N. Finding joy in the brilliance of flowers and the clamor of music is but an illusion, discovering delight in the falling leaves, withered grass, and quiet simplicity is where true meaning lies. Through detachment, one sees people fighting on a snail's horn and debating in a flash of lightning. Fighting for wealth and status is as futile as flies scrambling for blood or ants swarming over carrion, a life of misplaced priorities and short-sightedness. Detachment brings clarity of purpose. Detachment brings clarity, enabling one to see the path, discern the right direction, and envision the distant horizon. Only then can one cultivate immortality. Tranquility is the abode of the divine. Without it, the soul drifts aimlessly, making lasting progress impossible. The allure of sensory pleasures, material gains, and interpersonal conflicts can easily cloud the mind, but with tranquility, no matter how circumstances change, one remains as steady as the sun in a clear sky, dispelling all haze. Only now, at my age, have I come to understand these truths. Looking back, I feel profound regret. Time wasted is irretrievable, and youthful years have flowed away like water. I regret not having followed the path of the greatest creator earlier, for by now, my spiritual achievements would have been complete. All that remains is to treasure every moment and strive with diligence. On the journey of life, the deepest emotions are found in familial and friendly bonds. On the path of cultivation, the most crucial element is finding kindred spirits. Francis Bacon once said, "The lack of true friendship is the most profound and pitiable solitude." Without friendship, the world is but a wilderness. The path of cultivation cannot be walked alone. Those who walk alone lack steadfastness. The more fellow cultivators, the better. A true confidant is rare and precious. Just as detachment clarifies one's purpose, it also refines one's friendships. The friendship of a noble person is like water, the friendship of a petty person is like sweet wine. A noble person remains close through simplicity, while a petty person's affection dissolves with indulgence. Befriending someone solely for their power is mere flattery. Once their influence wanes, the friendship dissolves. Forming friendships through bribery is mutual exploitation. When difficulties arise, the bond crumbles. Idolizing eloquent and talented individuals for self-glorification is vanity. Once their reputation is tarnished, the admiration fades. Forming friendships out of shared misfortune is often a relationship of convenience, a case of bowing under the eaves when one has no choice. Once circumstances change, the bond is hard to sustain. Friendships built on calculated benefits are inherently utilitarian, close when there is profit, distant when the profit is gone, coming when there is gain, and leaving when there is none. As the saying goes, the rich in the mountains have distant relatives, the poor in the city have no visitors. Only through detachment can one form true friendships. Only through detachment can one find a kindred spirit. Clarity through detachment, reaching far through tranquility. Those who walk the path of cultivation must take heed. Chapter of Celestial Cultivation, Article 5, Seeking Kindred Spirits, Gradually Transcending the Mundane. Xiefeng. Those who pursue the extraordinary often lack far-reaching vision, those who walk alone lack steadfast discipline. The reclusive struggle to uphold the Tao, and those immersed in the secular world find it difficult to transcend mundanity. Cultivating immortality requires seeking kindred spirits, for without them, it is challenging to remain steadfast on the celestial path. Daily life in the mortal world is filled with trivialities and distractions, making it hard for the mind to find peace. Thus, it is essential to gradually transcend the mundane. Self-awareness is invaluable, yet it is not easily attained. The world is filled with people who are self-opinionated, arrogant, and deluded, while those who possess self-awareness, humility, and self-reflection are rare. To achieve the immortal path, one must first cultivate self-awareness. But how does one do so? By using a mirror to reflect upon oneself. Where is this mirror? It lies in kindred spirits, they are the mirror. Seeking kindred spirits is a lifelong endeavor. To find a true spiritual companion is like discovering a hidden treasure. A single grain of sand contains an entire universe. One true kindred spirit opens the gateway to a celestial paradise. Those who are truly rich are those who have spiritual companions. My fate has been modest, and I have relied solely on personal enlightenment in all matters. Therefore, I deeply understand the preciousness of kindred spirits. Since founding Life Genuine, I have yearned to find such companions. I treat everyone who enters Life Genuine as a fellow seeker, offering timely praise and hoping to walk the immortal path together, journeying toward the celestial realm. Unfortunately, due to my humble origins and lack of worldly sophistication, I have faced numerous setbacks. Those above me in wisdom do not wish to associate with me, those on par with me are ambitious, seeking to establish their own domains rather than aligning with Life Genuine. As for those below me, aside from a few Chanyuan celestials, I have yet to find them. Seeking the Tao is difficult, seeking kindred spirits is even harder. Hence, the ancients lamented, a kindred spirit is the rarest treasure in life. Flowers are easy to obtain, money is easy to acquire, but a true spiritual companion? Even if one searches the heavens above and the underworld below, they may still remain elusive. A true spiritual companion is one who treats me as an equal, not only capable of discussing the scriptures and the Tao, sharing a bed without discomfort, but also engaging in fiery arguments upon meeting. If we do not see each other for 3 days, our souls grow restless, as if mourning a great loss. In the morning, we might quarrel until our faces are red with anger, swearing never to meet again, yet before sunset, one of us appears at the other's door with a bottle of liquor, grinning mischievously, vowing never to part. Spiritual companions are as precious as life itself. I have Foshan, Taiji, Wuji, Pinglai, Wanyan, Biyun, Tianshan, and Sanhai Celestial, each an integral part of my existence. Yet, can I find one with whom I can argue, then laugh, and get drunk under the stars? I wonder. Without a spiritual companion, life is sorrowful. Without a spiritual companion, life is pitiful. Without a spiritual companion, one is either arrogant and self-absorbed or self-deprecating and despondent. A flower blooms with no one to admire it, a leaf falls with no one to grieve, blooming and withering in vain. Is this not tragic? The desire to transcend the mundane is present in all. Yet, those who truly attain it are as rare as a shooting star. Why? Not due to a lack of spirituality, but because the burdens of the mundane world drag them down. Above, there are elderly parents to care for, below, there are children to nurture. In between, there are spouses needing attention, and on all sides, neighbors, friends, and siblings requiring support. With a restless mind and a distracted heart, and in an era where societal competition grows increasingly fierce, even those who give their all still fall behind. Who has the time to live freely and gracefully in the world? Alas! Alas! Entangled in the mortal world, cultivating transcendence is arduous. The only feasible way forward is to gradually sever worldly attachments. Beyond relinquishing the pursuit of fame and fortune, one must fulfill obligations to parents and children and then gradually detach from all other secular ties, accepting them if they exist, but embracing their absence if they do not, and never again entangling oneself in worldly bonds. In doing so, one can slowly distance from worldly attachments and gradually approach the celestial realm. I often dream of creating a utopian paradise, bringing together Foshan, Penglai, and other Chanyuan celestials. At dawn, we climb mountains, chop wood, fetch water, and plant melons in the fields. At noon, we sit in the shade of trees, discussing the scriptures and the Tao while sipping tea to the sound of a guqin, a traditional Chinese zither. In the afternoon, we play and chase each other through forests and streams. At night, we cultivate our minds and refine our spirits through meditation, shedding mortal attachments. Cultivating the Tao is difficult, more challenging than ascending the heavens from the treacherous paths of Shu. Attaining transcendence is harder, for the greatest difficulty lies in transcending the mortal world. Chapter of Celestial Cultivation, Article 6, Nurturing the Spirit of Heaven and Earth, Loving Nature and the Rivers and Mountains. Xiefeng. All things in heaven and earth, all of nature, are both the intrinsic and extrinsic manifestations of the Tao. Between heaven and earth, there is nothing noble and nothing lowly, nothing useless and nothing to be discarded. From bacteria to celestial bodies, from plants to mountains and rivers, all are manifestations of the Tao, all are components of the Tao. Humans are part of nature, seamlessly integrated with the Tao. This means that humans are one with all things in heaven and earth. Therefore, we must cultivate the spirit of heaven and earth, love nature and the rivers and mountains. To show contempt for heaven and earth is to show contempt for oneself. To destroy nature and the rivers and mountains is to bring devastation upon oneself. Selfishness is self-destruction, and self-destruction is selfishness. A person who lacks the spirit of heaven and earth is bound to act selfishly and recklessly. A person who does not love nature and the rivers and mountains will inevitably become an evil being, ultimately suffering nature's retribution. The so-called spirit of heaven and earth is the ability to merge oneself into all things in heaven and earth. I am everything, and everything is me. As long as all things exist, I exist. If all things perish, I perish. I coexist with the universe and all its creations. With the spirit of heaven and earth, one can possess immense righteous energy and naturally develop a noble and pure character. This spirit allows one's consciousness to expand into infinite time and space, achieving unity with the spirit of the universe and thereby attaining eternal life. The Taoist state of harmony between heaven and man can thus be realized. The grass on the vast plains withers and flourishes year after year. Wildfires cannot destroy it, with the spring breeze, it grows again. All things undergo cycles of purification and elimination. Only through continuous self-purification and renewal can one refine one's character and extend life into infinite time and space. This is the spirit of heaven and earth, transcending ordinary perspectives. By attaining this understanding, one will no longer grieve over decline nor rejoice in prosperity but will instead ascend toward the highest realm of life. The spirit of heaven and earth is a vast, boundless, and magnanimous heart, like the ocean that embraces thousands of rivers. It is a transcendent, all-encompassing spirit, free from the limitations of self, space, and time, possessing the vision of a Buddha that perceives the infinitely small and the infinitely vast, a spirit of Hundan. It is the eternal spirit of merging oneself into the infinite universe and time-space. Life Changyuan advocates for the spirit of heaven and earth because the entire universe is a Zen garden of life. Once one comprehends its Zen essence, one can coexist with heaven and earth and attain enlightenment to become a celestial being. Nature and the rivers and mountains are like my hair, skin, flesh, bones, and blood vessels. Loving nature and the rivers and mountains is loving myself. By loving nature and the rivers and mountains, one can hear the melodies of heaven and earth, savor the mysteries of creation, and understand the sacredness and will of the greatest Creator. At the same time, this love can awaken one's compassion, enabling one to treat all things in the universe equally, without creating artificial distinctions of rank and status, thereby preventing unnecessary worries and sorrows and avoiding elimination by the laws of life. To reach the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world, one must learn to observe nature, listen to nature, learn from nature, and love nature, and from this, create nature. On Snow Peak Island, super-celestial being UES mystical arts stem from the marvelous practice of creating nature. This divine mastery originates from meticulous observation, imitation, and creation of the myriad aspects of nature. Without an understanding of nature's manifestations, one cannot attain her level of mystical power. Therefore, one must listen to every celestial and earthly melody, observe every blade of grass and every flower, appreciate every change in the wind, clouds, rain, and snow, and focus on the ever-shifting natural scenery. One must strive to imprint within one's heart all the true, good, beautiful, and loving phenomena one sees, hears, smells, and senses so that they can be embedded in one's consciousness and later replicated in the celestial islands. I have always praised the images of "The Heavenly Kingdom is so delightful," reposted by Wanyan Celestial. If we can deeply imprint those scenes into our subconscious, they will lay the foundation for our journey to the 1,000-year world. To become a celestial, one must constantly envision beauty, especially the unparalleled landscapes of nature. The images reposted by Penglai Celestial and Sanghai Celestial have the same effect. To become a celestial, one must continuously transcend oneself, elevate oneself, step out of the self, step out of family and nation, step out of religion and politics, and step out of the human world. One must continuously eliminate the old self and refresh oneself, not be bound by fixed thought patterns, and open the heart to an expansive, boundless realm. One must firmly believe in the existence of the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world, and believe that through self-cultivation and refinement, one can reach the ideal celestial space. The more one explores, the more one gains. The more one minds, the richer one becomes. The more one comprehends, the more one becomes spiritually agile. The further one advances, the wider the path becomes. Nurturing the spirit of heaven and earth, loving nature and the rivers and mountains, cherishing each day, and focusing on the future of life, this is the path to becoming a celestial being. Chapter of Celestial Cultivation, Article 7, Transcending the Mundane and Progressing Through the Unconventional. Xiefeng. Laozi said, "He who places himself behind others comes to the fore, he who regards himself lightly preserves himself. Being brings advantage, but non-being enables function. The multitude are bright and clear, while I alone seem dull and confused, the multitude are sharp and alert, while I alone am murky and troubled. The common people all have their purposes, but I alone am stubborn and uncouth. All men have surplus, but I alone seem destitute. Precisely because I do not contend, no one in the world can contend with me. Knowing the male, yet keeping to the female, knowing the white, yet keeping to the black, knowing honor, yet keeping to humility. The highest virtue is not conscious of itself as virtue, and thus it is virtue, the inferior virtue never loses sight of virtue, and thus it is not virtue. The bright way seems dim, the way forward seems to go back, the smooth way seems rough. The great Tao is broad and level, yet people prefer shortcuts. Do without doing, work without effort, taste the flavorless. True words seem paradoxical. The way of the sage is to act without striving. To become a celestial being, one must transcend the worldly and progress through the unconventional. The mundane world can be summed up in one word, agitation. The mortal realm can be described with one word, noise. The celestial realm can be encapsulated in one phrase, tranquility. To transcend the worldly means to distance oneself from agitation and noise and return to tranquility. Agitation is a state of unrest, reckless scurrying, constant wavering, feeling irritable, uneasy, anxious, overwhelmed by desires, distressed by poverty, fearful of gains and losses, and submissive to power and status. It manifests as internal heat, mental turmoil, inability to stand still, sit steadily, walk straight, or sleep peacefully. This is not a clinical disorder but a Hell's Gate dance syndrome caused by the grip of power, wealth, fame, and desire. Tumult is clamorous, chaotic, and restless, stirring up trouble, engaging in jealousy and envy, yelling and shouting, finding fault with everything, obsessing over gossip, judging others, indulging in emotional entanglements, and fixating on petty calculations. It is as if one is under a spell, becoming erratic, alternating between highs and lows, appearing intelligent yet foolish. This too is a disease, called delusional intelligence disorder. Those free from Hell's Gate dance syndrome and delusional intelligence disorder have taken the first step toward transcending the mundane. To progress through the unconventional means rejecting what the common folk embrace and embracing what they reject. If they go left, I go right; if they advance, I retreat; if they desire, I abandon; if they rejoice, I mourn; if they make noise, I remain silent; if they go out, I go in; if they discard, I use; if they value, I devalue; if they have, I lack; if they lack, I have; if they are righteous, I am unorthodox; if they hate, I love; if they are bright, I am dim; if they are perceptive, I am muddled; if they contend, I yield; if they perish, I endure. Reversing the values of the mundane world reveals the values of the celestial. Dharma, non-dharma, neither dharma nor non-dharma, good, not good, neither not good nor good. As the Wudang master Zhang Sanfeng said, amidst all this, one must invert and reverse. Below are some insights on progression through the unconventional. People recognize the divine as divine, yet they do not understand that it is through the absence of divinity that the divine manifests. The Yinfu classic of the Yellow Emperor. Knowing where to stop when one does not know is the highest wisdom. To pursue the infinite with the finite is folly. Zhuangzi. Accumulating gentleness leads to strength, accumulating weakness leads to power. Those who follow the Tao do not rely on ears, eyes, force, or will. Lizi. To excel at what others neglect, to delight in what others dislike, to find joy in what others shun, to act where others hesitate, to believe what others doubt, and to tread paths others avoid. The Scripture of Western Ascension. The superior person does not contend, the inferior person delights in contention. The highest virtue does not claim virtue, the lesser virtue clings to virtue. Those who cling to virtue do not understand the Tao. The Scripture of constant purity and tranquility. By nourishing the formless, form endures; by guarding the intangible, essence remains pure. The unity of true form and essence leads to immortality. The ancient scripture of the Supreme Lord. Refrain from all evil, perform all good deeds, and blessings will follow in time. The treatise on response and retribution. One aspires to attain the Tao of immortality, not to exhaust the human realm. The wondrous scripture of infinite salvation. The path to longevity is to neither see nor hear, neither flaunt nor seek glory, to abandon the world and the mundane, to preserve essence and spirit, to dwell in stillness and non-action. Thus, one attains the Tao. Annotations on the Primordial Lord's ancient scripture. The highest grade of people commits no offenses and holds on to nothing. The middle grade of people fluctuates between highs and lows, adapting to circumstances and disciplining themselves. The lowest grade of people is entangled in worldly matters and struggles to restrain themselves. The Jade Purity Scripture. Those who follow the Tao do not abandon their roots to chase the branches. If one is told the ultimate truth but refuses to believe, if one is taught the Tao but never practices it, then to the end of life, there is no benefit. How tragic. The Immortal Chronicles, the story of Punzu. The Supreme Tao does not distinguish between near and far, my eyes do not discern between noble and base. Heaven and hell, both are creations of the mind. The 49 chapters of the Supreme Void Sovereign. Reversal is the movement of the Tao, yielding is the function of virtue. Turbidity leads to clarity, prolonged darkness gives rise to illumination. The Zhou Cantong Qi. My fate lies in my own hands, not in heaven. The inner chapters of Biopuzi. When yin and yang do not interact, it harms the person. The record of nurturing nature and prolonging life. A day of leisure is a day of immortality. Face the world with an unattached heart, no need to seek Zen. The complete works of Luzu. If the external world dominates the mind, one remains mundane. If the mind dominates the external world, one attains immortality. Hao Taigu. If the heart is detached from affairs, affairs will not trouble the heart. The Secret Discourse on the Mysterious Pass. With a clear heart and a steady will, the path to heaven is open. The Golden Lotus Immortal Chronicles. Chapter of Celestial Cultivation, Article 8, Listen to the ethereal sound, awaken to the intrinsic Zen harmony. Xiefeng. Soaring over mountain barriers and traversing watery divides, sweeping past the vast expanse of the mortal world, one enters boundless silence, where the human realm ceases to exist, time and space vanish without a trace. The sun and moon are unseen, the clamor of the ages fades into nothingness, even one's own shadow is untraceable. Only the awareness of life flows in serene freedom. Do not think, do not give rise to desires, follow the soul's lead. Let no thoughts arise, fear no entrapments, unfold and retract with ease. In this space, the celestial fetus is about to be born, and the ethereal melody swirls in resonance. Stay calm, celestial music is descending. What sound is this? It is not the wind combing through bamboo, nor the warbling of orioles. There are no visible strings of a zither, nor the thundering of drums. It resembles flowing water, yet it is not the sound of water. It seems like the murmuring of swallows, yet it is not their call. It intoxicates, enchants, and bewilders, surpassing even the whispers of a lover beside one's ear. It makes bone marrow and cells dance in delight, filling the heart with infinite tenderness. Unheard in the human world, seldom known even in celestial realms, this is the ethereal harmony of life. Listening often to the ethereal tune purifies the soul, clears the mind, and calms the spirit. It removes worldly impurities, sheds the mortal shell, grants entry to the celestial realm, dissipates confusion, unveils mysteries, and conveys profound, inexpressible truths. This ethereal music is not heard through the ears. It is both the resonance of the celestial realm and the flowing of consciousness of one's own life structure. The more perfect the structure, the more beautiful the sound. The ethereal melody can only be heard by oneself, friends nearby cannot grasp it, nor can the lover sharing one's bed. One may hear the surface layer of the ethereal harmony amidst flowers under the moonlight, beside a murmuring brook, in the land of tenderness, or in the vastness of the mountains. One may hear its deeper layers in utter tranquility, when untouched by dust, with a mind free of distractions, lost in deep meditation. When the soul leaves the body, when self and form are no more, when divine light flashes, when there is neither beginning nor end, one may hear the ethereal music of heaven. The ethereal sound is the intrinsic Zen melody, it can only be comprehended, never duplicated. It is the presence within absence, the absence within presence, the elusive yet authentic essence of life itself. To hear the ethereal harmony marks one's first steps on the path to immortality. Though still far from the celestial realm, the dawn of hope has already appeared. This is one of the 8 great mysteries of life. An egg that is never incubated remains an egg forever. If it is not transformed in time, a fresh egg turns stale, and a fragrant egg becomes foul. The human world on earth is the womb of life. A chick hatches from its egg through warmth, and a human must cultivate and refine themselves to become a celestial being. The revelations of the greatest creator, the words of gods and Buddhas, these are the warmth that nurtures transformation. One must grasp them through personal insight. Listening constantly to the ethereal tune, awakening to the intrinsic Zen harmony, this is the process of incubation. A chick breaks out of its shell in 21 days, a human, nurtured in the loving grace of the greatest creator and gods, emerges from the mortal world in 81 days, reborn as a celestial. Listen to the ethereal sound, awaken to the intrinsic Zen melody. When the moment of hatching arrives, you will have transformed into a chick. In the movie Tunnel Warfare, there is a famous line, "Our tunnels are right here in the house, go ahead and find them." Now, in the same spirit, I say, the mysteries of life lie within the sound, go ahead and find them. Chapter of Celestial Cultivation, Article 9, Deep Roots and a Firm Foundation for Longevity and Enduring Vision. Xiefeng. The Celestial Master Laozi said, "This is called deep roots and a firm foundation, the way to longevity and enduring vision. The grass on the vast plains withers and flourishes year after year. Wildfires cannot kill it, with the spring breeze, it comes back to life again. Why? Because it has deep roots. Amidst towering cliffs and mountain ranges, pines and cypresses stand evergreen, unyielding through the harshest winters, defying the bitter northwest wind. Why? Because their roots run deep. For 5,000 years, Chinese civilization has endured without interruption. Great talents have emerged in every generation, standing tall among the nations. Why? Because of the profound roots of its culture. Xiefeng is not merely Xiefeng. Emerging from the primordial Hundun, he has traversed the realms of Yin and Yang. Life Echanuan was born through him. Why? Because of his deep spiritual roots. Thus, to attain longevity and celestial transformation, one must establish deep roots and a firm foundation. What are the roots? The way of the greatest creator is the root. What is the foundation? The teachings of gods and Buddhas are the foundation. To cultivate deep roots and a firm foundation is to walk the path of the greatest creator, awaken one's innate spiritual consciousness, heed the teachings of Jesus and Shakyamuni, perceive the vastness of the universe, pursue supreme enlightenment, transcend the three realms, break free from the five elements, comprehend the formless, and return to the source, merging one's finite life into the infinite dimensions of existence. The reeds upon the wall, top-heavy and rootless, sway with every gust. The bamboo shoots in the mountains, sharp-tipped, thick-skinned, yet hollow within. Worldly people rush about, blind to the divine. Mundane folk, caught in endless folly, mock those who seek the truth. Esteemed scholars, lost in superficial pursuits, flail about in confusion. Devout followers, trapped in dogma, toil in vain on the path. Observing the masses of the secular world scrambling like flies drawn to blood and ants fighting over crumbs, one sees people waging battles atop a snail's horn and vying for dominance in the fleeting spark of time. Alas! A beautiful life dissolves into illusion. Tragic. Precious time is squandered in delusion. Ridiculous. Swaying and stumbling with shallow roots. I urge you, pause, reflect, and look back. Those who do not lose their origin endure. Those who die yet do not perish attain longevity. One's origin is home. The so-called home is the source of life itself, the innate Buddha nature. To preserve one's true nature and return to the source is to not lose one's origin. In doing so, one transcends death, attains longevity, and roams freely across the boundless universe. Some say the path to immortality is a deception. I say such people are like drifting clouds, ever changing. Lacking understanding of life and shallow in their foundation. How could they possibly grasp the mysteries of existence? To cultivate deep roots and a firm foundation. Recite the morning scripture, noon scripture, evening scripture, and night scripture. Contemplate the 8 heart practices of Life Echanuan. Follow the guide to uncover the 8 great secrets. Contribute often to Life Echanuan's mission. Stillness breeds wisdom, restlessness breeds confusion. Hardship leads to inner peace, indulgence fosters recklessness. May the reader embrace humility, reflect in stillness. Cultivate deep roots and a firm foundation. And lay the groundwork for transcending suffering and achieving celestial transformation. Chapter of Celestial Cultivation, Article 10, Entering the Virtual Space. Xiefeng. The images in our minds are virtual, the subconscious space is virtual, the space where our thoughts wander when we close our eyes is virtual, the online space is virtual, and even the space of the heavenly Elysium world is virtual. We already know that when the physical body dies, the spiritual body of life immediately enters another space, a space that, to us in the material world, is also virtual. In truth, virtual space is not truly virtual, rather, it is the non-material world, distinct from the material world. The non-material world is far vaster, more magnificent, and more suited to the free existence of life than the material world. It is an undeniable fact that every person has their own virtual space of love and affection. It is also an undeniable fact that everyone dreams, and dreams are a virtual space. Our past exists in virtual space, and so does our future. Apart from the present moment, which we perceive through vision, hearing, taste, smell, and touch as real space, everything else exists in virtual space. We have always pursued what is real, but reality is fleeting, it is but a passing cloud. Therefore, to attain immortality, one must break through the barrier of reality and return to the virtual. Only by grasping the virtual can one truly exist in the ultimate reality. Cultivating immortality requires mastering how to enter virtual space. When our consciousness is completely immersed in virtual space 24 hours a day, and we entirely forget the existence of our physical body and the material world, we have essentially achieved our goal in cultivation. Let us take the home of Chanyuan Celestials as an example. This home is an illusory and intangible place, we cannot see its members physically, but we can sense their spiritual presence rather than their physical bodies. Yet, this virtual space has a tangible impact. When our thoughts and hearts enter this virtual home, a sense of freedom, warmth, harmony, and love fills the air, making it hard to leave and difficult to resist its allure. How we wish to abandon our physical bodies and always gather in this virtual space. However, when we leave the virtual space and return to the real world, troubles and burdens follow. It feels as though we have fallen from heaven back to the human world, with feelings of helplessness, constraints, depression, and boredom overwhelming us. We clearly know that this human world is not our true home and that everything we own will ultimately vanish into dust, yet we are still compelled to toil and struggle for this illusory reality. It is undoubtedly a tragedy, yet we are powerless to escape playing these unfortunate roles. Cultivating immortality is about escaping this unfortunate role, breaking free from this helpless script, and striving to live a free and unrestrained life. It is about working toward an eternal existence in an ideal environment and society. The biggest challenge is that our spiritual senses have not fully awakened. Our vision and hearing cannot perceive the wonders of the non-material world. Once freed from the constraints of the physical body, we will have a more beautiful place to live beyond this world. But how do we prove its existence? And how can we be certain that we will be able to live there? This is why cultivation is necessary. Through cultivation, we come to recognize the true existence of this virtual space and confirm that we can indeed enter it and live freely within it. Without solving this fundamental issue, all teachings are empty words, and all cultivation is ultimately futile. Although we cannot see it yet and cannot fully determine our future after death, we can faintly sense it. Though we may not be able to articulate it clearly, our subconscious seems to be guiding us toward it, subtly and indistinctly. Through our experiences with the home of Chanyuan Celestials, we can also weakly verify the wonders of entering virtual space. If we could survive without eating or drinking, if we were free from all worldly distractions, we would likely prefer to spend all our time in the home of Chanyuan Celestials. If our consciousness could transcend the physical body and permanently dwell in that space, I believe we would gladly choose to live in the virtual world. Only in this virtual space can we truly break free from mundane constraints, fully express our individuality, and live freely according to our highest aspirations and ideals. Humans can indeed live within their consciousness, within virtual space. The celestial islands continent of the Elysium world is itself a virtual space. The key is understanding how to enter this space in a real way and eternally enjoy the heavenly life it offers. Currently, the home of Chanyuan Celestials is not yet an ideal place, it has merely transcended the mundane to some extent. Because we still lack perfect human nature and continue to carry the habits of worldly people, even though this space draws us in and fills us with longing, it is still far from an ideal society. Not to mention the Elysium world and the 10,000-year world, even the 1,000-year world remains distant. If all members of the home of Chanyuan Celestials possessed a relatively perfect human nature, then it would become a virtual replica of the 1,000-year world on Earth. At that point, we would never want to leave it. I have said many times before that I know exactly how to enter the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world. This is absolutely not deception. If someone follows my guidance unwaveringly, without a doubt, they can attain the qualities of celestial beings and ultimately enter the Elysium world. If I were making this claim based on just this one article, it might be considered deceitful. However, anyone who truly understands life at Chanyuan can sense that I possess this spiritual wisdom. I am not an ordinary person in the conventional sense. I have always been guiding. The reason I do not fully reveal everything is that people's spiritual merit is not yet sufficient. To attain perfect spirituality requires more than a brief effort. Many people abandon everything and dedicate their entire lives to cultivating immortality or Buddhism. Yet, most of you have followed me for only a year. The fruit is not only unripe, it has not even fully grown, nor has it taken shape. I cannot forcefully pluck an immature fruit from the vine. In truth, I am anxious, more anxious than you. I wish I could take everyone to the Celestial Islands continent and let you experience heavenly life tomorrow. But the time is not yet ripe. For now, I hope everyone will immerse themselves in virtual space as much as possible, understand its role, and gradually break free from the constraints of the physical body and worldly human nature. Follow your highest ideals and enter the imagined virtual world. Do not ask what purpose this serves, just do it. The vision and imagery that Qingshin Celestial has created for a utopian paradise have a profound impact on the future of life. Learning to live in virtual space, allowing the heart and mind to transition into a virtual state in advance, this is a more important method of cultivating immortality than reading scriptures. Chapter of Celestial Cultivation, Article 11, Stepping Out of Reality and Beginning Transformation. Xiefeng. The purpose of celestial cultivation is to leave the troubled human world and live in the spaces where celestials reside, the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world. The question is, how can we clearly depart from the human world and consciously enter these spaces? This article reveals one of the secrets to transforming from a human into a celestial. Everything perceived by the five senses is a product of our consciousness. The myriad phenomena of the universe we perceive are illusions, not reality. These illusions shift with our consciousness, remaining transient and elusive. We cannot grasp a cloud, nor can we control the earth. We are powerless in the face of the complex phenomena of human society because all of these are mere reflections of divine spirits and human consciousness. Our arrival in the human world is neither the fault of the divine nor of others. It is the result of our own consciousness. The towering cities are products of human consciousness. The computers, telephones, mobile devices, transportation tools, clothing, and food we use are all products of human consciousness. Without such consciousness, none of these would exist. Monkeys and apes cannot create computers or build cities simply because they lack this consciousness. Whether it is reservoirs, nuclear power plants, particle accelerators, or space stations, all are products of human consciousness. Our reality is created by ourselves. The nature of our consciousness determines the nature of our reality. Parents, children, relatives, and friends are also creations of our consciousness. If these relationships did not exist in our consciousness, we would not have come to the human world. We marry because we desire marriage, we have children because we desire children. If we had no desire for marriage or children, then marriage and parenthood would never occur in our lives. A thief commits theft because theft exists in their consciousness. A virtuous person does not steal because the thought of stealing never exists in their consciousness. Mao Zedong became chairman of the country because he had the consciousness of becoming chairman. Billionaires accumulate wealth because they have the consciousness of acquiring great riches. Why were the people so poor during Mao Zedong's era? It was because most of the leaders came from impoverished backgrounds and never had the consciousness of living in wealth. After the reform and opening up, some Chinese people quickly became wealthy because they desired wealth and enjoyed making money. Yet, more than a decade later, some former poverty alleviation officials remained destitute because they never had the consciousness or methods to acquire wealth. The nature of our consciousness determines the nature of our lives. This is an unshakable truth. People from northern China, especially in Shaanxi, Gansu, and Ningxia, can make hundreds of different foods using flour, while people from northeast China and the south cannot. The reason is simple: the consciousness of making such foods does not exist in their minds. A simple teacup has nearly 30 different uses, yet we only use it as a drinking vessel because we have never considered its other functions. Humans can become celestials, but the vast majority do not believe this. Why? Because the thought of becoming a celestial does not exist in their consciousness. They have never considered it, just as monkeys have never contemplated becoming human. If the thought does not exist, if the idea is absent, then it can never be realized. One of the secrets to becoming a celestial is that our consciousness must first create the future, it must create the celestial world. We must first envision ourselves as celestials. As Taiji Celestial said, the way one thinks determines the form of one's existence. This is the key to celestial transformation. If we constantly imagine ourselves living in the 1,000-year world, over time, our life structure will evolve toward that existence. When the time is ripe and all conditions are met, we will naturally transition to the 1,000-year world. To others, it may seem as though we have passed on, but in truth, we have transcended the human world and entered the celestial world to embrace the life of celestials. If our consciousness contains no concept of the 1,000-year world, we cannot go there. Any wishful thinking or blind attempts to stumble upon it are self-deceptions. The law of the Tao is precise and unyielding. I intend to guide all Chanyuan celestials to the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. This may sound mysterious and profound, but in reality, it is quite simple. There are only a few essential secrets. If they are never spoken, people will never think of them. But once revealed, even a primary school student can understand them. Who could have imagined that energy equals mass times the speed of light squared? Who could have foreseen that an apple falling to the ground is due to gravity? Who could have envisioned that the spirit of the greatest creator permeates all movements across all dimensions of time and space? Our consciousness is trapped within conventional thinking, bound by the ever-changing phenomena of the universe. We rarely look beyond appearances to understand the essence of these changes. If our thinking cannot break free from reality, if we cannot step beyond its boundaries, we will never become celestials. Even imagining it will be difficult. Everything I have written serves only as a guide. If someone truly understands the mysteries of life and the Tao, then all that I have written is mere rubbish. Even the Bible, Buddhist scriptures, and the Tao Te Ching would be nothing but trash. The question is, without such trash, how could we ever grasp the mysteries of life and the Tao? We are lost in illusion, yet we refuse to admit it. We live in a world of illusions, yet we cling to these illusions with such devotion and obsession that we cannot extricate ourselves. Even at the moment of death, we refuse to turn back. Once we die, everything in the material world ceases to exist for us. After a lifetime of toil, we leave with nothing. Yet we continue to struggle, stubbornly deceiving ourselves and others. People are obsessed with competing, fighting, and possessing, finding it both exciting and deeply sorrowful. Laozi understood this profoundly. He said his teachings were easy to understand and follow, yet no one was willing to understand or follow them. So, he simply became a celestial himself. A sage once said, "Whenever humans start thinking, the greatest creator laughs." I would argue that this depends on what one is thinking about. If your thoughts revolve around how to find a spouse, have children, bring honor to your ancestors, win glory for your country, amass wealth, climb the political ladder, overthrow the government, or expand your personal fame, then not only would the greatest creator laugh, but even sages would find it amusing. However, if we contemplate how to extend our lives from the human world to the celestial realms, then the greatest creator will not mock us, nor will the sages ridicule us, for we have awakened. We have begun to understand something. But what is it that we have truly understood? Reality emerges from the mind, chapter of Celestial Cultivation, Article 12. Xiefeng. June 7, 2006. Let me begin by sharing a few stories. There was once a sculptor who immersed himself in sculpting a life-sized, lifelike statue of an extraordinarily beautiful woman. He sculpted according to the image in his heart, meticulously crafting an unparalleled beauty. From the moment this image took shape in his mind, he was captivated by the celestial maiden within. He conversed with her with deep affection, indulging in delightful moments through his thoughts. Throughout the sculpting process, he remained wholeheartedly focused, pouring his essence, energy, spirit, heart, and mind into his creation. With each meticulous chisel stroke, the image imprinted itself upon his soul. When he finally delivered the last strike, the celestial maiden came to life. Strictly speaking, the statue remained a statue, but its non-material essence emerged from it, forming an eternal bond with the sculptor, ultimately achieving the fruition of immortality. Hard to believe. Yet, the essence of faith taught by Jesus Christ is embedded in this tale. There was once a miraculous painter renowned for his mastery in painting celestial cranes. One day, in front of a large audience, he painted a crane on a wall. As soon as he finished, the crane soared into the heavens. No matter how many he painted, each one left the wall and took flight into the sky. Does it sound fantastical? I can tell you this is but a trivial skill, the most cumbersome method. The supreme art lies in the cultivation of the mind. The super celestial UE from Snow Peak Island, in the Celestial Islands continent, has demonstrated the miraculous power of this mental practice. Have you heard the story of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai? The writer depicted their transformation into radiant butterflies, fluttering in the air. In reality, when lightning struck and thunder roared, a sudden bolt of lightning cracked open Zhu Yingtai's tomb, and as Liang Shanbua leaped into it, they fulfilled the final rite, ascending together into the celestial realm. In the Celestine prophecy, the 9 great mysteries of the universe are revealed. Here are a few excerpts for your appreciation. They can't see us. Sanchez said. We are vibrating too highly. We turned to see Will walking quickly toward us. As we watched, he seemed to say something else, but this time the words were completely unintelligible. I realized I was having trouble focusing. His image was becoming hazy, distorted. Gradually, as I stared in disbelief, he disappeared altogether. Julia said, the 9th insight says that while some individuals may cross over sporadically, a general rapture will not occur until we have abolished fear, until we can maintain a sufficient vibration in all situations. The more beauty we can see, the more we evolve. The more we evolve, the higher we vibrate. The 9th insight shows us that ultimately, our increased perception and vibration will open us to a heaven that is already before us. We just can't see it yet. Fascinating, isn't it? Although the author emphasizes the frequency of thinking, in reality, this is the inevitable result of a purified soul. The characters in the book who ascend into immortality are all individuals who single-mindedly seek the mysteries of life. They progress from the first insight to the ninth, eventually entering heaven before the eyes of all. For those who have never practiced mental and spiritual cultivation, the notion of becoming a celestial being may seem completely nonsensical. Yet, as consciousness rises, thinking sharpens, and the soul purifies, particularly with a deeper understanding of the non-material world, immortality becomes a seamless and inevitable process, as natural as the turning of the seasons. Illness arises from the mind, and reality is shaped by the heart. A pure soul wields the power to channel energy. A single tiny mirror may seem insignificant, but when many mirrors focus their light on a single point, the concentrated energy can set wood ablaze or bring water to a boil. This is the very principle of solar stoves. A sculptor can breathe life into a statue, and a miraculous painter can bring his cranes to life and send them soaring into the sky, all through the power of the soul. The existence of physical forms is the result of the interaction and evolution of structure, consciousness, and energy, with consciousness playing a crucial role. The soul is the core component of consciousness. The environment one resides in is directly related to their soul. The purer and more beautiful the soul, the higher the vibrational frequency of thought, and the more wondrous the space one inhabits. This is the fundamental principle behind the possibility of achieving celestial immortality. Taiji thinking has already revealed to us that where there is matter, there is also non-material. Just as there are beings visible to the naked eye, there are also those that remain unseen. It is akin to the scenes one experiences in dreams. Only by entering the non-material world can one witness its wonders. This should now be clear. Reality stems from the heart. To attain celestial immortality, one's soul must be pure. Visualized thinking is the activity of the soul, and the outcome of this activity is the great secret to achieving immortality. I have already pierced the veil. The rest is up to you. A Journey Through Time and Space to the Fairyland, Story 1. Hundun Celestial. April 16, 2006. In the 5th year of Emperor Ming of the Han Dynasty's Yongping era, 62 AD, Lu Chen and Ruan Zhao, two men from Yan County, ventured into the Tiantai Mountains to collect medicinal herbs. They followed familiar mountain trails, trekking through the wilderness. At midday, the peaks and valleys were suddenly enveloped in thick mist. Before long, they lost their way, wandering through dense forests and overgrown grass, unable to find the path home. For 13 days, they roamed the mountains. Their provisions were completely depleted, forcing them to survive on wild fruits. One day, the mist finally cleared, and brilliant sunlight bathed the forest. Suddenly, they spotted a towering peach tree laden with large peaches on the opposite mountain. Overcome with hunger and exhaustion, they rushed toward the tree without hesitation. However, the tree grew on a cliffside, and they had to climb precarious branches and vines, risking their lives to reach it. At last, they managed to climb onto the tree. Famished, they quickly plucked the peaches and devoured them ravenously. The peaches were crisp and juicy, bringing them immense delight. After eating more than a dozen, they felt completely rejuvenated. They picked a few more and stored them in their satchels before continuing to climb. Eventually, they reached the peak and gazed into the distance, taking in the vast expanse before them. Towering emerald peaks rose in layers, shrouded in a haze of purple mist. The landscape was pristine, and the air was crisp and refreshing. Descending the mountain, they came across a crystal-clear stream gurgling through the valley. They knelt by the water, cupped their hands to drink, and washed their faces. Instantly, they felt a surge of energy and pure joy. Just as they were about to leave, they noticed vegetable leaves floating downstream, with sesame rice grains clinging to them. Realizing that there must be people living upstream, they decided to follow the stream. After walking for about 2 or 3 miles, a magnificent, shimmering lake suddenly appeared before them. White cranes soared above, and gentle ripples danced across the water, an idyllic paradise. As they approached the lakeside, a breathtaking scene unfolded before their eyes. Two graceful and dignified young women of mesmerizing, ethereal beauty were gracefully bathing in the lake. As Lu and Juan drew near, the two women rose from the water with effortless grace. Crystal-clear droplets sparkled like pearls as they trickled down their raven-black hair, delicate faces, and willow-like figures. Smiling, they spoke in unison, "Lu and Juan, today is a joyous occasion for us. Come, take off your clothes and join us for a bath." Hearing their names spoken by two strangers, Lu and Juan were momentarily stunned. But upon closer look, the women seemed oddly familiar, as if they had seen them before. Unable to resist, they removed their clothes and entered the lake. The two enchanting women moved closer and gently helped them bathe, their soft hands gliding over their bodies. A wave of indescribable pleasure surged through them, as if they had been reborn. After their bath, they dressed and followed the women home to rest. The house stood enclosed by a fence of red willows, its roof adorned with bamboo tiles. Inside, soft lighting cast a warm, inviting glow, and the room felt airy and comfortable. Two large beds stood against the southern and northern walls, draped in pale blue silk canopies, with silver wind chimes dangling from each corner. As the breeze whispered through the room, the chimes sang with crisp, melodious notes. Adorned with emeralds, agates, and other gemstones, the room exuded an air of opulence. By each bed stood more than a dozen handmaidens, their beauty as delicate and radiant as moonlit fairies. The two women gently guided the handmaidens. "Our esteemed guests, Lu and Juan, have traveled far and endured much. Even after eating some celestial peaches, they must still be tired and famished. Prepare a grand feast at once." The handmaidens bustled about, and soon, a lavish banquet was laid before them. Apart from sesame rice, the dishes were completely unfamiliar to them. The two celestial women gracefully served them food and wine, treating them like honored kings. Before long, a group of maidens arrived, each carrying a tray with a massive ginseng fruit. In unison, they sang, "Congratulations to our two elder sisters. Today, we rejoice in the arrival of your husbands. To mark this joyous occasion, we have gathered 4 celestial fruits for you and your beloveds to savor." As their words faded, the maidens began to dance, a performance of utmost allure and seduction. As Lu and Juan savored the celestial fruits and watched the enchanting dance, they felt an exhilarating surge of vitality bursting forth within them, washing away all traces of weariness. It was as if a fountain of youthful energy had been unleashed, filling them with boundless vigor. Time slipped away swiftly, and as night descended, the two celestial women tenderly guided them to their respective beds, gently untying their robes. The sight of their luminous, ethereal bodies, the delicate whispers that caressed their ears, and the intoxicating fragrance that filled the air, all intertwined into a night of unbridled ecstasy. Their passion raged like a waterfall plunging from a towering peak, at times a violent tempest with howling winds and torrential rain, at times a tender embrace of gentle breezes and misty drizzles. It was really, the most breathtaking views are found on the perilous peaks, and, a silver torrent cascades 3,000 feet, as though the Milky Way has fallen from the 9th heaven. Lu and Juan stayed in this celestial paradise for over 10 days, casting aside all worldly troubles. However, one day, a sudden yearning for the mortal world arose, and they expressed their desire to return home. The two celestial women, their eyes filled with tender affection, pleaded with them with endless affection, their voices soft and imploring. And so, they remained for another 6 months. Yet, in the end, their longing for their families proved too strong to ignore, and they firmly insisted on leaving the celestial realm. With no other choice, the celestial women held a grand farewell banquet, filled with music and dance, before reluctantly showing them the way home. Guided by the celestial women, Lu and Juan struggled through the dense mountains and forests, finally returning to their long-lost homeland. To their utter astonishment, they found that their former relatives and friends had all passed away, and the familiar sights of their past had been replaced by an entirely new world. After much effort, they managed to locate descendants from their family line, 7 generations removed. It is said that in the 8th year of Emperor Xiaowu of the Eastern Jin dynasty's Taiyuan era, the two men left their hometown once more, never to be seen or heard from again. No one knew where they had gone. A Journey Through Time and Space to the Fairyland, Story 2. Xiefeng. According to Dan Tai Lu and the Book of the Later Han, there was once a man selling medicine on the streets of Runan. His surname was Xie, and his given name was Yuan Yi. Because he always carried a pot with him wherever he went, people called him Pot Elder, Hu Gong. Pot Elder made a living by selling medicine, but no one knew what ingredients his medicine was made from. He always hung his pot on his stall, within easy reach, as he conducted business. His medicine had no fixed price. Wealthy buyers had to pay more, while poor buyers could obtain it for much less. Dishonest people were charged a high price, whereas honest people paid very little. He was firm in his pricing and never allowed bargaining. His medicine was highly effective, boasting an exceptional cure rate, which made his business flourish. He kept only a portion of his earnings for his own living expenses, donating the rest to the poor. Pot Elder's unusual behavior eventually caught the attention of a minor government official named Fei Changfang. Coincidentally, Fei Changfang lived right across the street from where Pot Elder usually set up his stall, giving him the perfect opportunity to observe Pot Elder's every move. Over time, he noticed that Pot Elder's residence contained no bed. Whenever he peeked inside at night, he never saw Pot Elder himself, only his pot, hanging in the center of the room. This deepened Fei Changfang's curiosity. Where did Pot Elder sleep at night? What was the purpose of that empty pot? Determined to uncover the mystery, Fei Changfang paid even closer attention to Pot Elder and began secretly following him. One evening, Fei Changfang hid inside Pot Elder's house in advance. He saw Pot Elder return from selling medicine, hang up his pot, and immediately leap into it. He remained inside the pot until the next morning, when he jumped out again and, without eating or drinking, went straight